Halo guys, selamat sore semua. Jadi kita streaming early aja teman-teman, karena boom kayaknya masih lama sebenarnya guys. Karena satu sama di match yang pertama antara Scars versus Naos teman-teman ya. Buat pecinta Valorant, ini gue mau nobar apa? Jadi gue mau cerita sedikit. Ini adalah turnamen VCT Asencion Pasific, dimana yang juara satu bakal mendapatkan slot ke franchise-nya Pacific teman-teman ya. Sekarang udah masuk semifinal, jadi 4 tim tersisa, nggak ada lower bracket, kalah pulang teman-teman ya. Sebelumnya welcome teman-teman ya. Selamat sore semua. Gue nyanyi ntar malam pengen main game horror guys. Horror yang kemarin gue main sama Bang Winda sama anak J-Sport. Yang motel-motel itu guys. Gue pengen cari 2 ending terakhirnya guys ya. I love you bang, welcome. Bang sudah makan belum? Sudah. Halo bang, halo Ang. Absen bang, absen. Halo teman-teman, halo Dido, halo Ang guys, halo Raffi. Udah makan kok, gue udah makan guys. Aman guys, aman. Welcome teman-teman semua ya. Udah pernah main Tamiya nggak? Pernah dulu pas kecil. Wah, dimana satu cok? Sambil nontonnya kali guys ya. Nonton yang ini mau nggak? Nonton yang Jepang lawan ini guys. Pusap lagi nggak bang? Ntar guys, ntar boleh. Tapi gue udah nge-gym cok, pusap lagi yakin. Ledak terotot gue anjing. Halo Vin, halo Kit. Scars kuat ya bang? Enggak juga sih, tapi kayak Naos juga kuat. Kayaknya Naos bisa balikin keadaan atau Tiso. Tapi ini Scars emang lagi kuat-kuatnya sih kayaknya. Berat nih Scars sama si Blitz coy. Ini kalau Boom bisa lewatin Blitz mungkin bisa juara sih. But I don't know ya guys ya. Let's see bro. Gue main nunggu ini ya bang ya, betul. Tadi bukannya leg day bang, leg day sih, cuman kayak gue kalau lagi leg day berarti kan gue harus ini guys. Harus istirahat otot tangan karena besok bakal main leg day, main tangan lagi.
Another cheeky spot in the smokes, good for one. Again, just these setups to make sure that they can always get the advantageous trade. And that's kind
full game horror yang kayak story mantap kayaknya bang. Kayaknya kalau story sih agak mager ya. Kalau yang storynya panjang. Kalau enakan tuh yang main pelan-pelan aja guys, jangan terlalu panjang game storynya. Gue nggak paham bang cara main Valo bang, nggak apa-apa cok. It's okay. Kenapa ada lagunya ya? Yang juara satu nanti lolos ke champion nggak bang? Nggak, masih tahun masuk ke franchise league tapi tahun depan guys. 2 tahun nih dapat kontrak betul. Gue masih lama iya nih anjir, gue hari ini lagi diet kan ya, jadi kayak lapar banget bawaannya cok. Nggak makan nasi soalnya.
Our names on here. Jemkin will get the early kill off the peak from Papi Chulo. He's been on fire. He's been such a good anchor, and now even on the attacking side.
Main game horror survival lagi kah bang? Emang ada horror survival guys? Emang apa horror survival cok?
On the side of Scars.
Again, and it comes back to it. It's going to be a numbers issue. 1-7 right now. Scars has won 5 rounds in a row. If Naos cannot find a way to retake or even hold down a site at this point, it's just gonna be a terrible.
Kapan bang boom e-sport nanti habis ini guys, makanya sabar ya. Kayaknya sih menang Scars teman-teman ya. Tapi menurut kalian guys, dari 4 tim ini mana yang menurut kalian paling ya ini harus Hanas review ya. Menurut kalian mana yang paling cocok masuk ke franchise league teman-teman dari 4 tim ini guys? Blitz, Scars, Naos, boom. Yang juara satu doang bang, iya juara satu doang guys. Beat atau belum? Mantep guys. Gue sih boom sih bisa, asalkan gue rasa harus konsisten teman-teman. Soalnya beberapa saat gue ngeliat permainan mereka kadang nggak konsisten coy. Indopret cuma kalau nggak konsisten berat juga guys. Kalau mainnya lagi ngeturu gitu guys, aduh. Ngeri bro. Gue pernah ikut master bang, iya tapi kan beda guys orangnya guys yang pas ikut master sama sekarang. Nice, gila coy, utilnya guys.
As the stun locked him up in tower. Now Wits denied from trying to fill up the site to flood it. But now Esports, I mean they have the null command, but they don't have much to push them away. And Scar says, you know what, we'll even take this
kalau
time.
Famos nyala udah pasti win. Makanya itu dia harus konsisten guys. Nyalanya harus konsisten cok. SSD gue mokat nggak bisa follow. Kenapa coba beli SSD baru lah?
Wits with a great kill though, shuts down the flank. The fragment to buy
Kirain
time
telat.
and a
Malah belum
high
mulai guys,
blast
malah guys
drive to stop
matchnya
the
masih lama
aggression
coy. Ini bisa sampai
coming in.
malam
He's
nih.
trying to make an opening for his teammates to come in
Kapan
through
Mabar
canteen
sama
and
si
spawn.
pindah circle
But the
lagi
spike
bang?
will
Dia
get
mah udah
planted. So your
pindah,
call
bukan
gets
pindah
a
sih
nice catch
kayak.
on the exit.
Gak tahu guys hari ini dia kemana
Still
coy.
though, Spike is planted and Torneko just trying to reposition to possibly drop out his incendiary. Now moving quicker on the retake. Crystal
Gila, Kristal anjir nih orang Rusia nih cok. Temennya something ini guys. Orang Rusia nama banyak mainan di Jepang ya.
Information gained from Crystal too, dropping out of tower. It's going to be full on destruction from Scars.
The Nightbot is such a good call there, because with the decay, that means he can't even possibly try to sneak in a quick half off of that molly, anything like that. They would also have to push out with no audio, with lower health. A great split-second decision. Senior Carl, he does what he can to catch the exit to equalize the numbers, but Crystal, we missed it out during the game, but there was just a quick 2 headshots and a third one as well. Torneko with the quick rotate after the molly.
Menurut gua orang-orang luar Asia saingannya ketat sih, makanya pindah region. Iya sih benar sih. Rusia itu banyak orang-orang jago gua rasa, cuman karena emang di Eropanya susah masuknya sini ya. Jadi kayak mendingan di Asia cok, dapat spotlight, dapat panggung gitu loh.
Yeah, and here's the thing, the whole half armor thing. I mean,
monitor gua kira laku, Cok. Monitor gua laku, guys. Seneng banget, guys. Monitor second gua yang ini. Agak murah lakunya, guys. Gua jual di konsen loh. Yang ZOWIE gua yang 24, 25, 46. Oke, 240 Hz. Cepet banget lakunya, Cok. Tapi jualnya turun banget, masalahnya anjir. Katanya udah gak gitu laku sekarang. Laku 4,8. Gua pakai aplikasi game konsen soalnya. Kak gua jual 6 juta katanya kemahalan anjing. Jadi 248 langsung laku. Penting laku dulu bang. Harga aslinya 9 juta sih kalau baru ya.
That's the scary part. The best you can get is 3. The most you can get is 3 on this half. I mean, you're basically already staring down the barrel of this best.
Orang lebih pilih merek lain soalnya 240 kan 4 juta baru dapat Lenovo Legend gitu. Bener sih, gue tuh ngerti sih guys. Mungkin gini lah, gak banyak orang yang bener-bener mau menggunakan monitor terbagus buat game FPS ya nggak sih? Orang kalau nyari monitor 24 Hz, lihat Asus, lihat Lenovo, lihat yang lain-lain. Karena harganya mereka di 3-4 juta udah dapat 20-40 Hz dan warnanya bagus. Mereka lebih pilih mereka akan baru gitu loh. Dibandingkan harga 9 juta, cok. Nah, gue harus jual, kalau misalnya gue jual di 6 juta, itu pun masih harusnya masih nabrak harganya sama mereka, masih jauh di atas. Makanya harus jualnya 4 juta sampai 5 juta lah mentok gitu. Baru mereka mau beli, karena balik lagi yang suka monitor terbagus itu juga dikit, cok. Kalau orang nggak main FPS, ngapain beli monitor ZOWIE kan? Kadang gitu, coy. Ya nggak sih? Kayak misalnya gue kompetitif nih, gue pengen jago, makanya gue suka banget monitor bagus. Kalau misalnya orang yang nggak mau kompetitif banget sih, kayaknya nggak terlalu pengen sih. Ini Kristal jago amat dah.
They don't make their way onto the site safely.
Yeah, they're gonna rotate.
Tapi harga nggak bakal bohong bang, bener sih.
Exactly. I mean, they know it's the operator, and they say, "Well, don't try to cross back in across the scope. Let's just go the other way." Because quite frankly, for Djaja, the best idea is to stay on.
Ini dibantai, cok, naos, cok, di map 3 ini, cok. Tapi nggak bohong sih, gue pakai 360 Hz yang si ZOWIE ini gila banget, guys. Gila, cok. Beda banget, guys. Kualitas buat ngelihat FPS segala macamnya beda, cok. Tulon 2 ya, ini mati, cok. Mana bisa dia lawan Tulon 2? Lihat Kristal, anjing Kristal nyala banget, cok. Orang Rusia nyala banget nih. Anjing 18-4, cok, what the fuck?
I mean, such a good procedure. You look at how they work their way through the map. Crystal, Spike Plant holding up a main.
And here's the thing, I just want to say,
orang sakit
Wits,
sih,
I know he's trying to do
Bang Rio
whatever
kok
he
bisa
can
masuk
as a leader of
Paperrex?
the scene
Aku
to
content
bring the
creator, guys,
confidence
bukan
back,
pro
but
player
that's
ya.
also forcing him to play alone a lot of these times.
Banyak yang ke Thailand nih guys, lagi banyak banyak yang ke Thailand, Cok.
KOs and Skies are strong, but if you can't get 2-3 to your name, you're not really adding ultimate
player boomnya di
value
BTV 360, tapi karena biasa 240 jadi belum biasa bang. Malah harusnya lebih biasa sih. Karena lebih bagus dong monitor 340 secara guys. Tapi nggak tahu guys, masalahnya lu punya monitor 340, FPS PC lu nyampe nggak 340, itu dia guys, harus dipikirkan ya. 340 stabil tuh susah loh. Ya nggak sih? Bener nggak sih? Bang Brando ke Bandung buat event apa bang? Bang Brando ada temennya nikahan, Cok.
Now Crystal, is he gonna sneak into the smoke yet again?
Ada acara nikahan temennya guys.
He's looking for it. Balance is drawing their attention.
Udah berangkat ya Bang Brando ya guys hari ini guys ya.
He's gonna get pinged and there's the peek from
Ale nih bos, senggol dong.
A cipher true and true this lockdown.
Akagami, welcome to Gasoku, welcome.
Oh my god, look at them.
Tos dulu bro, tos bro.
Use the lockdown to just give away his position and
gue punya ini guys.
maybe make them force this aggression. He wants to make this a 1v1 first. He spots one. Oh, but the Han just to draw time. Scars is playing so smart. Quack. They
Dapakan mencapai cahaya sinari dunia.
Sunyi dan sepi di ruang hampa, lalu pergi sudah biasa. Sendiri lagi enggan untuk melangkah.
Ku buka mata menatap langit, rintik hujan bergema, kenangi tawa khas akan membisik, ayo jelajahi dunia. Melamukan berbagai angan, tak akan selesaikan masalah. Beranikan diri untuk melangkah, terobos segala rintangan.
Walau hujan tak kunjung berhenti, masih ada aku.
Temanimu di sini, hafalkan mantra, depankan cahaya untuk sinari hari-harimu.
Hilangkan semua rasa ragu yang selimut di hati.
Pikiran dan emosi, rapalkan mantra, depankan cahaya buka lembaran yang baru.
Terima kasih. Iya, terima kasih. Lagu duet bersama Kobo. Ya, Boy ya. Mau nomor dulu ya. Oke.
Now,
Keren nggak guys? Gila, keren nggak?
Contact Moser taking
Duet,
the rope
bro.
over. But this is also information for Scars. Look at how they're pushing out.
Oh, and Tornado, he knows that they're going to try to get a little bit more space. He will eventually get traded though. So now, not the end of the
Oh,
world.
ini dia udah main. Cepet aja bang, biar boom main bang.
They think it's clear. Can he get more than one? He gets two and three.
Now switch dapat 3 saudara-saudara.
And the spike will get planted out.
Baru nggak kesamar tur jaket di 48 jauh-jauh guys.
Quite finished just yet. Allen down to 20 health, but now C-Sport, you cannot rush this. Okay.
Guys, Summer Tour ada gacha kartu lagi nggak guys? Summer Tournya yang di Bandung ada gacha kartu nggak guys? Kalau ada gacha kartu gue pengen ini sih, pengen nitip sih. Gacanya beli atau emang dapat? Kalau ada gue pengen nitip beli sama orang-orang ini guys. Apa cuma dapat doang kalau beli tiketnya?
With the way that Wits was playing, hiding up for this, just springing out at the opportune moment. It's great. It's good. But I also want to see him play together with his team so much more. He's been playing great alone, hiding and going for these surprises.
Kayak beli potopek juga gitu apa gimana guys? Apa nggak ada? Apa harus beli tiket dulu baru dapat kartunya? Apa gacha potopek? Bandung nggak ada atin bang. Nggak, gue mau nanya dulu coy, masalahnya coy. Bukan masalah Bandung nggak ada atin coy. Di ruang hampa, di ruang hati, datang dan pergi sudah biasa, tak sendiri lagi. Ah, mendingan gue usah AI ya, gue aja yang langsung nyanyi guys ya. Ngapain pakai AI? Coba bagusan suara gue nggak sih guys? Sendiri.
Wits will clear it up. All right, another point.
Seriusan cow, mana JKT48 nih yang cow? Beneran nggak ada gacha nggak guys? Gue tanya nih, gue tanya di Discord nih.
Now says they hold on to their Bulldogs into the next round and hopefully being able to win out this bonus against Scars is full. I mean, 1 point away, right? And this null command can give them so much as they push onto sites. Maybe that's what this next round comes down to, the alt orbs.
I was just about to say that, but I'm glad you mentioned because there's two
Buat
options
konten
here.
lumayan,
You can
Cok.
try to
Gacha,
press onto
Cok.
the alt orb, but you can also try to predict if Scars will read your mind and set up a trap play around it. For now, it looks like now it just says, no, we're going to pile on through. If they got a tag, they would have gone for the fault line right away, but it's just going to be Crystal trying to lay the push with his own haunt.
He's gotten information that they are indeed going for that alt orb at the very least, though.
Yeah, so
comes
they
down
all
to
clear out.
Mojer as well as he kind of lurks out towards the south side of the map.
Ooh, but he doesn't have an exit. He does. Okay, he's going to creep back out. The Prowler's here. You got to make a choice here. Mojer, you're going to go for the kill. He gets one. Can he get the second one? He's buying enough time. He's thinking about taking the rope.
Berarti lu nggak ikut ke Samar Turbang? Enggak. Di rumah aja guys.
However, time bought for the entry. Yep, the spike finally getting planted. Now Esports, they've now trying to take control of main, but there's too many members. Yoshi, what was that? Reading the minimap off of the Prowler. Now Esports, they have to push another part of the map if they want to create these cross angles. But Toroneko denies it. Poppy Chulo shut down. Senor Carl, can you? Oh no, the aftershock has tagged him. Alan comes in for another one with the
Push rank biar emo bang, anjay. Wah, ini bisa ngecok sih guys, bisa di comeback sih guys.
Crystal. And that's going to create map point for Scars.
Strong fundamentals from this team, and we're just swatching
Kira ke Bandung juga Bang Rio? Enggak ke Bandung, itu Bang Winda ada acara sama temennya nikahan.
The entire squad from the house. With the way that they peaked out together at the same time, last one delayed, Wits was not quite able to land that final spray transfer.
Di comeback, iya nih makanya nggak tahu cok.
You mentioned reading that mini map. It was a good idea. This is the only idea that Now has had, just to pick up that Altor, play it off of it, and that's.
Bang Upi nih lagi bukan Bang Upi anjing.
However, it just got read by Scars.
And let's just say it like it is. When Crystal's putting up 22 kills already, what do, right? Coming into the second half, Quack, nobody on the side of Naos had double digits. They all had single-digit kills. I mean, they were just getting shut down left, right, and center.
Bang Cio ke Bandung beli cilok habis ini. Mana ada gue ke Bandung. Jangan bikin sesat-sesat ya adik-adik. Fandi lamaran. Bukan Fandi. Kalian gak kenal udah guys. Gak usah guys dipeduliin ya guys ya. Udah.
Yeah, I just saw Wits. He often is wearing his jacket like half on his left arm.
12-3 Curse kah bang? Naos attacker comeback. Iya nih bisa jadi cok.
It's up against match point. Their backs up against the wall, and they're doing this for the Philippines. They have to make it happen. It is looking near indomitable. It's so daunting, but they can't give up now.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they came through to the knockout stage, first seed of their group in Group Alpha. Now Scars, of course, after a lot of people watched the group stage, people said, okay, there's a reason why a lot of fans who followed, you know, Japanese Valorant think that this team is one of the favorites. However, now
Opet mana Bang Rio nggak tahu Bang, minta foto part JKT. Enggak, aku mau simpen guys sisanya guys.
But there's so many rounds to get through to make it happen. We now enter round 16. Could be the last one for Now Esports here at VCT Asencion Pasific.
Orang pakai facecam kayak kemarin main Valo dong. Iya sabar ya. Anjing kenapa sih emang?
Both fault lines, both blast packs. And Jemkin's waiting for them.
Oh enggak beda.
First pick, Jemkin gets the second.
And Jemkin just
holds. Kan bonus round ya,
away from that boom bot. They haven't gained nearly
Ya,
enough control
udah
that
guys,
they would
selesai.
want.
Halo Mas
Mojo's
Bayu yang
creeping up from
paling
this, but here's the thing, you
ganteng.
don't have anyone entering, and here's
Apa
Crystal
kabar
once
Mas
again
Bayu?
sneaks
Sudah
into the
top up
smoke.
BCA
He's
Mobile?
waiting. Mojo, a crucial kill. Now they draw away the attention. However, now it's esports. You have a minute. Do you consider rotating over? Because on the other side, Alan's watching it. That's why no one from Scars has any intention of moving.
I think they're worried about their flank too, Will, and that's probably why
Surely.
they don't want to rotate too far back Aftershock just to try to flush someone out. But look at how comfortable Scars are.
Yeah, Torneko's watching Jemkin's back. Jemkin just has to wait until the sound comes through for the spike plant. They're suspecting it though. They go for the tags. He's still hiding it. Torneko works off of it. The setup from Scars
Mojo.
is so good. Mojo now down
3
to
lawan 1,
1v3.
nggak mungkin dong kalah
He
dong.
sees the stim pack. They're trying to bait him in. And now Yoshi going for the flank. He has so many angles to clear. Torneko continuing to get information. And the rolling thunder, he can't escape and he's trapped. And Torneko will finish the best of 3.
Bah, aku mau Rivannya. Enggak, jangan gitu.
And unfortunately now Esports will no longer have that chance to take their place in VCT Pacific.
Om Bayu katanya dengar-dengar mau beliin aku ini ya Om Bayu ya.
Finals of VCT Asencion Pasific 2023.
Scars. That left
Oh,
a
saya baru
mark
sih.
with how dominating that first half was with that rolling
Ya, dengar Om Bayu mau beliin aku ini kan?
Zero options out.
Ini kan Om Bayu mau beliin aku ini kan? 100.
They tried, they
Kalau
wanted the pistol in the
100.
second half, Will. But alas, it wasn't meant to be today.
So unfortunate. Now Esports continue. I mean, I think we're going to probably say this about every team that eventually gets eliminated here.
Nah,
from
segini Om Bayu.
VCT
Dengar-dengar.
Ascension. Because they all showed so much promise. I think everyone around the world was impressed after the group stage by all these teams. And now Esports, perhaps one of those teams that really shined the brightest as they took
Tapi
that
beliin
first seed
aku
from
ini ya
Group
Bang
Alpha.
Rio.
However, as much as they wanted to claim that now was the
Oke,
time.
ini bisa.
Today it was
Bisa aku
Scars who
beliin.
will continue on that hope, that
Cinco.
chance to take their place, that chance to ascend into VCT Pacific next year. Scars continues their run.
Ya, aku beliin.
As they now
Aku beliin nih, aku beliin nih.
grand finalists.
Langsung ya.
Here in the single elimination bracket of
Garuda deh,
VCT
Garuda, biar kayak
Ascension
ini.
Pacific.
The waves, they carry
Langsung
them
ya, beli
through, Will.
beli 3 nih.
Scars,
Gua habisin nih stoknya nih,
come
Garuda
back
nih.
from such a bad half the first map on Pearl, right? It was 9-3, and then they took it home. Now it's coming back onto where it's ascent, but onto the final map of Fracture, which was, by the way,
Kan nggak ngomong beliin aku itu, tapi kan aku bisa, ya itu kan apa aja kan. Bang ke Bandung Bang, enggak. Pindah Kobo Bang, sini Kobonya nggak kelihatan. Hah? Itu Kobo, Cok. Ini. Kenapa sih kalian demen banget ngeliat Kobo? Kan tuh. Mana Kobo, Cok? Emang Kobo lagi live ya? Kobo emang lagi live tentang copyright nggak sih? Kobo emang lagi live? Kobo kayaknya itu. Oh ya lagi live dia, Cok, anjing. Oh ini ya.
Gue pengen banget gitu, pokoknya gue pengen banget. Gue ambil satu aja lah, buka satu, emak gue buka satu, abang gue buka satu, sisa 7 dong, sisa 7. Kobo udah kasih ke Fubuki Senpai, Poroka Senpai, Marin Senpai, dah sisa 4. Sisa 4 tuh, terus
Orangnya di sini,
Kobo tuh
Cok.
kayak, pengen lagi nih, gue harus makan lagi nih pokoknya.
Lah,
1.
orangnya di sini, guys.
Apaan? Naon? Thank you Kutemo. 1, terus sisa 3. Sisa 3 tapi 2-nya itu ada di rumah, guys.
Loh.
2-nya itu ada di rumah.
Kok bisa gitu, Cok? Orangnya di sini, Cok.
Indo sebelum flight gitu. Jadi sisa 1. Nah, sisa 1 ini tuh basreng nih. Pas udah ketemu sama senpai-senpai itu kan, Kobo kayak, ya udah sih kan gua mau ini ya, gua kan mau vacation, jadi mau ketemu siapa lagi emangnya. Kobo lupa, padahal Kobo di rumah udah berpikir
AI itu Bang, enggak sih, ini kayak asli deh guys. Apa jangan-jangan selama ini aku hanya ilusi melihatmu. Kayaknya selama ini aku hanya melihat dia ilusi guys. Apakah selama ini pertemanan aku dan dia hanya ilusi, hanya mimpi yang gak bisa digapai? Bel. Si anjing gak jelas cokot. Udah guys si anjing. Bangun bang. Ini mulainya jam berapa Bum ya? Bang Bum is lo kok gak ke play? Alah. Bang Bum e-sport. Aduh iklan lagi anjing. Iklannya tuh serem cok. Kamu kenapa aneh? Ryuji nggak aneh guys. Biasa aja cok. Ini mah sadar diri bang lah. Kenapa anjing gua? Emang kenapa gua cok? Gua sadar diri anjing. Goblok. Main andan bang botak udah gue download sih guys. Coba nggak jadi streamer pemula ntar guys ya. Ntar pas main game aja. Masih iklan bangsat. Iklan terus aja babi. Gondrong dong bang. Males guys gondrong guys. Gerah anjing gerah. Kenapa Bang Sandy masih ikut J Sport on JKT48 kan dia udah nggak pernah di circle J Sport. Iya juga sih. Kemarin kan on J Sport ada foto-foto nggak sih? Ada sih beberapa guys, cuman nggak banyak guys. Aku mau lihat guys foto-foto gue. Foto-foto gue nih. Ini foto-foto gue guys ya. Nih, gue kemarin nonton JKT48 nih guys. Ini foto gue nih yang pertama guys ya. Tuh. Lucu nih guys. Melegar ini lucu nih. Ini foto gue guys kemarin. Halo Patrick, kapan Mobile Legends nih? Besok apa besok? Oh foto tuh susah dapetnya guys kalau gerak, kalau banyak gerak. Mana ya? Aduh. Yang burem guys fotonya guys. Banyak yang burem. Lari aku wibu. Lari ada wibu. Bagi foto Katrin bang. Ntar guys. Aku belum milah-milah juga. Video udah ngasih video. Kayaknya gue ada video satu. Oh, ada nih video nih. Ada tuh. Ada video cok. Ada cok. Bang, coba Jiko bang. Jingkon. Jangan toksik anjing. Mana vlog kemarin bang? Aduh, guys, gua awal nih guys, gua rekam. Halo guys, kita mau ke PRJ bla bla bla, rekam makan sampai nonton JKT48 lupa ngerekam. Keasikan. Yang pakai kamera nggak kerekam, cowok, cuma foto-foto doang, cowok. Babi anjing. Emang gitu kalau nonton JKT48 tuh lupa rekam, cowok, jadinya. Jadi kayak bolong gitu, guys. Paling gue bikin konten TikTok paling nanti, guys. Buat vlog gym bang, jangan guys, jangan vlog gym anjing. Dan gue belum bagus tuh, masih biasa aja. Untuk dinikmati sendiri, unsup apa sih unsup anjing? Makanya foto video kagak. Kau bikin aja bang, judulnya vlog nggak jelas. Ya juga sih. Bang, tadinya ada yang godain lu nggak bang? Kebetulan nggak ada sih guys, aman sih. Gue lapar lagi cok. Gue lagi diet lapar banget guys anjing. Seminggu gym berapa kali bang? Seminggu bisa 5-6 kali sih. 5-6 kali. Biasanya sih 5 kali guys. 2 harinya tuh istirahat. Kalau nggak Ya sih 52 sih. Apakah ntar malam sobat Valo nggak tahu nih guys. Kayaknya gue pengen ganti jam tidur ya guys. Jam tidur gue berantakan banget cok. Badan gue nggak bagus guys. Kalau nge-gym tuh tidur jam 4 pagi, jam 5 pagi. It's not good brother. It's not good you know. Osinya siapa bang? Osiku ini guys. Atin. Oh sudah gak Hello Kitty? Hello Kitty gue udah punya semua pet. Gue udah punya semua Hello Kitty pet. Jadi sayang guys Hello Kitty ngapain? Itu kan reroll kan? Kali sesi nge-gym berapa lama? Paling 1,5 jam. Paling lama 1,5 jam cok. Kalau begadang nge-gym aman gak bang? Kurang efektif guys. Aman tapi kurang efektif kata ini gue. Baru HyperX bisa tukar tambah gak? Ya nggak bisa dong. Nggak bisa guys. Kardio sejam oke nggak bang? Kalau kalian mau kurus banget buat bakar kalori boleh sih, asik juga guys. Tapi gue bukan tipe orang yang demen kardio, makanya gue tuh olahraga tuh biasanya tuh jalan cepet doang, 5 menit, pakai incline tinggi, langsung masuk set gitu loh. Langsung gas masuk set terus. Bang udah liat Windalog belum? Udah guys. Nonton ini guys, gue tau guys nonton apa guys. Hidupilah dunia cahaya. Guys masih buka apa sih guys? Buka apa sih namanya? Paperrex sebenarnya. Paperrex ada ini ada baru guys, video baru. Ini Natik.
Just leave me. Okay.
Kata here.
Kalau booking masa gue nggak pernah booking, gue emang gendut aja gitu kocak.
Dia masih saya sudah. Nah, is fast. Dia open. Apa yang backside? I can heal Jason if you want.
No, later.
They will be. I think B. They will be. I can not yet. Hey, coming.
Si 1000 yang bocor kaca apa plastik bang? Kaca sih lebih enak guys, lebih nggak terlalu banyak nggak kembung.
Kita push test.
They back the door.
Is B.
Yeah.
One more. Can hear you like the top.
Gak live di TikTok bang, kayak Spicy. Emang Spicy live di TikTok kocak.
Bunuh garden lur. Masih kiri. Di kiri son. Ayo.
Oh, harusnya baru mulai udah 12-0 ya juga ya.
Satu kiri.
From B.
Kiri mati. Bodoh tuh. Bukan. Tuh right side. Nice. On the right. Smoke.
Together. Both you low.
Okay, defuse. Wait. I defuse after this.
Ngeri derke bang. Aku skipping bang, kardio tiap hari susah banget. Janganlah cok. Skipping ya kalau gue kerja di hotel agak susah gendut sih. Kalau berat badan 75, TB atau 74, enakannya cutting atau dibentuk bang. Enakan sih kamu kayaknya kurus deh. Kalau 75 berat badan 174 kamu tinggi tapi kurus pasti guys itu guys. Minimal kamu buat 85 kilo terus kamu cutting ke 80 kilo, mantep sih itu. Cigaret aja streamer sih, pro player bang. Dia streamer game FPS Djajal. Gue bukan streamer pro anjir. Udah tua coy. Lihat umur gue udah berapa anjing. Gue udah mau 30 bentar lagi coy. In a few years I will be 30 bro. Refleks gue bukan refleks anak-anak umur 25 tahun, 21 tahun, 17 tahun. Beda cok. Aku bukan bokem guys, bukan bokem aku. Kayak apa, kayak Kak Atin tuh, Immortal. Karena masih muda, enak, nembaknya jago pasti guys. Masih muda tuh, masalah memorinya tuh cepet guys nangkapnya. Lu nembak headshot tuh masalah memorinya jago. Udah umur 30 tuh beda anjing.
Ada, aku ada.
Just come back, you're thinking.
Gue main FPS juga nggak lama ya kan.
Kami sih. Aku nak ulti. Be open.
Listen, the moment they come in,
He can find window. So kontak aku flash off. See.
in.
Okay, never mind.
Fine.
In C. They might go back guys. Careful B.
Not in guys.
Kevin door. Careful B. Just take B. Kami tu keluar.
Open the door. Careful in B.
Oh, Del for C. It's B.
Touching.
It's B guys.
Coming.
Itu apa sih?
B is pushing his ulti. Careful.
Come back.
10 seconds left.
Come.
Let's go. Planting guys. Yep, kami go retake fast or no?
Yeah, one guy.
Nggak dapet lagi dia.
Careful right side.
Hati. Come. I'm gonna spam on the ulti.
On the left. Nice. Happy for the ping.
Kayak kalah kalau nggak salah kan ini kalah, Cok.
Komplain ya.
Kayak 60 tahun masih jago, Bang. Kan main PB anjing, bukan main Valorant, bajal.
One side, oi.
Angel masih jago, Bang. Angel berapa tahun main FPS?
Ada satu sini 80.
Dari umur berapa dia main game Valorant, Cok? Apa game CS Valorant, Cok? Asli Atin imo, Bang. Setahu gua imo dia, Cok. Gua main game Valorant kan baru main game FPS baru Valorant doang, guys.
Nice. The Gobi. Wait.
Ini hitungannya sih mic check yang agak sesat, guys. Ya soalnya ini kita kan dibantai, Cok.
Bilang dong. Jadi, let's go fight. Ada. Bisa go ulti, oke? Ya. Oh. Shower clear.
Aku beratnya 150 tinggi 8 cm, Bang. Kamu bohong ya, anjing. Kamu 200 cm tinggi amat, anjir.
Careful lah. Buka Jason. Ya, I'm watching. Can be on the left. I'm watching cover, okay?
Malu pernah main game apa, Bang?
Kami I can detain him mah.
Tau gua Atin imo, guys. Enggak. Kalian lihat ini lihat instastory-nya Atin kemarin berapa hari lalu kalau nggak salah instastory dia tuh dia punya bandera dia bandel apa sih? Gun body imo, Cok. Dia punya, Cok. Kasih maafkanlah ku bersuara. Dia kan bernyanyi Rhapsody indah yang kan bermuara fajar. Yang penting larak liriknya salah, yang penting nadanya bener, kocak.
Go take backset. Oh my god. Go take backset.
Ini agak sedih, guys, ya dibuat voice com-nya malah kita dibantai nih, guys.
I can flash. One city, one
BB 80 tinggi banget 70, Bang. Dijaga, nggak naik nggak turun bisa sih. Cuman kalau misalnya tergantung lebar badan kamu udah lebar belum? Kalau udah lebar enak, kalau belum lebar lo harus tambahin berat badan tau buat lebar.
Plan. Go back dulu dah. Dia nggak tahu di shower.
Gue lagi ngesak di diamond, anjing, kesel banget gue main Valorant, Cok. Gue kalau kalah entar kalau malam gue main Valo kalah lagi, kayak gue pensiun deh, anjing.
Go triple ya. Go back ke player. Go ahead. Padahal tiran. Tap. Ulti bisa. Ulti sekarang. Ayo. VCT, Sor. Sar. Dari apa? Ulti dari apa? Balik main. Nice. City last. Lombak. Nice. Let's go, guys. Let's go. So good, So good.
12 anjir nih, guys.
Flash here, later 5. Dan go flash now.
Kita Arnold sisa berdua kamu sih di Indo. Ya iyalah pasti, ngapain pakai bahasa Inggris. Gak berdua, Cok.
Aku spam. Come. Ayo, 2, 3. I'm picking. They're inside. Loading. Two big side. One city. Dua. One more side. Let's try. Shit.
Wah, cepet banget voice comment, Cok. Harus ganti jam grinding, Bang. Wah, ini apa nih? Ini belum ya? Lah, belum juga, Cok. Aduh, gua kira udah mulai, babi. Atrin bisa sampai imo, kenapa lu stuck di... Jangan nanya kenapa gua stuck di diamond. Karena gua udah tua, guys. Di Atin masih muda, masih 16 berapa tahun sih? 2006 kurang 2006 tambah 14 tambah 3 17 tahun. 17 tahun, guys nih, guys. Orang dengan umur rata-rata 15 sampai 20 tahun mempunyai muscle memory anak muda yang bisa cepat mengingat cara pergerakan mouse, tangan dan headshot, teman-teman ya. Jadi, jikalau kalian berkata, "Kenapa lu jadi cupu gitu, Bang?" Karena gue udah tua. Ya guys, marah. Gak ngaruh, Bang, gua 30 tahun Radiant Armor. Kan gua main Valo sehari cuma 1-2 jam, Cok. Emang gua sehari main Valo 6 jam. Kalau setiap hari gua main Valo 6 jam, mungkin gua jago, guys. Sehari cuma 2 jam, 3 jam. Kalau kadang gak main 2 hari, 3 hari gak main, guys. Gua sama Hui seumuran, guys. Tanya Hui itu. Susah gak main Valo? Dia tiba-tiba jadi cupu, Cok. Gue merasa di titik sekarang ini gue udah jago guys. Udah oke guys, gue perkembangan dari gue main Valo pertama kali sampai sekarang udah lumayan gitu loh. Atin siapa bang? Atin ini guys, member JKT48. Wih aja yang kompak terus, dia gak konsisten mainnya. Nah, gimana gua anjing yang udah tahu biasa aja gak pernah latihan, gimana mau jago babi? Asih, suara. 1-2 jam setiap hari kalau dilakukan selama 1 tahun. Masalah gue kan banyak kerjaan guys. Kalau lagi nggak sempet main Valo, gue tuh bisa nggak main Valo 5 hari seminggu pernah. Langsung hilang tuh skillnya. Hilang muscle memorinya guys. Jadi yang gue lihat itu guys ya, main Valo itu guys, itu tuh bagaimana cara lu menyerap. Lu menyerap muscle memory lu tuh menyerap guys, menyerap tangan lu nih, gerakan headshotnya, gerakan cepetnya. Itu muscle memory teman-teman. Kalau misalnya lu sering main, muscle memory itu akan ningkat. Karena makanya itu, kalau misalnya muscle memory lu gak dilatih dalam 1 minggu, itu bakal hilang guys. Hilang lumayan jauh. Viewers, masa lu jago bang? Kayaknya bang iya sih anjing. History jago umur berapa coba lihat. Cok ini apaan cok anjing? Ayo cok, jangan menyelam, tidak boleh menyelam ya guys ya. Jangan menyelam, tidak boleh menyelam. Belum aja guys, belum mulai cok anjing. Lama nih kayaknya guys, aduh. Buat kita ya. Alfajar aja gacor bang, kepala 3. Emang Alfajar kepala 3? Mana ada sih emang Alfajar kepala 3 cok? What the fuck? Awas kalau enggak ya anjing. $18 tahun Dajjal, Alfajar kepala 3 matamu babi anjing. Sesat anjing, banyak peripheral sesat cok. Severin kepala 3 bang. Severin main FPS berapa lama guys? Guys nih gue cek. Anjing kalian sumpah ya. Severin main FPS berapa lama guys? Berapa lama cok? Bukan Valorant ya, jangan Valorant doang ya anjing. Ini Valorant berapa tahun dia? 2021. 2020 udah main Valorant guys. PB berapa tahun? PB berapa tahun? Mana nih? 2010! Bangsat! Gua aja masih belum punya komputer anjing. Eskurat 25 udah masih gacor bang. Udah lah capek anjing. Masa jawabin kalian anjing. Capek cok. Gue dibandinginnya sama pro player anjing yang udah main berpuluh-puluh tahun anjing. Tuhan maafkanlah hambamu, buat hambamu emosi berlebih. Tahan ya, nggak boleh marah-marah guys ya. Simulator cek game guys. Gue udah beli game ini guys. Mana ya? Gue beli game ini guys. Apa ya gue beli kemarin ya? What the fuck? What did I buy? Oh, Fallout. I buy Fallout guys. Ini game apa guys? Fallout guys. Ini seru nggak? Ini game apa guys? Story kan Fallout guys. Fallout 76. Beli ini guys. Sama apa ya guys ya? Buy something loh kemarin. Kalian gue udah beli apa lagi cok? Action RPG bang, Fallout bang. Gue pengen main game story baru guys. Kemarin gue udah beli deh. Ini apa sih di depan nih? Lupa gue. Guys. Fallout Ancestor Human Odyssey. Layar bang. Ancestor Human Odyssey. Ini yang jadi monyet-monyet, Cok. 100.000 doang, guys. Murah, guys. Aku beli ini, guys. Tapi agak seru deh jadi monyet tuh, jadi monyet. Udah mulai, Bang. Emang iya? Belum, anjing. Ini seru gak sih, guys? Seru kali ya? Main monyetan nih, guys. Kapan kita main ini, guys, ya? Ah, anjing lah. Apa sih, Cok? Dave the Diver. Duh, mahal banget. Ini seru, Cok. Casual single player adventure RPG deep sea exploration based on the day social macam at night. Join Dave and his quirky friends as they seek to uncover the secrets of the mysterious blue hole. Damn, I think this is fun. Should we buy this, guys? Should we buy this, bro? Seru deh, guys, ini, guys. Because I'm run out of the games, guys. Game gue lagi habis. Oke, kita cari yang mau beliin game 1. Ayo. Jadi ngemis anjing. Jangan. Aku beli sendiri, guys, ya. Belum mulai, Cok. Masih lama, Cok. Guys. Gua kan lagi sering banget ya, guys, ya. Gue mimisan di sebelah kiri terus, guys. Kenapa ya? Gue gampang banget mimisan sekarang, Cok. Gue kalau buang ingus dikit pasti mimisan, Cok, kalau kencengan. Menjak itu gue takut kalau mau nge-scan badan gue, Cok. Kayaknya hidung gue kayak gampang luka gitu deh, ya. Waduh, udah gak lama lagi. Bangsat ya. Anak dajal kamu ya. Andre nyumpainnya, guys. Orang nyumpainnya yang baik-baik gitu loh. Doain, Cok. Gue disumpahin, Cok. Anjing. Gue sih kalau malam-malam gitu ya, pulang dari capek, balik capek, guys. Biasanya suka kayak buang ingus kayak tuh udah pasti berdarah, Cok. Guys. Roy Kiyoshi, guys.
I'll let you go. Good luck today. And that's it. Back to
Ano Kotono Mars kan tema. Lah, cepet banget Roy Kiyoshi-nya, Cok.
Well,
could have treated himself to a nice skin pack or something like that for his birthday, you know? If you're gonna play the game, might as well do it with a little bit of extra style.
yeah, I mean, might as well go all out on those skins there. All right, let's talk about Boom Esports from Indonesia.
Rendam
I
air
know we have a lot
panas,
of Indonesian
Bang.
fans here in
Gua
the
nggak ada air
audience
panas di rumah,
today as
Cok.
well. Look, they've got also
Gua belum ada
a lot
air
of
panas, guys, di rumah,
experience
guys.
on their team. I mean,
Itu masih jadi impian gue, guys. Jadi gue tuh kan di umur gue yang udah berapa sekarang? 28 tahun adik-adik. Sekarang gue tuh lagi mengumpulkan lagi nabung buat buat renov rumah yang ini, guys, yang sekarang gue tinggalin ini. Pengen direnov, kamar mandi ada air panas segala macem. Banyak gitu pengen direnovnya. Tapi nanti nabung dulu.
Yeah, I mean, look, what we saw
Nabung
yesterday
dulu, guys.
was great. They've been
Yang di Bali, Bang, ya. Mana ada di Bali, di Bangkok.
But going up against Bleed, who, just we saw Scars.
Impian lu ngerasain air panas, Bang. Gua kagak ada air panas di rumah, Cok.
And the Pearl, was the one
Kepala 3 ya lu bangun, Bang. Amin, Kepala 3 bisa bangun rumah ini dari kayak dirapin banget, guys.
Berserks was nuts yesterday. I mean, Severine that absolutely
bikin onsen sekalian, Bang. Gak onsen juga dong, Djaja. Gak punya moderator gak ada gue. Gue pakai, gue tau gak sih, guys, di rumah kalian tau gak sih yang di rumah kalian tuh pasti ada gak sih rumahnya yang pakai bak, tau gak sih, bak yang pakai keran air, bak isinya bak gede. Gue pakai bak, Cok. Gue pakai gayung mandinya. Gayung pakai sabun sunlight. Sedih banget ya, guys. Enggak pakai sabun sunlight juga anjing. Pakai sabun mandi lah, Cok.
Berserks just need to continue, I think, from yesterday. I wanted to see him pop. I mean, honestly, all of them. But if Berserks can really show up again, that'll help.
Tapi gue masih pakai bak, guys. Gue pengen pakai shower sama air panas, guys. Gue tuh kalau malam tuh, guys, gue tuh tipe orang kan karena gue nggak ada air panas ya, guys, di rumah ya. Jadi kalau gue pulang malam, gue nggak mandi, gue cuma cuci kaki, cuci tangan, ganti baju, tidur. Potongan rambut lo apa, Bang? Basket. Soalnya kalau mandi malam-malam katanya bisa ini, guys, bisa apa sih, rematik ya, air dingin lagi kan. Mandi aja, Bang, di panci, Bang. Gue tuh kalau misalnya kakak gue ya perempuan, guys ya, pulang malam pengen mandi. Jadi dia pakai apa sih, panci ya? Apa sih, pakai apa sih yang buat ngerebus air tuh yang gede, terus pakai di baskom, kasih air dingin dan dicampur. Airnya ngirit, guys, kali kalau mandi air panas tuh pakai air bangkok yang apa sih? Baskom yang segede gini nih. Jadi kalau mandinya kayak zur abis. Mandi harus dikit-dikit, set. Udah anget kan, pakai sabun. Set biar nggak habis, guys, airnya, guys. Kalau buru-buru ntar habis airnya, udah dingin habis itu anjing airnya, bangsa. 88 BB 98 cutting bagus deh. Kamu di 80 mungkin bagus cutting kali. Ucil bahasa Inggrisnya susah kalau nggak salah. Ucil pusing nggak nih, Ucil? Yang selalu ku inginkan, favorit indah yang dalam adalah hidupku. Iya, yang tak ada. Guys, yang jual PP ini ntar PP meet and greet gacha bagus, kasih tau dong. Bikin onsen investasi, Bang. Ngapain bikin onsen anjing, permainan air panas ngapain anjing, di Jakarta panas. Kalau di Jepang ada onsen musim dingin laku. Di Jakarta punya onsen buat apa, guys? Bang Tio anjing TB 75 BB 63 kira booking sampai jam berapa kilo, Bang? Sampai 75 80 75 lah, 75 terus cutting lagi ke 70 mungkin.
To be one of those top teams that can make it into Pacific.
I'll hide my prediction till a little bit later when we have the graphic.
Guys, kan gue pengen nanya deh, kan ada yang bapaknya kerja ini nggak sih, apa insinyur apa sih, desainer ya, rumah kalau Rhinos pakai apa sih, guys, namanya, guys? Gue dong yang harga miring gitu, guys, harganya miring banget itu, kalau bisa harganya nggak mau di bawah modal gitu. Arsitek berapa ya renov rumah, coy ya? Gue lagi jadi orang dewasa, Cok. Lagi jadi orang dewasa, guys. Arsitek yang misalnya gue pengen, misalnya kan ini kan rumah gue 2 lantai sekarang nih. Misalnya pengen gue bobol gitu, guys, gue rapihkan, tapi dari hitungannya nggak dari nol lah. Lantai 2-nya udah ada, tinggal dirapihkan doang, saluran air, saluran listriknya, kabel internetnya segala macem. Gue pengen rapiin itu, guys. Berapa duitnya, coy ya? Pas rumah gue mah nggak gede, Cok. Paling berapa sih? Paling 5 kali 10, guys. Rumah gue, guys, kecil, guys. Nggak gede, Cok. Aku lulusan The Sim, Bang. Apaan, Cok? Ayah bos saya, Bang, tapi udah meninggal. Tos dulu dong. Jangan. Tergantung material itu sih, Bang. Gue sih pengennya sih atapnya sekarang kan tuh atap gue masih atap kayu, guys ya. Zaman sekarang tuh setahu gue rumah itu atap kayu itu banyak rayap, Cok. Mending pakai apa sih? Apa pakai kusen ya? Apa sih namanya itulah? Kira banget ya, Bang, 2 lantai. Gue pengen rapiin saluran semua. Gue pengen punya kamar mandi. Asbes pakai asbes ya kan, enak kan, Cok. Ntar buat kamar streaming, gila, guys, pengen banget gue, sumpah. Kira-kira lebih dari 300 juta nggak guys? Kira-kira guys ya. Lebih nggak sih dari 300 juta? Anjing, sekarang hidup tuh mahal ya guys ya. Enggak, Katarina. Yakin nggak nyampe? Banyak yang bilang lebih, Cok. Kalau buat ruangan-ruangan baru 5x10 emang kecil, MC hitungannya kecil ya. Rumah-rumah komplek biasa soalnya. Sama gue 100k aja konsekuensi tanggung sendiri. Jangan gitu Dajjal, hey. 300 kalau bangun dari awal aja nggak nyampe. Tergantung material nggak sih? Kalau misalnya lu pakai keramiknya bagus lebih mahal kan? Misalnya simple ya guys ya. Ya nggak sih, ya nggak sih? Ya nggak sih? Tergantung material nggak sih, ya nggak sih? Keramiknya lu yang lumayan bagus ya pasti mahal. Pintu, terus ketebalan dindingnya nggak sih? Iya dong. Kalau misalnya gue mau buat kamar streaming, gue pengen dindingnya tebel. Pengen pakai apa sih yang anti suara keluar? Pasti mahal lah, Cok. Kalau tukang sih gue rasa segitu-segitu sih udah pasti ada harganya gitu loh. Tukang-tukang buat ngebangun tembok. Kalau buat 3 lantai, anjing 3 lantai berat juga ya anjing. Berapa juta anjing 3 lantai, Cok.
And then we're gonna find out who is gonna be ascending to VCT Pacific tomorrow. With that, I believe we are ready to go over to the stage. And
gua aja bang murah kok pahlawan bangun rumah ayam. Nggak gitu aku Clipper, nggak pakai rumah ayam juga. Emang gua tak. Kamu tukang borongan apa harian beda harga bang? Nggak tahu sih. Gila coy ya, hidup di Indonesia guys ya. Bayangin ya, kayak misalnya lu mau ngumpulin 300 juta buat bikin rumah. Bikin rumah 300 juta, Cok. Lu kerja UMR cuma dapat 5-6 juta. 7 juta deh, kasih 7 juta deh gaji sekarang di Jakarta 7 juta, Cok. Makan, tempat tinggal, bla 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 50%. 3,5. 4 juta deh. Cuman bisa ngumpulin 2 juta. Tete bengek 1 juta misalnya. 2 juta nabung. 2 juta ke 300. 150 bulan. 150 bulan bagi 12. 10, 15 tahun kerja begitu guys. Baru tuh bisa tuh bangun rumah tuh. Anjing. Gila juga ya bro ya hidup itu guys ya. Rumah gua di Jakarta Utara guys, udah bagus banget guys, gue udah nyaman banget tinggal sini guys, kemana-mana deket Cok. Gue ngerti sih, maksudnya kayak ada orang banyak yang bilang, bang lo mendingan jual rumah. Ada beberapa teman-teman nyokap gue bilang jual rumah yang sekarang beli di BSD gitu yang agak jauh, dapetnya bagus. Tapi nggak worth it guys, jauh kemana-mana guys. Gue di Sunter. Dari Kelapa Gading. Terijo bang, iya benar-benar Terijo gue. Copyright nggak sih anjing? So gue copyright deh. Let's go boom! 2030 tenggelam bang. Sunter dekat Kemayoran apa arah Gading bang? Di tengah-tengahnya. Ya kalau mau bagus tapi agak jauh. Kalau misalnya guys ya. Gua kan sekarang nih tinggal di Jakarta. Mama deket. Misalnya dijual, mungkin harganya lumayan kan dijual kan? Lumayan lah. Adalah minimal saya masih ada guys. Beli rumah di BSD dengan harga yang dijual itu jauh. Gua kerja sebagai hitungannya misalnya sebagai gue lagi mau bangun misalnya kerja sebagai streamer lah, YouTuber, enak gak apa-apa. Gak keluar. Kalau kakak gua masih ada emak gua, kakak gua tinggal kerjanya di Jakarta. Mencret bro baliknya. Kasihan guys. Makanannya juga enak-enak. Iya bener, Cok. Makanannya the best, anjing. Sunter, Cok. Gue di Sunter mah makanan banget, guys. Suara bang, suara. Cint dulu ya, belum mulai soalnya. Itulah guys, gue tuh di umur gue yang ke 27-28 tuh mulai memikir, Cok, anjing. Hidup tuh susah, anjing. Pelan-pelan direnov. Kayaknya gue sempat mikir gitu guys. Gue pengen pelan-pelan renov, bisa nggak ya kira-kira guys, pelan-pelan renov. Jadi kayak misalnya gue bikin ruangan dulu, tapi nggak bisa cok. Kata nyokap gue tuh dicek. Kalau mau buat kamar mandi lu harus bongkar semua satu. Lu mau buat apa lu harus bongkar semua. Harus ngumpulin duit aja. Pokoknya punya duit langsung tuh bobol semua rumahnya. Gak gaspol gitu loh. Bener juga ya. Apa? Bener juga ini cok, anjing. Wah, Michael pintar juga guys. Apa tabungan sekarang gua ini aja guys ya. Gua pasang di boom nih guys ya. Biar kali 2 nih. Tabungan gua pasang di boomnya kali ya. Kocak. Maksudnya pasang ini guys. Tabungan gua ini guys ya. Ini bukan game anjing nih, hidup. Ini hidup bukan game bangsat. Kalau game terserah lo jir, kalau hidup tuh nggak boleh begitu guys, halal aja bro. Kalau game bisa di save anjing, bisa balik lagi. Kalau sekarang nggak bisa cok, 2 tahun kerja, 3 tahun kerja, udah capek-capek anjing. Muhammad Bayaki aplikasi aku bro. Peran gue sih punya aset dulu baru bangun rumah bang. Aset susah sih guys kalau penghasilannya belum di atas ratusan guys ya. Ya sih. Ya nggak sih cok. Hidup di dunia ini tuh di Indonesia terutama guys ya. Lu kalau mau punya aset harus emang direktur ke atas satu. Wirausaha satu. Ya wirausaha sih gue lagi coba bangun guys, cuman susah juga sih. Gak gampang cok jualan cok. Kalau misalnya punya uang anggurnya banyak mah enak guys. Kalau nggak banyak uang anggurnya itu apa cok? Makanannya masih milih-milih kita guys. Ya kan? Makan masih mahal, kue taunya 35.000 yang itu aja 20.000. Kalau mikir kue tau 50.000 100.000 udah nggak mahal, nggak bayo lah guys. Habis VCT Pasific ada apa lagi bang? Ada LCQ. Hidupin Jus Pen Hill lagi bang. Aduh susah guys jus guys. Gua nggak mau jualan F&B dulu coy. F&B susah guys, sumpah. Tapi kalau gue pengen tahu sih guys, F&B tuh apa sih yang lagi bisa naik gitu loh. Menurut gue tuh F&B tuh asal makanannya tuh dikonsumsi setiap hari guys. Nasi goreng, nasi ayam, itu masih bisa laku. Cuman susah juga cok untuk menjaga konsistensi jualan F&B cok. Gorengan, warteg, nah.
Both of these teams had a lot of time to watch each other as we went through group stages, but you know what, this is it. This is the semifinals. We're gonna go.
Susah cok, kalau misalnya lu buat yang aneh-aneh, biasanya tuh hype-nya habis nggak laku lagi guys.
Lotus, got you guys there. Map 1, Lotus. We're gonna go over to our casters.
F&B tuh pengen juga gue buka F&B gitu guys, cuman nggak segampang itu cok. Gak segampang itu ku mencari penggantimu. Warkop iya warteg sih. Let's see lah guys ya, kita ngobrol-ngobrol jam dewasa seru juga guys ya. Seru gak sih guys ngobrol-ngobrol jam dewasa kayak gini guys, seru ya. Manfaatin followers lah, followers gue gak sebanyak itu guys. Gue mengakui lah, gue bukan artis guys, gue biasa aja guys, gue cuman streamer penghibur orang-orang yang mencintai game-game seru gitu loh. PRS sempat main bang, ntar di Champions guys bulan Agustus. Gue lagi pengen coba giveaway sih guys, gue pengen coba bakar duit coba. Tapi gimana ya, konten apa guys yang giveaway guys? Ada ide gak kalian guys? Tier 2 bang, betul. Ada ide gak guys giveaway apa guys? Gue pengen bakar duit gitu loh buat short, buat TikTok.
This is scary, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they mentioned it even just during the walkout, but on top of that, when you're playing up against a star player like that, not only is it his skill in game, but anytime he makes a play,
itemnya, cok.
if the crowds roar,
jangan itemnya bangsat, ide kontennya cok.
1,000
lah, apa bagi-bagi bisa kayak gitu loh. Kontennya, idenya bukan
just the roar as we're hearing right now here in the stage. Is that gonna throw Boom Esports off? We'll have to wait and see. Bleed, versus Boom, a best of 3 to determine who
Giveaway
moves
BP
on
Valorant.
tomorrow to
BP
meet
Valorant berapa
Scars
sih?
for a
200.000
chance
ya?
to get
Bisa
into
sih.
VCT
Seminggu
Pacific,
sekali kali ya?
and who will have to yet again
Bikin
go
konten
back
short.
down to
Kalau kamu
challengers
punya
and
ide
fight
aku
through
ngapain
another
lagi
year.
di konten ke depan, aku kasih kamu 200.000 seharga BP Valorant gitu ya.
This crowd. I mean,
Yes,
they
limit
have
banget
that
gua.
experience. They know how to
Botaknya
shut
sama
that
lagi.
up. In fact, some of the crowd are cheering for them. On the attacking side now, we're seeing how this composition could work out. A lot of flashes, a lot of possible executes. If they rush into the B site, only
Tapi
one
itu kalau
obstacle,
di
and that's
itu yang
the
udah gue
first one.
pelajari emang di
Crazy
Indonesia
guy.
itu works banget, Cok. Giveaway itu works, Cok. If you want to have a name, sometimes you need to ini guys. You need to cost more something, then you will get more gitu loh.
Oh my God, Boom Esports, you're still going to commit to this. They're walking through. The paranoia is used. Can they
Gila,
clear
dapat
it
kah?
out?
Boom,
Though?
anjing.
Okay, Blaze King gets the first kill, opens up the site. He fills in the site. They flooded it. They have the alarm bot over on A-Link by that tiny door as well. They now push up into heaven. They get the
Wah,
kill.
Boom
on the
Esports
C-Link.
menang
They
nih, guys,
hear the
kayaknya, guys.
rotating door. Post-plant position, absolutely great here for Boom. Pop flash will lead to another kill. Juicy gets traded out right away. The two
Sekeri,
remaining members
sekeri,
believe
deket banget
they're now
monitornya, buset.
stuck in the main entrance. But
Miring banget
it
tuh
is
tangan
very
tuh.
fun and scary, so we gotta wait and
Boom
see.
Esports, Boom
Quack.
Esports. Ayo guys, kita dukung Boom Esports dulu guys ya.
I mean, they don't
Kumandangkan
have any utility to
Boom
work with. It's
Esports
just gonna have to be
pahlawanku.
duels all the way out.
Berikan
He really was
terbaikmu.
looking to even out the numbers just a tad bit with the early shots from the Ghost, but he can't get it. The turret will draw some aggro. Scary now down to a 1v2. Shiro's pretty weak though. Oh,
Let's go,
Severine
boss.
will be able to close things out. Doesn't let it get down to the wire. And Boom Esports with a nice 1-0 lead.
Great way to start. One by one, they take down the Bleed members. Looking at how they approach this. First of all, yes, they continue to push through despite the slow orb. And I think that's one of those things that
Empat
we
kata
didn't
keren, Bang.
quite expect. Off of that, still the pressure on towards Snap and then Juicy. They heard those rotations coming through. Boom.
Guys, kira-kira kalau gua mau pindah haluan jadi musisi bisa?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get all of that utility from both the Siege and the Breach thrown
Kayaknya
out,
enak jadi
and you
musisi, Coy, ya.
still just creep
Kalau
walk into the
manggung-manggung tuh
site.
terbang-terbang
We don't
terus,
see
guys,
that
keluar
every day.
kota.
On camera, Severine just taunting the opponents across the stage, and off of that momentum, they continue to push fast into A. Rubble already taken.
Kayak mimisan, Coy, anjing. Kayak ada air di
to
hidung
put
gua.
pressure onto the site. That gives them the time and space. Oh my God! I was gonna say
Musisinya nggak usah bagus-bagus banget, guys.
Blaze King gets a quick double on the peek out from Bleed over on C Mound. The entire map is Boom Esports' oyster. They can just take their choice of site at this moment.
And of course,
Dari YouTube aja, dari YouTube coba bikin cover lagu nggak sih kayak aku tak pernah menuju gitu kan, kayak Aldi Tahir aja coba. Bang Messi, why not come to Indonesia? Bang Messi, analisis game lah bang lah, masih menang Boom Esports, santai aja bro. Bonus ini udah pasti menang guys, easy bro, kan beli kan Boom Esports coba.
Left alone, he cannot get a kill. Berserx with that Spectre. He's gonna be able to clean it up, but flawless here for Boom Esports.
Oke, bonus round untuk Boom Esports teman-temannya. Apakah kalau Boom Esports menang bonus round, kayaknya menang di map ini guys. Feeling gue ya guys ya, kenapa ya? Wah gila, bagus banget cok. Blaze King bro. Lagi pada panas Boom Esports nih guys ya. Look how the stars, look how they shine for you.
Pushes outside of C Mound, and that's exactly where Blaze King picked up that double.
Well, with that flawless, you got 3 Bulldogs and the Spectres, and how do they plan to make use of that? They want to try to
Sekeri pindah tim mulu bang ya. Nah kalau bayarannya lebih gede kenapa enggak cok? Aku sih yes. Baru satu kalimat bangsat. Bang Rio kenapa pro player belinya half shield kalau enggak? Apa sih kalau enggak apa sih? Round Bang Rio. Karena lebih irit guys kalau half shield, karena beda duitnya lumayan jauh guys half sama full shield.
Dodges the fault line, but doesn't get the kill. He'll be able to stabilize once again, walks right by the Trailblazer. He's flashed to no end, but he's still staying alive. Back up now, coming out from A-Link.
Look at what's happening on the mini-map though, Will. I mean, although they're pulling this attention over,
Ya,
they're
jelek
losing some
banget
members.
itu.
The spike is being delivered over onto the C-side. Crazy guy puts up the wall though.
Oh, and the nano swarms as well. This time, you cannot walk through that one, because you will get your... Oh, well, you can jump over it. You can dash over it by all means. Famous, he's trying to break open the site. He can't find the first kill, but the spike's already committed. It will be dropped by Shiro. It's crazy
Not a
guy.
good bonus round guys ya.
That second kill, and now Berserk's just trying to do damage. He gets one. If he can pick up the rifle, maybe get another kill, he'll be able to continue to do damage. Now, time-wise, the round is
Ya, bersak nembak apa, Cuk?
4 members left alive, puts a point on the board.
I mean, part of it is
okay, nice,
trying to bulldoze and trying to brute
Tuh,
force
harusnya bisa dapat 2 bersak,
some
Cok.
of these positional setups coming out from Bleed. Juicy with the off angle initially, and then the tailwind. They were trying to sell the fake, but somehow it was also read by Bleed. Crazy guy with that well-timed wall.
Nembak Natalia dia bang, anjing.
Yeah,
deket banget monitornya, buset dah. Mereka tuh gak sakit mata apa guys ya?
That's gonna put a lot of questions over on Boom's side of how do we eventually break into the site.
Masa main Valo begini monitornya anjing?
Where macro-wise you gotta keep it in mind. But
terang
okay,
lagi.
Boom Esports are not giving us much time to break things down in hindsight because we're jumping right into round 4.
Deren kok gak main duelis lagi bang? Karena lagi main 1 duelis guys. Kalau 2 duelis biasanya Deren duelis juga. Depend. Dia kayak si Jason, Cok.
Rotate their forces over to support A site.
There are a couple of players from Boom, who are 2 alt points away from their ultimates as well. So this could go well. And Famous
Famos dapat lo guys, crazy gue guys.
Was propped up on top of his wall. Such an upward
GG Famos lo guys ya.
Off of it. Now control being granted, and all they have to do is watch some of these post-plant positions. Bleed are trying to retake Juicy, dropping off.
Yeah, and also that Sage wall is still just kind of keeping that heaven side blocked off. Now Darian's trying to draw out some aggro here by Broken Door, but he's not going to quite get it in time.
Aduh!
Scary now opens up the site. Famous, he's been stunned up. He cannot buy enough time. The aftershock, but he's been spotted. The flash goes through. He's going to anti-flash around the wall. Shiro with the fault line, but he peeks out a little too early. Darian gets the kill. You see the shoulder to the fuser has been killed. Half not done yet, and a headshot for Blaze King. 3 through the wall as Blaze King clutches it up. On the board for Boom Esports.
A hat trick for Blaze King to pick it up, and with that, the 3rd win. Yeah, you're right, Will. I mean, all they had to
Blaze
do
King,
with
bro.
the
Sis
setup
banget anjing.
was to just play off of the spike. Yes, Bleed. They had this sort of a delayed retake, just waiting for that peek out, that push out from Famous, and still the rest of the squad knowing how to work around their utility. First of all, Shiro with the aftershock, the fault line just to keep them at bay, and then Blaze King to
Boom suka banget ya ini apa sih?
ini
guys ya, kayak apa sih manas-manasin match-nya, Cok.
Heated on that stage. There's so much history behind these squads, these players themselves.
Wow, Blaze King anjing lagi panas banget, Cok, dia, Cok. What the fuck, Blaze King dapat 2 loh.
Dodges away from the blades as well. Blaze King, he led the team to victory yesterday. He's looking to do the same today. Berserk gets taken down.
Anjing, kenapa, Cok?
They're trying to hold down the site, but Famous, he has been great on the entries
Cok,
today.
anjing Blaze King dapat 2 loh, Cok.
What she has to do to break open the site, now created enough of a distraction. Blaze King is back to support. Grouped up 2v2. They're going to use the lockdown just to be sure. Are they going to commit to A, though? I mean, they have their choices here.
They have a full minute, that's right. They could rotate back around. I don't know if the door's already broken, but now it's just making so much noise. I don't know about this play, though, because there's so much space being respected by Bleed.
Yeah, but they're just also trying to buy time on the side of Boom Esports as well. The Nano Swarm to deny the peek out against the Spike plant. Famous planted in. Blaze King, he's just trying to gain information. But Famous, he can't win his own duel either on the other side. It's going to be Juicy and Crazy Guy with the Ys at the end to pick up the round here. 2-3 scoreline for Bleed.
It's a bit of a wise play coming out from Bleed. Just tiny jiggles back and forth, and they are carefully
agak throwing ya. Soalnya udah dapat 2 padahal loh, 5 lawan 3 tadi, Cok.
All they had to do was to hold out the spike, but still just a little bit of a tiny movement, and it's perfectly capitalized on by Bleed in some of these plays. And that's why I think the lockdown play was something that was a little bit questionable. You had so much that you could work with, but just committing to the site meant that Bleed knew exactly how to work around it.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Bleed not getting flustered by that, right? Not by the gunfire over by the tiny door either. They just say, well, it's a 2v2 anyway. They stabilize. Boom, they've been continuously defaulting over towards to creep up into B. Blaze King's good for 1, but Juicy trades it out. Now, that does take out the Sage. So, Boom Esports, they don't have to worry about any artificial delays here.
Sabar guys ya. Gua ada urusan bentar nih.
Pistols on the board. Blade Storm popped open by Famous.
Emos mirip banget sama Lemon dah.
Trying to hold on to rubble, but it's not enough space for them to execute onto any of the sites just yet. They're going to have to creep forward.
I mean, look at how far back Darian is playing. First of all, yes, the utility just to gather information and block out the site with the Nanoswarm setup, but also his lockdown. He's intentionally playing so far back because if Boom plays into the A site, It's a retake setup from Bleed. We've seen this before in their game against Bonk, and it's working out again.
Sering bermain HP. Sabar guys, penting guys. Urgent.
Now here's the thing, they also have the Rolling Thunder on their own side as well. Do they use it to set up? No, Famous, he's trying to look for one kill. He gets one. Can he get out though?
Run.
He can barely get out of range. Nobody detained.
Gila,
Now that does mean they didn't get to plant.
Termarin baru ini baik tingkah, bawel kamu Irgi ya.
Esports, they've done the damage. They've planted Famous as well, and they're running
Let's
the
go,
spike
satu
over to
tukar
C.
dua.
Scary's trying to wait to see if there is a rotation, but Bleed, they're already one step too late. And Famous, he starts to creep forward. He starts to clear the site.
Oh, timing.
Yeah, can he find the timings here? Now, Bleed, they will arrive just about in time, but not enough to stop the plant. Famous, is he going to be too late, or will he be there just in time? The rest of Boom Esports, they exit.
Scary's right
Kalau
behind
saya
them.
sih,
Yes,
kalau
the
si Famous
exits,
dapat
they're
satu sih
holding
menang
on
sih
to
guys
it.
ini guys.
I love that they're sending Berserks just to check and watch the flanks as well, because they know Scary's right around the corner somewhere.
Gila,
But as soon as he
Scary
peeks,
cuan.
Scary finds the headshot instead.
Yeah, the Vandal is now dropped, and the Paranoia is good. The Aftershock gets the kill onto Juicy, though, and Famous gets the
udah
kill
selesai
onto
guys, menang guys,
Darren.
nice.
Time not on the side of Scary. He's doing what he can to push through, but he knows there's too many members. Another smoke to try to creep in. He gets sight, but Severine comes in from the side. And a great win here from Boom Esports against all odds. Without great weaponry, the Blade Storm helping open things up over on the site.
And this is just experience from the IGL of Boom Esports as well. Looking at how they actually went with the mid-round adaptation. Yes, a bit of early contact outside of B. And then to push in towards A site, playing off of the lockdown. I think they kind of wanted to bait that out. And just making it out
gila,
in the
nice
nick
banget,
of
anjing,
time.
sumpah,
They
Cok.
went through and
Tapi nice banget guys, Ini boom gak turu-turu banget guys. Jadi bisa ngelawan ini guys, bisa ngelawan banget cok.
Scary.
Absolutely, just really heads up play coming out from Boom Esports. Still has that Rolling Thunder as well. Now Darren, he's trying to peek out
Nice.
with the Sheriff, but he can't find the headshots. Berserks just gets tagged up just a tad bit, can't heal himself, but Famous once again, he is playing that entry as well as he possibly could for Boom Esports. There's been a lot of talk about Famous. He's great in scrims, there's always been so much hype behind him, but has he been consistent enough? Well, today, when it
Scary
matters
dapat
most,
zero, what the
he's
fuck?
trying to make it happen. Scary, nice kill with the classic, trying to cross from back sight, but the
Siapa bang dukung Boom lah? Siapa lagi cok? Boom Esports tuh.
Unless Juicy could do something about it. He's coming up from Waterfall, a bit of an off angle. Famous is still watching up though, and now they expect it. Here comes Juicy making a bit of noise. Scary trying to go for right clicks. It doesn't quite happen.
Gila, nice.
And Berserks,
Let's go.
They will be able
1-0 dulu nggak sih? Cok, pulangin Bleed nggak sih?
And look at this, Famous, he's clearly the confidence is there, right? Just even the updraft onto the box and dropping
Gila, Famous
back
nyala
down.
banget, guys.
He
10-4
knows
guys.
that he is always one step ahead of Bleed right now. He knows that he can be this menacing jet who's just flying around the site on these
Lagi
entries
panas nih, guys.
against
Let's go,
the
Boom.
retakes. Sure, weaponry advantage here for Boom Esports. Let's not forget that. But overall, momentum absolutely in favor
guys, Boom
of our
franchise sih
Indonesian
guys. Boom udah berapa tahun cok di dunia Valorant cok. Kesempatan ini harusnya keluar nggak sih guys?
They want to hold on to it as much as possible, but Bleed are trying to wrangle it away. They're going with Juicy kind of aggressively peeking out through A. However, he gets blinded, so has to fall back.
Kenapa lalu ya?
Yeah, almost got caught on the wall there from the backwards tailwind as well. Now, that was Bleed's attempt to answer the constant default aggression onto Rubble. But while Boom Esports also gives it away, Bleed didn't gain control of it
bantu
just
bikin rame
right.
komunitas Indo juga. Betul. Dua tim Indo guys franchise, let's go nggak sih?
We hinted at it before the cast as well, Quack, but with that Sage, you can't just dump so much more utility just to take control of A main, because then you really have nothing to stall
Kayaknya
the
bisa
plant.
guys. Ada si Killjoy
That's
doang
why they're
cok.
still working their way slowly across. They're anticipating this Rolling Thunder execute coming out from Boom. Bleed just completely fall back.
Ya anjir jelek banget dah. Si Severin ngapain dah?
Will punish him as well. They actually hold on to the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious. Okay, well, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming out for the retake. The spike did get planted. Reverse Rolling Thunder as well, just to buy time. But Boom Esports, they have to flood the site. The Aftershock, he's trying to delay. He gets one, he gets two.
Gila, Zero,
Headshot
Zero.
across with the Phantom. The spray transfer is impeccable. Scary will clear out the site. Blaze King, he's done it before. Trying to isolate. No, he cannot win the second duel. against Crazy Guy and Bleed. Third round on the board.
And it's all about the positioning, right? Look at how this retake goes through. Boom. I mean, I think they were a little bit
lolos LCQ franchise bang, lolos ini guys. VCT Asencion bakal dapat franchise 1-2 tahun.
Waiting for it. As soon as they peeked out, as soon as they went through, the tiny duels at the end of it.
Evren ulti dia nggak ngeliat, coba banyak pada player di belakang.
To pick up those kills, but towards the end, Blaze King with Crazy Guy.
Tuh ultinya jelek banget sih si Severin guys menurut gua guys. Itu ulti yang nggak perlu sih guys menurut gua guys.
Great play from Bleed just to hold a bit of momentum, fighting it back.
Man, and Blaze King, yeah, he does what he can there, but guess what? We're moving right on into the next round.
Oke, jelek sih ultinya, tapi itu karena mungkin dia mau ngejepit orang guys, mau ngejepit.
The slow orb and famous, he dashes above though. Juicy.
Nice banget Severin, cok.
Jumps right above on those steps to look over the barrier orbit. Juicy just has not had a good time trying to get planted into rubble. He hasn't found much success.
And this was a setup, a play that Bleed used in their game against Bonkers. Now this time read fully by Boom. They know that they can dump a lot of players just to clear out Juicy. Without that head, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Bleed to go in with retakes, to go in with duels. So now a bit of control.
Masih mau dihit Anya kah? Anya udah ada 4 cok. Kalau ke C enak banget nih guys, sumpah guys kosong C-nya.
Even at Blaze King holding on to that operator, just holding in B main as well. Now, you hear the aggression coming out from Bleed, but Severin's still stuck up here above the smoke. They don't realize he had that angle to just peek out across. Now Crazy Guy down. You already heard extra footsteps. You already heard Tiny Door being broken. Boom Esports has no reason to stay in A. And guess what? Do they know that Blaze King is here? He suspects at least one person. We gotta go.
Nice!
The shot is good. Right on time. Thank you, observers. Now the door opened up. They caught the rotation. B site free for the taking.
Darian right around the corner too. He could peek out just to
eliminate
the
nice map control, nice banget sih menurut gua guys. Umisport nice banget map control di Lotus cok. Dia nggak taruh barbar, main safe.
No reason to drop any more weapons. No reason to give more ult doors over to Darian. That lockdown could still be a menace in future rounds. And Bleed, it looks like it's going to be a save. They're already too far apart. It's a 2v5
ngeri nggak sih?
onto a tough site already for the
Tergantung
retake.
sih.
Now the question is, Boom Esports, you have a couple members with some extra credits. Do they push out eventually for the hunt?
I think they could, but also just trying to play it safe with the operator. Looking at their post-plant positions.
Attacker dapat 7 round. Aman sih harusnya guys. Mereka, saya defendernya harusnya bisa kuat juga sih karena ada dua inisiator sih. Bisa.
Just keep him back on towards the C site. Yeah. I mean, the way that these rounds are going through, it's a lot of presence on the A area of the map, and that's precisely where Boom wants to draw
attention to. Kita berharap si Bleed Esports turu guys, berharap aja coba ya guys pokoknya. Kalau udah 2 tahun lagi bakal Ascension lagi apa? Iya betul. Bakal Ascension lagi.
But even that not working out, Boom says, okay, we're ready for it. And Boom's had great reads round to round. I think that's the important thing. The rounds where they read that Bleed's pushing out of A, they're ready for it.
Tapi Lotus map attacker nggak sih bang? Tergantung guys setapannya makanya. Kadang tuh map defender juga kalau lu ngeras cok. Kalau lu ngeras lu bakal kontrol satu side gitu loh. Kalau lu misalnya ada ngeras nih, lu ngeras satu side. Kan tinggal sisa 2 side tuh. Biasanya tuh kejepit mereka.
You only see Legia call timeouts whenever there's something that desperate that needs to
Terus selama 2 tahun itu tier 2 cuma VCT lokal aja bang. Ini slot juara yang apa bang masuk final bang? Ini slot final, semifinal ya. Kalau menang masuk final melawan si Scars ya guys ya. Besok itu finalnya cok.
It's almost a bit of a question mark for Bleed at times. Are Boom still committing towards this site? And that's why I think we saw Crazy Guy Neff starting to push out, but that's also where they got punished.
Yeah, the biggest question is,
masuk mana bang? Masuk franchise guys, masuk VCT Pasific bakal ketemu Paperrex ntar. Paperrex nggak ikut, Paperrex kan udah di franchise, ngapain lagi ikut inian?
And then on top of that, the CL are always in danger for the attackers to take, unless you get that first kill with the one-way smoke. So I think what Bleed's trying to do here is maybe stretch themselves a little too thin, right? Commit one way or the other, and now we're seeing that.
Nep lagi turun nih, Nep turun, Crazy Guy biasa aja. Juicy juga biasa aja coy ya, nggak ngeri banget Juicy ya.
Juicy, it looks like they might even want to push out of rubble. Countdown. Now down to 5 seconds, the barriers will go down. Is Boom aware of this after the timeout?
Paperrex udah masuk Liga Franchise, ngapain ikut Ascension lagi betul. Bahkan diraskan akhirnya.
Okay, they're just taking the ult orb away early on, but Paranoia hits and Famous is already taking control of Rubble. Bleed Esports, you're kind of in a tight spot right now. They do plant Scary into the smoke. Famous has no idea. Scary's the wild card here. Crazy Guy's gonna go for the peek. The trade comes in from Neff. Scary's still unspotted. And now Bleed, at the cost of Crazy Guy, have finally found a response to the Rubble default here from Boom Esports.
It takes 4 players to pull that off. Scary, such a looming presence. Boom back off, and Juicy actually pushes up front to call it clear. So now they know they don't have to worry about the A site. If anything, Bleed, they're the ones who have to watch out.
Well, Bleed.
Nih kalau mati sama Juicy, kalah nih.
Here's the thing though, Bleed, because of the ability of taking out the enemy jet, and like you mentioned, Juicy planted in Rubble, they can all rotate over to see, okay, the fake, but Juicy's not shaken because guess what? You've still got 2 or 3 of your teammates. Juicy's good for 1. Can he get a second?
Nice!
No, he cannot. The reset does not snowball in, but this calls for the rotate. Bleed, they have to make a choice. You can see that they're flustered. They say, well, maybe it still was a fake, maybe it wasn't. Enough time.
Gila, nice rotate, Cok. Nice rotate banget. Gila, Blazking, Cok.
To climb back into C site, and guess what? Darian, he's all alone. He cannot try to force this peak here. Has to wait for his teammates. You still got the fault line coming back. Have another flashpoint as well.
One thing is though, they planted so far deep into the site, so it comes down to how they hold these post-plant positions. You can't not really hold it out from Mount.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of scared of their flank too. It looks like they do have Berserks watching the back, but with the operator, Bleed, so much homework to do to try to break into Elbow right now in the site. Blaze King, he peeks out again. He doesn't find his target, but it's going to be Shiro who gets the first kill. Breaks open the site, and now from Waterfall, Scary comes in for support. The defuse is getting stuck. He's trying to kill the diffuser, but half already done. More than enough time for
Nggak dapat si Blazking, Cok. Sayang banget dah.
4 to 6. It's
Tol pakai Vandal menang itu, guys.
if you're Boom Esports.
It's one of those things that I'm really curious and really
Udah menang sebenarnya, udah menang. Itu udah menang apa sih? Menang rotasi gitu, udah menang, guys.
Because from that position, that operator would have been effective. However, just going that much deeper in, you're working with an operator at a slightly disadvantaged angle, right? You are trying to thread the needle, and you only have that little time to react to it. And at the same time, if you whiff your shot, your opponents get to push deeper in. The operator kind of loses its effectiveness. So
Predik menang ID, Bang. Bagus lah kalau menang ID, Cok.
Oh, yeah, just massive double kill to open up the site on the retake. Now Juicy keeping that operator for himself. The Seeker's being used early. Boom Esports says the tempo's worked for us before. Famous once again jumping over the Nano Swarm to make sure tempo stays on their side. He's cleared out the site. They're pushing the Trailblazer out into Waterfall as well. The Seekers to continue. So enough time bought. This time Planet safe on default for Mound. 4 people outside of the site though. I'm a little worried about this because while the spam could be good, if Famous dies a little too early, Bleed have a nice opening for the retake. The paranoia is good. Famous, he just needs to buy time. He's good.
Nice, Famous!
He's fully flashed, but he's just trying to save alive. Around the
nice, Famous! Famous! Aduh, hampir dapat 3 Famous anjing.
And Scary, he might get a kill here and there. And Crazy Guy is trying to push out, but the Rolling Thunder to make sure.
Famous, bos!
Down for Boom Esports.
Gila post play-nya anjir.
Do you commit further? You don't have much time. No, they say we gotta save the operator where we can.
And Aftershock for good measure as well. I mean, they did plant Famous in there just as a bit of a fail-safe, right? Maybe he gets 1 or 2, and maybe not. But if anything, they get the information that there is that push coming through, and then the Rolling Thunder comes out.
Gila, Famous 14-7, Cok. Famous panas, guys.
Boom, they read that. They played that to perfection. They made use of the tools at their disposal. And it comes down to how fast the C site hit actually came through.
Udah bagus banget sumpah itu, guys.
You can see that Bleed were trying to set up for a bit of a retake. However, that's not something that you can always pull off.
Bang Rio, Bang Winda lah. Bang Winda kan mau ke Bandung, guys. Mau ke Bandung dia, Bandung.
Juicy pulling out his own operator, though.
Yeah, just being carried over by Darian from the previous round. And of course, we saw it over from Blaze King, buying up another one for themselves here on the last round for Boom Esports on attack. They're pushing the tempo again. It's worked for them so well. It's really allowed Famous to play a great entry fragger role here for Boom Esports. He's been good for a couple kills. Okay, the Blazer just even put pressure. He pushes in, gets the right click, and that's all he needs because now he's with the pressure in that he could always push back out with the rifles. Once again planted for Mound. And look at the map. Blaze King, he has control of B if he ever wanted to go for a deep flank. I don't think he will. Okay, Famous dies a little early. The Rolling Thunder comes in. And now it's crazy guy, but he cannot capitalize on it. Severine right up in his face. Okay, the defensive lockdown just to force them away, but they should still have an angle from the back of Mound. Should just be able to peek out right over it. Meanwhile, Shiro's close. He's gonna get a kill with the Nano Swarm as well.
And then getting the at the end, but not a problem. I mean, such an unbelievable play. You talk
guys,
about
famous Blasting ngeri banget ya.
And boom, just show us how high of a tempo they can reach. You have Famous going for these huge entry frags, going off of the Blade Storm and just using the
Malaysia Singapura.
Even a single frag, it keeps Bleed at bay for one fraction of a second, and then they continue to go off of the retake.
Sekosong yuk. Kayak gini baru nih, baru boom nih, nyala banget nih, gue suka nih. Kemarin pas lawan siapa yang turun, Cok? Sebelum lawan Bongker siapa guys, boom tuh, kayak agak turun, Cok. Kalau klik kanan jet kok nggak reload lagi bang? Enggak, kan udah di update lama. Yang reload tuh kalau klik kiri.
That first half was quite the flash of a second here as Boom Esports kept up the pressure against Bleed Esports. Now Bleed, we saw during the draft it eventually goes to even if you go to map 3, they haven't played it this tournament. Neither have they played Split
One team ya, lawan one team ya. One team gila di apa sih kayak nggak main sama sekali, Cok.
But guess what? So far on Lotus, it looks like they might not even have a chance to get to Haven because Boom Esports is just not stopping at anything.
Yeah, and if you think about how Pearl goes as well, that's another scary map because that is one of the strongest maps after all. Juicy on the Reyna, Darren on the Jets. You always want to watch out for that, but we'll save that for later. Right now, it's an 8-4 scoreline. Not the worst thing in the world. Bleed can still come back from this, and it all starts with that pistol. Now that they're on the attack, though, I don't know how well this Sage setup can work out because it requires you to push that deep into the deeper parts of the map in order to make use of your wall.
Si Putih yang main Famose sama Bleskong.
If I'm looking at Bleed's side of the game, Quack, I'm hoping to see them focus a bit more on the C side, right? Because Boom
menang
Esports
si Bang Lesi guys. Kita dapat pistol round menang nih guys. Harus dapat pistol round dulu biar nggak comeback, Cok.
But they can't keep it as well around Rubble. So curious to see
what mereka juga pakai ini guys, dia pakai bridge juga.
Second half, of course, during pistols, a lot of teams sometimes favoring to go for different defaults, and that seems to be the case here for Bleed as they have 2 members standing back watching for aggression across the middle and east side of the map.
That's the thing about the Bleed attack. They operate as a unit. Everyone sticks together. If someone peeks out, they will be able to secure an isolated frag. But that's why Boomer plays so safe, so defensive.
Yeah, Juicy just trying to capitalize on the kill, but they haven't quite committed yet. The alarm bot cleared, and the right click is good from Blaze King. He knew exactly where that Cloudburst Tailwind combo was coming through. And the aggression, it's been stopped entirely. Dead in its tracks. Bleed, no way to push their way through. Okay, Blaze King, oh, that's dangerous from both sides, but they will both stay alive, and he's even drawn out more utility from Bleed. It's just going to be allowed to come in as the barrier orb is trying to buy time here for Bleed East. But
nice!
Comes out right in a row.
Let's go, bro!
Timing for Shiro to come out and clean up the site. 9-4 lead.
Nggak ada lower bang, nggak ada. Buat kata keren, Col, menang 2 kali guys pistolnya guys.
Yes, they got a little bit of a damage dealt towards Famous, but all that was information to prepare Blaze King to counter Juicy's Tailwind. And as soon as Bleed tries to rotate back around, you have Berserk who was just waiting on the B side for that perfect trap. Now,
Blindnya Zero sih GG bang, iya Cok. Mereka tuh punya 2 blind guys, punya bridge, punya sini juga guys, enak Cok makanya. Kok pakai stinger semua Cok, ini kalau mereka mati miskin mereka nih guys.
And they're not
2 round nggak bisa beli Cok mereka Cok.
You need if you're gonna force buy like this. Now a bit of a mishap there with the fault lines. Juicy gets stunned just a tad bit, but he will help clear the site for the time being. The barrier orb just soaking up a lot of those sprays coming out from the Spectre. Juicy, can he get the kill? He gets the spray down through the smoke. And now position to exit back, takes out the Trailblazer, slow orb buying time. Bleed, they might want to push out a waterfall here just to try to expand. 1-for-1 trade, but it's not going to be enough information.
Nice!
As
miskin lu.
In both sides of the retake, all down to Darian. 1 stinger. Now he can't even get the kill onto Blaze King. It was so low. 4 HP left.
Miskin banget Cok, dia beli Cok soalnya Cok.
To a Ghost, just holding some of these angles with the way that Bleed tried to.
Udah kalah guys, udah menang guys, menang map ini guys. Mereka beli post buy di kalah banget mereka guys.
after it dissipates, Boom can just simply overwhelm them with numbers. Of course, Bleed kind of anticipated it, but then again, you have to think about firepower. Those Spectres, those Stingers, they weren't quite able to hold out against
Gagal
this
force buy-nya mereka, guys, ya.
from Boom.
Mereka beli serif doang,
Well,
Cok.
surely we slow things down in this next round. Because I would also like to catch my breath. But no timeout though, but just going to slow things down. I mean, we're just looking at Sheriffs and Marshals here on the side of Bleed, not even half armor across the board.
Pulangin Blade ke Singapura boleh, nggak apa-apa, guys.
Boom
Esports! Boom Esports! 11-4 sih harusnya guys, guys.
For Boom Esports, you have to remember that there's always such a massive difference between 10, 11, and then potentially 12 to get to map point. Aggression not being shown from either side. Just some far back trailblazers and guiding lights on the side of Boom Esports. But Berserks, yeah, he has to continue for this jump piece because he used that utility so early.
Still though, now he hears those sounds and his team is rotating over. A very careful default hold from Boom because it's up to Bleed to actually press this issue, right? They're the ones with a slightly weaker buy and they're trying to rush through.
Yeah, the paranoia is perfect into the vault line as well. That opens up for Scary. He gets two. And now the weapon pick up the Spectre. And Severine still hiding out though. He's in drop with the Bulldog. He gets one. Isolating 1v1s. And the jump right click. Wow. Coming out from Crazy Guy. 1v1. Blaze King at full health though. Yeah, Crazy Guy had no idea where to look. Blaze King saving what could have been a disastrous round.
Masuk franchise cuma juara doang apa top 2 bang? Juara 2. Juara 1. Let's go guys. Blaze King lagi OP banget guys. Blaze King famous nih bro.
With the positioning from Blaze King coming up from behind, I don't think they really anticipated that. So it just went through to how I guess Boom kind of funneled Bleed towards this site. Yes, Scary got an incredible shot. But once again, numbers overwhelming. Boom Esports kind of reading them and just preparing for their site push.
Map kedua panas juga ya, jangan map satu doang.
Yeah, Boom Esports, if they can get to map point on the head-to-head buy round here. All right, just old door being picked up here by Bleed. They're trying to look long-term, playing the macro game. However, they gave up space on Mound. They know this. They want to fight back. And they will succeed. Juicy takes down Famous. Territory regained here for Bleed.
Yeah, Boom kind of just has to control themselves, right? Because again, this is how Bleed operates on their attacking side. All 5 together, they were waiting for a bit of a potential push, and it worked out great. Now the rotations have been bought over onto the C site, and guess what? Bleed now has a free site. It's that perfect wall orb just to block off stairs. All they have to worry about now is perhaps Heaven, maybe drop. Maybe the rotating door if you want to look behind.
Yeah, I mean that of course we still have
kita eksekusinya guys ya. Flash keluar.
As we see Darian
apa?
stepping back towards Tree. Now the fault line coming in just to try to open it up, and Severine's actually going to be able to sneak right in. He's in the middle of the site, and the aftershock should lock them up with the stun. Crazy Guy gets in,
itu flashnya jelek banget tangannya.
Continuing to heal himself back up, and it's just going to be Blaze King. He's done some crazy moments before. Oh man, Crazy Guy was very low, so Blaze King gets the kill, but Scary was in
Zero kena timing anjir si Zero, Cok.
Retake scenario. Yes, they fought fire with fire, just dropping off from Heaven, trying to find whatever they could. Blaze King slowly making his way through Tiny Door. Scary had already pushed so far deep in the rubble that they could always count on that last contingency plan. And you look at how some of these duels go out, right? It's just this positioning, the post-plant positioning coming out from Bleed. They always do this, hiding on the site, a bit of a one-and-done position. And you have someone to bank him out, holding out from Tree as well.
Well, Rolling Thunder available here for Neff on Bleed, but of course Shiro 1 point away as well. But a bit of a half buy, and Boom Esports trying to capitalize an amazing flash, but there's just way too many targets. Severine can't pick and choose, he only gets one. Shiro, only one for himself as well. And Boom Esports down to 2 members with Sheriffs only in hand. Famous can't get the first shot. Juicy answers right back, and Blaze King, I mean this time surely with the Sheriff it looks very difficult.
Hampir dapat tuh Famos, anjing.
If it really comes to that. I'm sure he doesn't want to use it, but hey, you're 6 rounds behind. You gotta do what you need to do if push comes to shove.
I am keeping my eye on those ultimates though, because the next few rounds will be very, very important.
Apa tuh dia?
That said, still on to Blaze King, and looking at how Bleed are holding this, it's a triple stack. As soon as he peeks out, they might rush into him. If he goes in to check them in, he's basically dead. So he doesn't want to give away any more ultimate points. He's probably looking to die to the spike. And that's going to be the
Let's go.
round.
Itu kalau Famos dapat satu tadi tuh guys, masih kesempatan menang itu ada tuh guys.
Shrieks of joy in the audience as Bleed.
Yo, 11-6 yuk, bikin yuk, 12-6 yuk.
And that's what I want to keep my eye on. As soon as the screen comes back, you can see 4 ultimates on Bleed's side versus the 3 coming out from Boom. I mean, this was a save round from Boom, and they were just looking to get whatever they could. And what they got was a couple of ultimates, Shiro's Rolling Thunder, which is very useful for retakes. And that's the game plan that I want to see coming out from these guys. So far, they've been trying to go for active map control outside of C and A.
Let's go.
And then they get punished because Bleed are just waiting for it. Now that Bleed has this many ultimates, though, they can go in for some setups, some executes of their own. And then it's just going to be a whole back and forth game.
Jangan sampai pasif susah enron bang ya guys.
The heavy commitment over in the A side that allows him to get the ult for the Seekers as well. And Bleed actually just going to happily use their own Rolling Thunder. Boom Esports is fine with this one as long as Bleed can stay alive and he gets the headshot. Oh, Bleed, they're starting to reconsider why they use that Rolling Thunder early. They do not have control of the back of sight. The Seekers are coming in from behind as well. The choke, and then the choke from both sides. The Rolling Thunder used from the defense. Spike does get planted. But Bleed Esports, they have to push out one way or the other. They're kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere trying to defend the Spike. Ooh, crazy guy holding on to Mound. There's another one. Meanwhile, in the side, Blaze tries to open it up. Neff with the spray for 2, but Berserk and Severine, they even things out. Berserk has to come back to join. No, it's too late. Down to a 1v2. The pop flash. No, he's just going to send it deep, but he does not check his left side. A 4K for Neff. And now it's 7
bisa comeback ini, cow. Bahaya ini, guys.
Real close, Quack.
Very, very close. I mean, it forced out ultimates from both sides. However, with Darren just playing it a little bit safer, he managed to hold on to it for that retake scenario. It kept Boom at bay, and of course with Neff actually playing and pivoting around the site, the way that he positions himself.
Ayolah Boom, map 1 nih Boom, menang Boom.
Okay, yeah, we do.
Never miss a chance to be star. Halo, aku Rio.
I was wondering when it was going to happen because both teams, I mean, you gotta
imagine. Dukung Bleed banget bang, karena ada scary guys pemain Thailand ya iyalah.
How much pressure is on
di Thailand
in the server, right? Especially when tempo's this fast. Even for us who get to watch the minimap, it's hard to keep track of everything that happened. But if you're the IGL or if maybe you don't really have a dedicated IGL, but you're calming all the time, you need to have players who are keeping track of all of this despite the chaos.
And that's what the coach does. They can see, that's what the coaches do. They can see everything from that third person's perspective. So sometimes shedding a little bit of light on how you're playing, how your opponents are playing.
Iko dulu bang, biar menang bang.
To work off of it. However, just a bit of a camera shot onto Scary and the entire
si botak yang suka menembak ingin menembakmu dengan senyuman manisku. Halo, aku si botak Rio. Nggak gitu ya. Jangan gitu guys ya.
I mean, he's already made a name for himself globally, right? That just speaks volumes to what he's accomplished. And now he is that last hope for Thailand to continue to gain some extra representation, trying to claim his spot once again, taking his place. That's the goal here for Bleed Esports and Scary. They want to get into VCT Pacific. Of course, they would still have to go through Scars, either one of these teams, in fact. And just a quick hit on to C-Mount. Once again,
Boom lolos next watch party, beli baju Boom bang.
For the aggression on the other side of the map.
Okay, siap.
Now we will regroup for that 5-man movement.
Pesky 5-man movement is so tough to work your way around that unless you somehow
kamu lo osinya atau aku bang ya siap.
Doanya
sendiri cow si Berserk cow nih, Berserk gepeng anjing, dia nggak punya utility buat nahan lama guys.
Yeah, and you know they're just going for mostly kind of long-range fights with the Sheriffs and Guardians. So get picks where you can seems to be the name of the game.
Welcome to Kazoku.
He's gonna try to walk through this on a tempo. He can't get the first kill though, and Juicy's already taken off Berserks. Famous, he's stuck in the site. He hides in. Okay, he hides in the enemy's cloudburst for just a bit. Bleed. They're going back and forth. They're flip-flopping just a bit, but now with the Berry Orb, they should be able to peek through. Crazy guy with a nice peek out, gets him through the wall. Shiro trying to stay alive, but he's only good for one. The Guardian, you can't spray that one. All single fire for you. Blaze King didn't
Nggak liat
spot
Blaze
it
King,
down
Cok.
below. He was way too focused on his own crosshair. Severine, I mean, the Stinger, you can get one, but you kind of have to isolate these 1v1s somehow.
Okay.
Just mind games? Well, Crazy Guy says, just in case. Insurance policy with the Phantom.
Blaze King left hand
gets
nggak
that
kelihatan
shot.
nih ya, Blaze King left hand, Cok.
I mean, his teammates around the sides as well. Scary. Just watching the other dark cover. Of course, Crazy Guy
Nunggu ulti, bro.
got that final bit, but such an incredible fast play. It's almost a little bit weird how Famous wanted to peek out with that. Such an aggressive play, trying to tailwind back. He wasn't able to find anything. And it begs the question, like, what was that timeout called for? Was this the exact setup, or is it for the next round?
It has to
Yo,
be for
Famos,
this
OP,
one, right?
Famos,
The way they were
Famos.
set up earlier, just long range peaks, trying to get one pick or two. Now you've got the operator on Famous. He's been planted in Mound, and they just all leave. It's just the operator holding down C site. He repositions for a potential exit plan into site. Meanwhile, Nano Swarms to buy time over on B. Shiro on standby with the fault line potential aftershock as well. Guiding lights being used on the other side on A. So Boom Esports, they're starving for information, but this also means all guiding lights now on cooldown. They only really have that Triller, so they're even going to use it just before the 1 minute mark to try to gain some information.
Does buy a bit of time, though.
Oh,
Rotating door.
But that spots the operator. So now they know, okay, let's not rush into C for sure. Let's go into A. Meanwhile, Juicy was hidden during that rotating door. Here's to see how that works out. Severine with the Judge. In the dark cover, they suspect it. They jump in, but the Judge does not stop for anything. Spike down, Severine, getting a bonus for his troubles.
Oh.
The Nano Swarm just to shove him out. They know he was tagged. He runs away. He stays alive. Now B side, the Nano Swarms were used up to try to block off Juicy. They got contact earlier, but the operator's here. Oh, no,
Aduh,
Does
Famos!
not realize Juicy's already in.
30 seconds.
30 seconds on the clock. Blaze King trying to stop it as best as he can. Cannot reset for the kill onto Crazy Guy. Shiro, he brings out his rifle just in time, but the res. Juicy gets out with a sliver of his life. Bleed, they want to run even further. They want to get to safety, and that allows the timing for Scary to find unsuspecting members rushing for the rotate. 1v3, Shiro, can he bring Boom Esports to match point? Now, everyone on Bleed Esports also not full health. Does have a Phantom, the best weapon for the job in this moment, but look at the plan, look at these angles. Oh, there's just too many to care for, and Scary whips out from elbow.
Just
Famos nggak dapat
keeping
lagi,
on
Cok.
contact from each other. Such
Hey
a
dong,
classic
Famos,
textbook play, and
Famos.
it works a treat. 9-11. Will, this is now 5 or maybe even 6 rounds, 1 in a row from Bleed Esports. The way that they're working around this, some of the aggression coming through, some of the trust in their teammates, despite how low the timer gets. This is a team that does it all. Boom, on the other hand, you think about that timeout being called by Coach Meow a couple rounds ago, and it was meant for this moment. They spread themselves thin, and again, you talked about that Sky Utility being thrown out. They do the same thing again.
Yeah, here's the thing. They know that they can't hold on to Rubble in a guaranteed way, right? At the end of the day, it's peak for peak. Hold that thought, though. Rolling Thunder comes in. Neither team wants to slow down on this map. Bleed, they flood the site. They know it should be cleared with the Rolling Thunder, but they do not overextend. Drop not quite cleared. The slow orb just buying time on Heaven. They have the better weaponry. Now, they're not quite sure of the half-buy coming out from Boom Esports, but they have a suspecting idea. Juicy, he's going to wait for another peek coming out. Oh, he saw the legs, but he cannot find the crosshair, and Juicy's going to have to run away after getting tagged up quite a few bits.
That's by half a bit of space. Now they'll be able to push up front, but Bleed's still right around the corner.
And Juicy walks back into the smoke just in time to take out Severine. Neff on the other side, but the defuse, oh no! They hear it and they suspect it right away.
Ah, nafsu banget mau defuse, anjir.
Now catching up to
Aduh, Cok, 10-11 nih, Cok.
Difference, and Boom Esports is not yet at map point.
What is this crazy comeback from this team? Just plays on top of plays. Boom, we're trying to funnel them through. Boom, we're trying to get a little bit proactive with some of these pushes, but then here comes Bleed just rushing onto the A site. They block things
Ayolah,
off.
Boom.
They hold out the post-plant positions. And despite Severine trying to go off of drop, it's just Juicy.
Ayolah,
and the
bisa
way that
lah.
he
Masa
works
kalah
around the
lagi?
map.
Ayolah,
Yeah, Boom needs an
Boom.
answer for this A side, right? They've been using so much utility to basically not be able to keep control. Blaze King, that was a bit of a wide jump, but he gets out with full health. Only that half armor was bought here for this round. Now Bleed, they creep up. They want to clear out this Killjoy utility. Oh,
Nice.
the Blaze King says, well, you'll pay for your troubles. The Champions Vandal lighting up as Blaze King tries to make sure that Boom Esports crosses that finish line. Turret on contact, Berserks. He peeked out. He finds information that Juicy has made it in. Blaze King's just holding through on the paranoia. He gets one. Just allows Juicy to live with his life. But Neff, meanwhile,
4 lawan 3 loh. 4 lawan 3 masa kalah.
And now Shiro holding and pivoting around the B side. If they peek off of him, he needs to be able to keep them off.
Well, the Rolling Thunder set up for Severine here, but scary.
Oh, the hops.
Yeah, he just silently hops across, and the paranoia. The Rolling Thunder should lock him up in place. Shiro gets that kill. Severine peeks
Let's go!
Boom Esports returning the favor on these trades on contact. They had no idea Darion was there, but now they do. Spike stranded in the site. He's fault lined. And Boom Esports, quite frankly, no reason to peek out. Over, under, and right side, a triangulated setup here. There's going to be way too many targets for Darion to pick up. Oh, Blaze King's like, just in case he's rotated over. Oh, whoa. Darion. He's just going to run away, try to fake that out, see if they chase through. He's trying to capitalize on that impatience, but Boom. I mean, this time it's Blaze King still alive. Oh no, Darion gets a kill, but no time. And this was the setup. Shiro had already been running away to make sure that the round was secured. A little bit messy, but guess what?
A win is a win. It's not just any win. It brings them to match point, but still.
Miskin, guys. Match point tapi miskin ini, guys.
Smart that was coming out from Darion. Breaking the door, try to sell a fake, and then also jiggling back and forth. So safe, so careful. This is what you have in the making of a great player. At the same time, though, with the way that Boom are working their way around the map, it's kind of smart with how they were trying to
guys,
hold.
bisa guys. Ayo guys. Ada si Wilson di situ loh, dukung loh Wilson loh.
Just to set up on C.
Well, Boom Esports, you've got the Seekers this time around. Can that come to? Oh, Blaze King, 5 HP. He's gonna get healed up by the regen coming out from Berserk's Sky, and that'll top him off for now, but of course no armor left, only 100 hit points.
And also, I mean, just given how Boom's economy looks right now, they lose this one, we could very well be going into overtime. Famous, it all comes down to him. He gets the shot, he tailwinds away.
And he's trying to fake out that he hasn't left yet. He actually gets a second through the smoke. While he does go down, enough damage done. Severine, if you can just hold time, it should be map for Boom Esports. But Bleed, they're opening up their options. They're creeping towards Tiny Door. They still have a minute. They understand this. They're not going to rush it. This is why Bleed is considered the favorites for a lot of people. They will not get impatient when it matters most. They cut noise once again. Slow creep in. Boom Esports. Everyone's spread out apart, just waiting for contact, waiting to peek out when it's needed. The guiding light gets the tag, and there's the paranoia. Dodge, and Darion will get the reverse peek. Only 30 seconds left. Berserks is just trying to delay the plant because they have B control. Oh, but this lockdown being used on stairs. Bleed, they know how desperate they need this round, and Boom says, okay, let's just give that up. No reason to rush in. Bleed wants us to come into the site.
It's not impossible for a retake, though. They still have some pieces of utility to work off of. Shiro with the flashpoints. Now he's going in for it. Look at how far back Bleed are, though, and scary again towards Rubble.
Yeah, he's going all the way back around in case they try to come at a different angle. But here we go, another flashpoint still left. Juicy gets one kill, Darion gets another, and Darion with 3 for the round. Boom Esports will not finish map 1 just yet. Bleed says we still have more Lotus to play tonight.
Such an extensive setup on the A side. You want to
gue
have
nggak tahu lagi sama
every
pusing gue
single
anjing.
round that they go to this spot. You have players watching out from tree, you have another one from the other side of stairs, and then scary layers on top of layers. Despite such a good hold coming out from Famous, that one lockdown earned from the previous round that Darion had changed it all. The tides have turned.
And again, this is that mental conditioning, right? That lockdown's used, and Boom says, well, they might be baiting us in. Let's not do this. Let's just, reset, make sure we can group up. And quite frankly, textbook-wise, that was the right play. That was the right play, but they couldn't win the initial duels. Now, Bleed, they want to slow things down. And you mentioned this earlier. They don't call timeouts for nothing. This is how much it means to them to try to get that set point lead as they try to push this into overtime. They don't want to waste this opportunity.
However, at the same time, this timeout is one that Boom can use. Meow is
pusing,
communicating at the same time. The only thing is, they don't have the best buys in this final round, Will. It's overtime or bust. And Bleed could very well take us through.
Well, let's take a look. What does the shopping result look like here for Boom Esports? Oh, just continuing on with a back-to-back timeout here. Of course, that can't happen, so we'll have to wait and see what the eventual result is. But, you know, these are the situations where you're like, well, hold up, like, what did we just talk about? Do we reverse that? Because, like, they were thinking the same thing. And you can see the players just kind of chuckling as well. I mean, we saw how heated Blaze King was getting. He wants nothing more than to serve the same dish once again to Bleed, to deny that opportunity. It would mean so much for him to continue on carrying his team forward into the grand finals here at VCT Asencion Pacific.
Just think about it, right? Next year, if either one of these teams make it through, yes, we still have Spurs on the other side, but what if you got Scary playing up against Talent Esports? What if you got
Mencari target dulu aja guys, kalau lu punya target pasti pengen deh.
There's so many storylines that we could write, and it all starts with this series, this round.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of personal history. And Scar's kind of the odd one out, right? They're kind of the new kid on the block in terms of entering this Tier 1 scene, or even having a chance to do so. But of course, they're the ones who made it to the Grand Finals first, so we're still a couple steps away looking at the buys. Well, at least my favorite weapon is there, the Bucky, here for Blaze King. Wouldn't want it on any other player today. But yeah, you're right, Quack. It doesn't look good. The Guardian for Shiro. His aim's been good, but again, when Bleed come in as 5,
ya, Anya sendiri lagi, Cok.
Neff has a rolling thunder. Coach Meow, what did you say? What does Boom have in their bags? Can they pull it out right now? Because Bleed are coming at them with full force.
Oh, well, Blaze King, he did get hit, but he's holding close. Meanwhile, you have Berserks pushing forward, trying to get contact with the Stinger initially. Blaze King is trying to stay alive. He's taking damage, but the Bucky just needs one hit close quarters. And
nice.
Duelo. We're seeing a lot of opposition. We know they can't do full buys. Let's not rush into this. Bleed, they're thinking 2 steps ahead.
Oh, hold that. Famous is going in for it.
He doesn't get the kill, but he's done a lot of damage. He can't quite get it afterwards either, but a lot of damage done. Over onto Neff, Crazy Guy, and Scary. They're now trapped in B. Meanwhile, Juicy, he gets the kill on the Berserks. Here's the rotating door. He's waiting for Severine, and he gets the kill off screen as well. Now it's just down to 3 members of Guardian, a Bucky, and Spectre. What can they do? On B side, Bucky with 1 kill, but Famous can take it down, and now it's all down to Blaze King. We are going to overtime between Boom Esports and Bleed Esports.
Second series of the day. Such a big match. And you just have the coaches kind of fighting at each other as well. Bleed pushing us into overtime. Off of the timeouts. They knew they had the rolling thunder. They executed onto A just to rotate quickly on towards B. They pulled those rotations away from Boom.
Yeah, Bleed just had the upper hand across the front here, right? And it all started with that econ management. Of course, they kind of had a good read on what the setup would be. Now we go into overtime. No operators to be seen this time around.
Ayolah, masa mau sih guys di comeback, guys? Ayolah, Bu, masa mau di comeback sama Bleed lu? Ayolah, ini kita kasih keharapan palsu aja ya. Ayo, bisa.
He thought the game was over, but no, it's far from it. And once again, we start at full speed. Juicy, he hasn't been able to hold it, and once again, he cannot. The push from Boom is just too strong.
Nice.
Gets the spray transfer, clears out the site. He even goes all the way into heaven. He knows what the mission is. He is feeling it. Famous with 3 in the round. Down. And Blaze King, he's returned. The alarm bot spots him, and he will clean it up. A flawless as we kick off overtime.
Just stand up, put your hand to your ear. What are you listening for? And it's those footsteps. I mean, as soon as Bleed tries to go in for their patented A-site push on the defense, it doesn't quite work out because you got Famous feeling awoken, fearless, pushing out deeper in.
Now, can he do the same on defense? We saw him do it time and time again on the attacking half, but listen, that wasn't where Boom had problems. It was the second half. Meanwhile, this is also where Bleed felt rejuvenated, and Bleed says, all right, it's Odin time. Odin's on both sides, in fact. Now, this should give a bit of an opening for Severine, and this is why we see Boom. They're actually playing a little bit further off contact from Rubble. They say we don't need to rush it because we have Severine waiting in A link. The turret's still watching the entrance from B main as well. Oh, if you hear that tap. Oh, and he just goes for it, gets so much damage in. Avoids the Odin again. And he finds the tracers.
Small, guys, let's go.
They're the ones bleeding right now in this overtime. Crazy guy down to 10 HP. Neff also quite scratched up. Juicy, no armor left.
You're just feeling that pressure. You fought so hard for this moment, but then you got tagged up. A tiny mistake and you could just lose it. Darian trying to keep it together, pushing through, trying to eliminate some of these Killjoy utility presence. And they have to fall back. They're cutting noise again.
Yeah, but this means Boom, they now know the game plan. They know that they could rotate, so they've already sent Famous. He's already cleared out Mount. He's already pushed all the way in. They still have Severine watching B as well. They know it has to be A site. The Nano Swarm now planted next to the rotating door. It's all about drawing out time. Severine, he creeps 45 and he's straight out for 2. You've still got 68 rounds left, and he goes for another, not hit by the paranoia.
Let's go!
Too many bullets as Boom Esports clears the site, and they will be able to take the first map win.
What is a reload? Just hold on to that Gatling gun, and it keeps bleed at bay, keeps them bleeding. No recovery today. They almost made it through. They almost made it such a big
Itu dong, dari tadi napa guys ya?
But when it came down to that final round, oh, Achilleos is gonna have a field day with this one because you have 2 Odins sounding off, but then Boom are the ones getting the first wall bang.
But we saw it right there. You have to have
General Son.
Severine had the angle ready, and he was ready for the counter spray through the wall as well. He followed the tracers, did so much damage, and then they sent Famous out to push out. This just showed us that after, when they were going into overtime, Boom had finally recollected what had happened in the second half. Where were we feeling? We had no idea if they would rotate or not. So let's stop them in A, then check on a timing on C, and Boom Esports will close things out on Lotus.
That's precisely right, Will. The way that's precisely what that Odin was bought up for. That's precisely why we saw Famous.
Kita lihat guys di map kedua guys ya. Map kedua, moga-moga nggak turun. Gue lapar lah.
Contact rotating back just to watch in case anyone did push up in towards B. Such a match. What a series. And this is just the first match.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
I feel like it's been an eternity.
Well, only map 1 in a best of 3, but I mean, this is what it takes. If you want to ascend, if you want to take your place, you got to be able to persevere through matches like these.
Emang parang ngeri guys, Blade guys,
this kind of scenario, but that's what makes it an even better match.
That's the thing, right? Both teams kind of battling their demons. You have to face against your past demons. You have to overcome them in order to ascend, and that's exactly what we're watching right now. But this is only map 1 we talked about.
Semifinal ya bang, nggak juga sih. Soalnya kuat juga guys yang tim Jepang itu guys.
Toss it over to Komodo, who's been waiting up there to break down a couple rounds for us. Komodo, please take it away.
Bisa main Valo nggak bang? Nggak tahu cop, nanti langsung kicap semua bang. Iya nih.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, been waiting a little bit longer for that one, but a good game, of course. And now with this one, I want to show you guys at home the immense teamwork and communication to come out from Boom to utilize Famous positionary on the Jet, but most importantly, Berserks with the Sky. So starting this one off here, what we're going to be able to see is on the round number 6, the light buy to come through from Boom with the blades that Famous is going to pop later for Berserks. Most importantly, as I zoom in towards the radar, what we're going to be seeing is where the guiding lights actually go with the smoke. So we're going to see a cloud burst go out here from Famous, and immediately that guiding light is just going to pop through the smoke to allow Famous to quickly get out towards rubble and take space towards the rotating door. Meanwhile, as I play out this clip, we're going to see the first duel happen over in towards the pillars, and we are actually going to see a trade come out removing Crazy Guy. So for Boom, they do not have to worry about his walls any longer in this round. Now, just quickly back onto the radar, as I mentioned, look who it is, Famous, already by himself, getting a very forward position. Moving on to a little bit later into the round, and we are going to see all of the Boom guys group up over towards the A side of the map. A fault line is going to rip on through to provide entry in towards Tree. But what I want to highlight here is going to be up towards the tower. A start cover to go down. But just before that, we're going to see a guiding light comms go on through and pop just before the smoke blooms. Again, really Great timing to come through on that one. What that's actually going to do is force out the lockdown from Darion. On the back of that as well, Famous to just completely get in towards the site, take full control, and he's going to count 3 players on the side of Bleed over at this A site. And that is going to be one of the pivotal moments in this round for Boom, because they're going to call the audible. They're going to realize that 1, 2, 3 players just spotted out. You see Neff is going to die, Darion's here because of the lockdown, and then Juicy was spotted on that
ngeri banget Juicy,
Cok.
Juicy-nya Rena ya guys ya.
Kill for Famous, and now things shift for Boom. They respect the lockdown.
Udah kalah gue black flip 10 kali bang, pusing. Jangan dong, ntar kamu pusing palanya guys.
To shift onto a lurk for himself. So now over to the later stage of the round, where we get an open C site. Here's Famous playing lurk. Here is a guiding light once again from Berserks to go into the site. This one's actually
nabrak-tabrak dia di
a dark cover into the site. It's completely
clear. Terus Alex cosplay Cypher bang, emang iya guys?
That we do see when you're running an agent that can get some information as opposed to Scary Guy and the roster that Bleed are running with their agents here who can't really get information unless they're putting bodies to the fights. Again, the flank from Famous is something that we're going to be seeing here come in and going to be very crucial. But as I zoom back in towards the radar, look who's flanking on the other side. This doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because with the spike going down on towards default, we're going to have a Paranoia and an Aftershock extremely at the ready for Boom to protect the spike from going.
Crowdnya cringe parah bang, emang iya guys, cringe juga crowdnya, enggak lah, Thailand nggak terlalu lah.
Really concise communication to come through from Boom in this round, and without the utilization of Berserk's flashes essentially in this round, times to perfection I might add, they wouldn't have been able to get
bang, lihat streamnya Jing bang
on the eco variety. Everyone.
Widih.
Okay, nice. So true, this is a pin weapon. Wait. Only up the picks, rank, the experience, everything is going well, and then you lose once, then you drop all the way. Yes, that's actually true. And I can't stop playing because I'm like kinda.
Udah 3 jam dia masih di sini guys.
You know? Because if I leave, I have to restart from the start, and I don't want to do that. Okay, let's see what this number is now. Wait, what is going down?
Kok turun? Lah.
What? Guess why it doesn't go up? No way, the game is bugged.
Oh, bisa.
Okay.
Ini baik banyak kayak jatuh nih orang nih ya. 172 menit anjir.
I did it. I rolled. Oh my god, I thought I fell. What's his number? 172 guys. The first time I came here it was 93.
Guys, at least walaupun gua nggak jago di Valorant, gua bisa lebih jago dari JJ guys ya.
And I just finished the tutorial.
Ya kan guys.
Okay. Another one let's roll. Okay. Easy.
Oh, si Wilson juga lagi RL dia.
Jump on the big circle in Rainbow Road. What Rainbow Road?
Lucu banget sih aja main game gini anjing. Pro player only up anjay.
Where did JJ drop from? I dropped from the earth thingy. Okay, yeah, I think I'll do slow motion. Why here again? I don't know. I wonder why. Hey, I'm back.
Gila, cek di live di GL live soalnya emang iya guys.
Thanks.
Mana kucala jadi Cypher emang iya cok. Ini sleeping, ngapain sleeping sih cok? Lips jadi turnamen bang, bisa sih. Mana nggak ada, Cok?
Di convince.
Turin.
Okay. I'm near the shortcut
Mana
again.
guys anjing?
One more time, okay guys. If I fail, I think I'm actually done. Guys, I can't believe I thought I could finish this game in 3 hours.
Mana, Cok?
It's 3 hours and I just finished the tutorial.
Terus.
That's the wrong mindset, but I cannot take it anymore, guys. This game is too much. Too much stress for today. Okay, at least today in Valorant I had green carpet. Imagine if I had red carpet and then I play this game. Oh my god.
Mana, Cok? Lewat. Auto terakhir guys lah.
Okay.
Nonton Jing, Cok, lebih lucu, Cok.
This is the run, I believe.
Oh.
Muzi, what Muzi? Is this fun? Yeah, it's really fun, Muzi. You wanna try? I think you should play this game. It's actually very fun. That's why I've been playing for 3 hours. Really fun game.
Djaja suka game ini, guys. Lol, Wilson. Why Djaja play this? Paperrex, admin, I better than Djaja in the one game. Okay, nice. I already finished it 35 minutes, okay?
This game
35 minutes only.
For so long. I think I'm gonna play for like a few more hours because it's so fun.
No.
Shit, this game is shit, Muzi. Don't buy, don't buy this game. Holy shit. Don't buy this game, Muzi. Please, don't buy this shit game, man.
Baru ngomong gimana seru.
No way. Nice.
Cok, ada aja, Cok, Djaja, Cok. Tapi game ini butuh waktu jam terbang aja, guys. Kalau udah hafal jalannya mah udah gampang, guys ya. Udah mulai belum sih? Belum kan? Oke. Udah mulai. Kenapa? Emang ada pala-pala begini, guys? Enggak ada dah. Emang ada, guys.
Guys, I'm just gonna lie down and play, okay? I'm lying down. This is relax mode. Relax mode.
Reaksi lu sama, Bang, kalau ngeliat lu jatuh, Bang. Emang gitu, guys. Reaksinya sama, Cok. Ketawanya gitu, guys. Banyak update, kocak. Gue main lagi nggak sih? Ah, malas tapi, Cok. Gue capek, Cok. Main ini lagi, Cok. Ntar gue tambah jago nanti, guys. Nggak ada yang nyaingin gue, Cok. Speedrunner aja tuh gue tinggalin karena emang gue kasih mereka, guys. Sampai nggak tidur mau ngalahin gue speedrunner itu, guys. Yang dari Prancis, dari...
I just came back from the toilet. I just fell. I fell again. Holy shit. Wait.
Nambah banyak jatuhnya.
Thanks for 6 bits, Ira. Thank you. Oh my god, guys. I wanna give up. It's this road again. There's no way, guys. I think I'm done. For real. Okay, real last try. If I fall one more time, doesn't matter where. I'm done.
I'm done.
I cannot take this. Shit game. One last time. Yes. Last.
Shit game.
I wanna go fast, guys. If I fall, I give up. But I'm gonna go fast. Speed run.
Gila, suara keyboardnya basic banget ya.
Let's go speed run.
Jatuh loh.
Usain Bolt, man. I will run all the way to the end. W gaming, yeah. This is W gaming. Tired of losing. Go run fast. Let's go. No way, I fall through that hole. Okay.
Keyboardnya ini ya. Keyboard becek anjing, goblok. Mulai. Rusak tuh keyboard, JJ. Anjing. Berani juga dia begitu. Gue kira jatuh. Rip spacebar. Rip space. Udah main emang. Oke, sabar belum, Cok. Sabar. Ini lagi jatuh nih. Bentar nih. Nggak nyampe 5 menit lagi jatuh, JJ. Percaya nggak? Sampai diam dia, Cok. Serius banget ya. Dia nggak mau jatuh. JJ!
I think I'm done, guys. For real. No way I'm gonna try again. I'm done. I think I'm done. Like, I actually fell all the way to the start. Holy shit.
Bener kan? Cahaya. Ada lagunya sih.
Back all the way at the start. There's no way. Thanks to 100 bits, Kimi no 2.
Dada JJ, semangat.
It's the extra layer of smokes as well that he brings in, you know, instead of an Astra maybe, right, for that post-plant kind of situation, you're giving yourself a slightly different variation of it, you know, no gravity wells, but you have the
Molly and the udah tahu gue guys, orang tuh kalau lagi buru-buru malah jatuh, Cok.
A lot of presence in those post-plant
gue udah pernah di titik
so,
itu, guys.
Really excited to see Bleed once again on this map. I think, you know, this should, I would assume, bring us to map 3, but you never know. Boom was, you know, really coming out the gate swinging and managed to kind of resolve their issues at the end, right when it mattered most in overtime.
Yeah. I think at this point, especially going into Pearl, it's going to be down to the coaches if they've done their homework, if over watching both, you know, the opponents, their strategies, weaknesses,
and what
Bleed has
Pearl nih bos, senggol dong, Pearl nih mamanya Jing nih bos, senggol dong Pearl nih.
We are ready to go. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Will. And because it's so hype right now, we're gonna stay at the desk.
Yeah, we gotta wait a little bit here. Just a little bit of a tech thing going on here, guys. So we're getting into it. We're get everything fixed here quick. Sorry about all this. Hold with us for just a moment, everybody, as we get ready for this match. But man, so much pressure here for Bleed now. I mean, to think that, you know, the one time that Boom beat them again was LCQ last year. I mean, when it mattered the most, would Bleed crumble. You know, that sure, they've been defeating them in some third-party tournaments and other moments, but now, once again, Bleed is on that precipice of potentially being knocked out by this Boom team, who just seems to be able to come over the line when it matters most.
I mean, when it comes down to just denying them access to tier 1, it seems like that's when Boom is able to rally up.
Itu Bang Rizky Sani nggak leh Bang, dia makanya baru balik dari Bekasi kan.
They barely managed to get their victory on their map pickup load.
Malam follow ka Bang, let's see guys, gue pengen tidur cepet deh guys. Gue tuh malas begadang, lagi malas begadang, Cok.
That's right, this is the make or break moment. If Bleed does not step up, take this Pearl map, that is it. End of the road for them. But we are going to go into map 2 now between Boom and Bleed. Let's go over to our casters, Quack and William.
Quack and William.
Boom, they close it out in map 1. Can they continue the momentum? And guess what? I know everyone says casters start game, but we can only do so if the desk gives it to us. So now that we've been given, you know, the authority, we should be able to jump right into Pearl here on map 2.
Pos kayak DA Bang, emang ya?
Because we want to get in.
Follow besok pagi nggak sih guys? Follow pagi nggak sih? Follow pagi nge-gym. Wah seru sih ya. Follow pagi terus nge-gym terus balik nge-live lagi. Gue tuh kalau bangun pagi guys, gue nggak kuatnya tuh dietnya itu guys. Kalau gue diet bangun pagi, gue pasti lapar banget.
And there's just so much that they're doing, and it's precisely because of how Scary supports them with his Brimstone, the Stim Beacon. They rush down B-Long, and it works out so well. However, now that we've got Boom Esports coming into the fray with their own double controller setup, it's the one that we've seen so much throughout Pacific. You got the Harbor, you got the Viper. It works out well. I wonder if either team is ready for this.
Kalau lu gym, lu leg day hari apa? Hari keempat. Gua tuh hari pertama nge-gym pasti chest, back, shoulder, leg, istirahat. Biasanya main chest sama punggung, terus shoulder sama apa gitu.
Let's wait and see. Watching that game, really bring Bleed prepared here.
Besok ke Bandung? Enggak, guys. Enggak ke Bandung,
where,
guys.
you know, you can say you studied it, but you don't really know what that tempo feels like.
Tidak ke Bandung ya, guys ya. Tidak ke Bandung.
I'm curious to see what Boom's ideas
How heavy
are
you
here.
bench?
Now it looks like we do have the toxic screen as we often do over on B, ready for that retake and to deter a little bit from Boom.
I don't have
to potentially push back out of A main
the
if they
personal
see
best,
some
but I
aggression.
think
And that's what they're kind of positioned for. Bleed, on the other hand, though, we've seen
60
their
lah.
side.
60 I think.
Oftentimes it would be the B-long, but now they're in towards
I never try overpower myself.
The air is tense.
Yeah,
I'm scared. I'm gonna be like broke my hand, like
away from B for a split second. Boom. They react a little bit haphazardly, but they say, okay, well, we haven't heard any further utility. We haven't heard any footsteps. They actually push back.
I think I try already 60. I think 60. I try.
They need that it is very likely either an art push or B. Well, Blaze King just got contact.
Tuh guys, disalam guys sama ini Paperrex guys. Halo Jaya Chat. Don't ego lifting bang. Yes, true. Kalau aku biasa ini guys, aku biasa tuh kalau bench press mainnya ke repetisi 20 tapi banyak
Wow.
Another
shot coming in with the right click from Blaze King. He does have to reload, but the mission right now is to stay alive. The heals coming in over from Berserks, and crazy guy, he cannot get. Oh, okay, he's able to adjust, but Berserks whips out his own classic right away.
2 lawan 4, 2 lawan 4, 2 lawan 4, 2 lawan 4. Bisa, ayo bisa.
Boom. The answer so far looking quite promising here in the pistol round.
And just with 30 seconds
Carry-nya
left,
sekarat, masa kalah. Ayo bisa.
Quick to jump peek to gather information for this hit.
Yeah, Neff, he does creep back in, but there's way too many.
Ayo bisa. Berserk sekarat, ngumpet aja Berserk. Wow, famos nih bos, senggol dong.
Scary, and Boom once again leads with the very first pistol of this map.
And it all starts once more when you have how the map is being controlled. A bit of presence towards A main, and then just Bleed going back to their old B-long default, right? They rush down this one spot, but this is precisely why you have players holding up close with the classic coming up from Boom.
Halo Bang Rio, selamat malam. Assalamualaikum. Halo Agung.
And then they struck just as soon as they tried to go close.
Well, we do see that Marshall buy coming out from Darian, trying to see if he can make anything happen at long range over here by B. No, it is just going to be Severin, so if he gets picked off, it would spell a little bit of trouble, but he is just going to run away. He says, I do not want to get contact when I'm alone, potentially give over that Spectre. Calls Blaze King for support. The turret's still watching B Link, so Boom Esports once again, really nice coverage of the map. They just cleared Art as well with mid, with the guiding light. And now we just see all that utility once again being piled on, so
every day.
firing off on all cylinders, but it's not finding its targets.
There was a bit of a guiding light from Berserks just to clear out Art as well, and Bleed is nowhere to be found, right? So I believe that Boom Esports can confirm that these guys are still somewhere around the B-long area, maybe rotating back and forth. And as time passes, your information goes bad, and that is why it comes down to how Famous holds down on the side. You gotta jiggle peek for this. You gotta hold the angle. In fact, the angle that Famous is holding is one that Juicy has held before.
Yeah, now here's the
thing. Jarang roster bang. Bengkel udah bench ya
sekarang. Right, he is afraid of that sewers mid push because they don't have range anymore, and that's exactly the timing that Darian finds. No coverage for Famous. Bulldog now dropped. Shiro, he's trying to hold on to the site as best as he can, but he's already way too weak. He's been tagged up. Severin does come up in time though, so no weapons being given over onto the side of Bleed. Berserk's finding the kill as well. Boom Esports, they still have a decent chance to recover. Oh, a nice shot scratches him up, but it's not a headshot, and oh, that one is scary with the classic. 1v2, he picks up a Spectre. The molly has landed, bought him time, but he's not quite sure where Blaze King is. Just trying to draw them out, waiting for the peek. The pop flash is good. Scary hides away. Oh, and he cannot find the tag. Blaze King with a nice angle will pick up the headshot, get another point.
Besok JKT Volley mau event Jakarta Summer Tour di Bandung. Ya semangat guys ya yang mau meet and greet guys. Eventnya apa aja sih besok di Bandung? Mahal sih tapi udah lah. Cuma meet and greet doang ya di Bandung ya? Apa ada konser juga enggak ya?
Not the cleanest of rounds, right? You know, you starting off round 2, it's a good win, but you lost 3 players in the process. Should have been cleaner, and that comes down to the positioning.
Bang Winda ada nikahan temannya guys.
You were talking about it, Will, and it was a little bit too far out in the open. You leave A main way too out, and it's left unchecked.
Malam abang, lihat sih ntar malam guys ya kalau masih kuat.
Correct some of these mistakes, or Bleed just continues to overrun them, given how they have the full guns this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've seen in the last map as well, but we'll break that down when the action dies out, because already Boom wants control of this ult orb on A main. Once again, they cannot secure it. The early drone constantly being used over from Bleed. They don't mind investing the 400 credits right off the bat to push Boom back, to pick up that ult orb themselves. Lear potentially at the ready to break into the site. The ISOs come down. There's the Lear, there's the recon bolt. The site has been cleared out. Boom not taking any chances. And Darien just sprays right down from the roof of the site. And that's an early kill. First kill going over to Bleed. Boom already on the back foot with the weaponry.
Bonus run bro. Dapat dua aja bisa ya, dapat dua.
And it's something that the double duelists are so capable of as well. But a sudden swing out from Blaze King. He finds one, gets traded by Juicy.
Yeah, I mean, this round, again, for Boom, it's just about doing damage. If they can get one more, and they do, in fact, they'll be able to do some more damage. Of course, Spike was planted, so Boom just wants to get whatever more they can, and Shiro's going to go down to that shock bolt, and here comes the Molly, so Famous. He knows he can't do anything. No, you can't shoot that one. That's not a Molly you can shoot out. Oh, no! Steps on the Molly once again. All his shoes have been burned down. He wants an exit.
Whoa!
The turret. Okay, that's going to have to push him away. He does get that Vandal, though, right? So he's going to be able to carry that over.
Sure. But still, I mean, you can
see mirip EDG Haudong bang, nggak ada gantengan gua.
And then to go deeper into secret. We've seen this hole before. It works out very well because of how they can, you know, watch each other's backs. Derek can tail in away. Juicy can always hold. And if he gets a frag, then he'll be able to dismiss. There's so much that they can do, and it comes down to how Boom really plays around it. Now that they have the buys, this is where we start to see the game get real.
Nice, good bonus. Yeah, good bonus. Let's go, Boom. Let's go, Boom Esport, Mr. Get, our creative director.
With that operator, draw out this drone early. They've been doing it constantly. Shiro does have to back out, but this time, hopefully, Boom Esports has a better idea of how to hold on to the site. You've got that Nano Swarm to stop the Reyna. Sure, the Jet can jump over it, but now a Nano Swarm right next to default plant as well.
Apa sekarang Jet Fate jarang dipakai bang di turnamen? Kayaknya Fate line up-nya agak kurang deh guys.
A moment that we can capitalize on to rush in. The Hunter Sphere being popped off.
Yeah, it's trying to scan them out and tags two, but doesn't quite find the kill. Darien meanwhile trying to push him out of bunker. Berserk's right hidden in the back though, and the K comes in. Berserk's good for 2 seconds, still alive. He's avoiding a lot of the spray, just gets scratched up just a bit through the wall. They're not quite sure if he's still there. And oh no, that's gonna actually do a lot more damage to Darien. So scary as he's trying to fish for the kill.
3 lawan 1
1v3, Blaze King, the only one with full health on the side of Boom Esports. We have to remember, Orbital Strike currently available. If Scary can get another kill, there is a very good chance he races one side with his ultimate and can isolate that extra 1v1. He's just trying to buy time. He's trying to see if he hears any movement, you know, about the potential rotate. But Boom, they say, well, we've covered all our angles. No reason to rotate early. If he goes all the way around, so be it.
And this is the evolution from Boom as well. A team that's known to be so explosive, a little bit unhinged sometimes. They found this control. They're playing disciplined, and I love that from them. Scary still trying to fight against all odds, but now that the timer's burned down, he just sticks in for the plant.
And he does it right at, oh no,
let's go.
It's not going to be enough. And Blaze King, he tried to time it right at the 4.0. He's just a millisecond off. And he's already late on the plant and even gives over the kill to Blaze King. So not quite working out the way Scary wanted. I like the idea of really it started with Berserk's getting that double kill.
Yeah, anchoring down the site, right? You send out that hot endurance aim and you get so much information off of it, even breaking the drone as it pushes through. And you're just prepared to mow down anyone who dares to
peek out bang. Paperrex lawan Blitz tahun kemarin bang. Sekarang udah nggak ketemu guys kalau nggak masuk franchise Blitz-nya.
Then you're good.
Now it's just going to be a cascade, actually, instead of the high tide, and they want to keep that on the cooldown. They know this drone keeps coming out, and they just bait it out. Boom is starting to evolve off of the defaults coming out from Bleed. Now, of course, just a bit of a half buy here. 3 rifles, but Bladestorm available, so that's 4, quite frankly, available.
Si anjir, pikir jelek banget ke mid-nya begitu loh.
Too far forward on his own, no backup, right in the middle of the map, gets surrounded. And he does fall down, so now that should be weapons in everyone's hand. Well, actually, Crazy Guy is the only one that's left over on A main, so he can't pick that up. But his mission right now is just hold to that space.
Yes, and that gives them the A split push, right? I mean, this is Bleed adjusting as well. They weren't anticipating that it's going to be that lurk coming out. Still, though, pushing through. It's going to be Darren now going in for the right click.
Oh, the right click's good, right? As you saw where the Seekers were coming from. Once again, they're trying to take site control. Severine, though, he's been troublesome for them, but Juicy's already hidden in the sky smoke. Dismisses out to safety once again. Oh,
nice bounce, Hiro.
But the timing on the Empress, Juicy had his arms held up high as Shiro said hello. Gets the double kill around the smoke.
Nice.
Oh, wow, and Famous with a pick off at long range. Now the orbital strike will deny the first attempt at the defuse, but still a decent amount of time available. The Molly going to be shot out early. Scary, he just wants to get the 1v1 and he cannot do it.
Let's
and
go,
more than
boom!
enough time for them to climb right back in at the end of this Molly. It's going to go over to Shiro, who will be able to get the reckoning on.
Mr. Get, are you rooting for Boom or for Bleed? Because you are a Singaporean, so you're rooting for Bleed, right?
It's the way that they play around it, and of course Shiro just
memecah belah pertemanan di Paperrex.
Famous with the angle as he tries to entry around the road, the retake. Bleed, they know how to take sides. They know how to go in aggressive.
Memecah belah staff Paperrex, guys ya. I'm a hungry beast. Yes, hungry beast. Hungry beast. Let's go.
Quite frankly, they haven't found the answer, and now they're going to try to switch things up, maybe put a little bit of emphasis over on B. Now we do notice the
class. Kalau bahasa Inggrisnya class.
All you need is that first kill.
Very classy, anjay, classy.
On art by Famous, so a bit of a setup switch here for Boom. Guiding Light being supported there. That allows Berserks to rotate over to add a little bit more weight on the
bisa sih guys, ini defense-nya Boom sih rapi guys ya.
Which is why there are players.
Defense-nya Boom rapi guys, rapi banget cok. Gue suka sih defense-nya Boom ini. Mereka tuh nggak overpick, retake-nya rapi, jalan. Ini kalau dapat 8 aja. Atau 9 kayaknya bisa sih guys di closing 2-0, harusnya bisa.
He also has to consider which way he's going to exit. Is he going to go
famous god nih bos, senggol dong.
For another shot. And the Cascade actually just completely denies any possibility of an A split. I love the heads-up decision here from Shiro. Now that pushes them over. The turret gets contact on B Link. Blaze King just holding on to mid, but Boom, yeah, they just say back off. All we need to do is buy time. We have all these ultimates. You've got the lockdown, you've got the reckoning. The lockdown, in fact, to deny the plant. Can Bleed get rid of it? I don't think so, but they will just go for an early plant right in the middle of the site. It will complete, but they have to exit and not in time. Severine says hello from behind. And the Reckoning chasing them forward as well. Crazy Guy, he wants to try to deny the defuse, but he's sticking its way past half. Severine, he's just gonna stick with it. No, Scary denies it just in the last second, but already half done. 4 members still alive for Boom Esports. Scary, I don't know, you might be the hometown hero. Okay, the Molly evens it out to 1v3. He finds one, he finds two, can he get the ace? Famous, he lets go. He thinks he's gonna peek again. Oh, and the jump, it's keeping Famous on his toes. Scary with the mind games, just playing for time. Famous, you have to hold strong, and he does. Does he have enough time? Yes! In the sliver of 2 seconds, he will secure it.
Mind games on top of mind games. A way that he kind of just, you know, tried to stick onto it on and off. Scary getting in a couple of good shots. Brought Famous down to basically 1 HP.
Scary raja terakhir geli banget, Cok.
Just crouched down.
Orang sakit ayamnya, Cok. Scary, bos.
Denying any joy from Bleed. I have to think about it. Is Lagina going to call timeout anytime soon?
You have to. Because here's the thing. I mean, Scary did the impossible. He gets the kill with the Molly. He already threw it down, and he's able to get the Jiggle Peaks to isolate the 1v1s, but Bleed says no. No, we're going to keep going. Now, of course, not a full buy round for them, so maybe it'll come around the next time. That orbital strike in the hands of Scary off of those extra kills. Darion can't find the first kill. Berserks, he's trying to escape, and he has support.
Let's go, Berserk.
He's going to get 3 on his own, and Blaze King comes from the side. The dismiss, oh, not in time, but
Let's
Famous
go.
will lock down A main as well as Spike stranded. Juicy, only 1 leer and a sheriff.
Yo, bikin apa nih?
Is it gonna be enough? Severine's just trying to cut noise. Juicy has no idea.
Let's go, baby.
Bleed
Let's go, baby.
Crawling right now on Pearl.
Let's go, baby.
One more for Boom.
Hungry beast.
And yes, it is crumbling. Will.
Stay hungry.
I mean, just
like me, stay hungry all the time.
We know this 5-man push, this 5-man movement coming out from Bleed Esports, right? They always do this on every map that they play. Now it almost feels as if the way that Boom are operating is just to kind of get
Boom kayak defense-nya yang jago, Cok. Kayak defense-nya yang jago deh, guys.
Their forces as they try to approach, right? We get that information from Berserks with a guiding light, and as they try to continue through, we just tag them up bit by bit, fall back bound by bound, and everyone can find little bits of wind. So now timeout, yes, indeed, being called by Legion.
Ini Bleed padahal super squad loh, guys. Bleed, guys. Sesekeri, smoker gila, Dereon, Juicy yang Darren Juicy itu gila juga, duelis gila. Tapi kurang ternyata ya guys ya, super juga kayak Crazy Guy, Cok.
They already used both of theirs in the first map. Blaze King looks confident after that little chat with their coach on the side of Boom Esports. Of course, both sides can talk during the opponent's timeouts as well, but you can see it on their faces, even on the coaches, right? That clearly the momentum favors Boom Esports. They seem a lot more like
Gary Ongko stres.
is working out. Meanwhile, Bleed's like, where do we go
Gary
to
stres,
find
guys.
this answer?
Orang bawa 2 VCT aja tahun kemarin masih kalah. Iya makanya, Cok. Menurut gua nih Bleed padahal banyak banget dia buy out kayak apa sih, kayak beli kayak bayar player gede itu banyak banget, tapi kalau selalu kalah kenapa ya? Kayak mainnya nggak bisa serem itu, guys.
But it needs to be a little bit more than that too.
Terkadang tuh ini guys ya, mungkin ada beberapa pepatah mengatakan janganlah beli player yang jagonya instan. Maksudnya gimana ya? Janganlah mempunyai player yang dibeli emang lagi jago. Bangunlah, bikinlah player itu jago di dalam timmu, anjay gitu ya. Nggak gitu ya. Jadi kayak maksudnya jangan beli yang udah jago, lu bikin sendiri yang jagonya gitu guys.
We see the nanoswarm being set up off the map here.
They got shot.
Yeah, it gets cleared out, and Blaze King says, "Okay, well, we'll put up the pit."
Seperti Paperrex, betul banget.
Up long enough, though. There's quite a distance for him to exit away from this lockdown. He's been sprayed down as well. I don't know if he's gonna have the timing because they can already enter early on enough. The spray down is pretty good, but Darion barely escaping the toxins in time. Now a lot of his health will come back. Okay, the site being taken over by Bleed. Neff, he just goes for the check. He doesn't want to commit too much. Orbital strike! It's scary with a double up in heaven! They didn't have an idea of where that was landing in time.
What?
The sky smoke was just too strong to deny that vision. And now just down to 2 members on the side of Boom. Operator in hand, he does have the Blade Storm, but I don't know if you use it right now. You're quite far ahead. Perhaps it's just better to make sure you can continue this operator forward. Lead already has a really good post-plant setup. Shiro's trying to... Okay, Famous good for 1. Opens up the timing for Shiro.
Sprays.
Picks up another gun. Currently for Shiro, if he can just even take the weapons away from them, that alone will be damage enough. He's got to find the first kill. Scary's weak. He's going to try to stick it, but it's... Oh, the molly lasts for a little bit too long. Shiro takes too much damage. He's just trying to draw him in for the extra kill. Yeah. Otherwise, Shiro will just go for the scene. Can't pick up the operator on his way out. Of course, enough credits in the bank for Boom Esports, though.
And with that, just maybe a bit of a lifeline. They get to go on through in this first half for a couple more rounds. Boom has already secured their 6, so they're looking pretty comfortable, but you want as many as possible.
Gara-gara ultinya si Scary, Cok, kalau nggak dapat 2 itu mah nggak akan menang mereka.
Might have been a little bit too overly hungry. You know that lockdown was coming through. You know that you heard the shot onto the nanoswarm, so why stay in it a little bit longer? They managed to decay them, get a couple of shots.
Dan kasih post plan sih bang, delay skill mereka banyak. Iya, ada Scary menep. Ntar di Boom Esports juga banyak guys.
Yeah, well, now
ada 2, Cok. Ada Blaze King sama Severin ada.
Push out of A, the deep cascade, the Trailblazers to follow through, and Boom Esports does have full control of A and Art. So A split push, not quite the option. Guiding light, no tag just yet, but Bleed was also purposely hanging back. They're waiting to see if that, lurk comes in a little early from Blaze King like last time.
Yeah, and then he got punished. This time, though, cutting noise, going slowly towards A. It comes down to Shiro and how well he jiggles, how well he stays alive. And then a little bit of presence towards B.
Oh, the drone fake out.
Making their way through.
Yeah, they always use the drone on A main, but this time they save it. They come back to B. They use the drone. Now, of course, they don't spot Famous, but that draws a lot of that weight away from Boom. However, as Bleed likes to do, they cut audio, and that bought a lot of time for Boom Esports to be aware. Bleed, do you understand that there are 4 members of Boom, including an operator waiting here on the site. There's the first kill onto Darian. The entry will be slowed down. In fact, it will be stopped. The Reckoning to stop them in their tracks. Scary tries to creep in, but he's already been tagged up. He goes down to Shiro. That's already 2. And Crazy Guy, he pops Hunter's Fury. Okay, he gets a kill, but it's already a little too late. Yeah, he has to check that. Yeah, he's not sure if they already pushed forward. He checks Severine. He's going for the spike, but Severine's just trying to draw it. Oh no! Severine goes out a bit too far, but Shiro, good for the headshot.
Hampir coy, itu hampir di-clash, bisa di-clash guys.
That was a crossfire setup.
Kalau kena cok, kalau gua juga cok, anjing kalian ya.
Contact, they still managed to secure the final frag. Such a good round from Boom. I mean,
okay, let's go.
Cutting of noise.
Mereka miskin. Let's go buy again.
Boom, they make presence. They recognize the rotation off of that, and as soon as this operator was put in place on the A site, it was pulled in for full effect. Every single shot just kept Bleed a little bit further apart. The Reckoning as well just made it such that they have to be.
Cari OP-nya di depan ya, bisa jadi guys.
I mean, I love the commitment, right? Just to secure the rounds here from Boom Esports, and now a little bit of a switch up for the operator. However, okay, well that's a nice kill. I was gonna say the Killjoy Viper still double stacked on B, so it's not like B was kind of an open site. There's that snake bite again, and Darian, you can get over, but your teammates can't. Of course, right now they're not quite grouped up either, so the Jet just trying to gain some information. Seekers comes out. And they know, okay, that one should be going towards the Jet. So one's still lonesome one going all the way to B.
Although this is a lot of information off of the ultimate, what they can confirm is that Bleed already playing so far back, they haven't quite
like dulu viewers like dulu sih.
Still around.
Tapi Darren nggak segila dulu sih.
Comes down to Severine.
Ya bisa dibilang gitu sih.
They have players in place for this. Boom are ready.
Yeah, no, they did draw out the early snake bite, so that's why they think they have an opening, but the alarm bot buys enough time. There's a nano swarm in B hall, though. Oh, Darian with a nice early kill. However, they haven't checked the left corner on the screens. Severine gets 2. Darian finally realizes his mistake.
Aduh, apaan sih, Boom Esports? Ngetro dah. 3 lawan 2 loh.
And that will be the spike planted. 2v2. Blade still in the hands of Darian. He also picks up a Vandal. Both of them hiding. Oh, Darian just going for an early peek off of that turret. The high tide cuts off B hall. Boom Esports, do you start to creep forward? Do you go for a pinch? The pop flash doesn't get the tag. Berserk, he goes wide swing after the jiggle.
Nice!
As well. And Berserk keeps Boom Esports way far forward with an 8-2 score.
Okay, 10-2 yo. 10-2 yo. Ayo Grand Final, Boom. Menuju ke franchise nih, bos.
Just to bait them out too. I mean, if he got the flash, that would have been great. But if he didn't, just jiggle back and forth around it.
Aduh tuh si Severin kalau dapat 2 cepet bisa bunuh 3 tuh guys, Severin guys.
That he gets the perfect shot. A great retake, a little bit scary, a little bit overheating from Famous perhaps, but Bleed still.
No jinx. Oh, sorry.
With the Bleed storm from Darian opens up the site.
Kalau juara 2 masuk franchise nggak bang? Tidak, cuma juara 1 yang masuk ya guys.
They look so indomitable with this composition, but it falls for the first time here in VCT Asencion Pasific. And could Boom be the one to put the nail in the coffin? Make sure that this composition is retired, because currently it's looking like it. It just doesn't have the utility to break down. The counter utility coming out. The snake bite once again.
Thank you,
Darian's the only one who's able to make it in safely. Juicy will just walk across. He does pop the Empress so that if he gets a kill, he'll heal right back up. The lockdown. It's gonna shove them out once again. Darian just wants to wait as long as possible.
Oh, di boss plane lagi, cow. Masih scary, cow, anjing.
They will all make it out safely this time around. Okay, early nanoswarm draw out though. Darian! 2 taps, 2 kills. Shock boats, damage already being done. The Molly still in the hands of Scary. Oh, Severine does get the counter kill though through the smokes. The Molly's on its way down. Oh, Severine, he's come through. He gets the spot and he gets the kill. Can they stick it to the ab? Severine goes down, the Empress to push forward. But the COVID just goes down as Shiro.
Shiro!
Once again, Shiro versus Scary. Shiro, he's just gonna try to stick the second half. No! He cannot do it. Scary with the mind games once again in the 1v1. And Bleed gets a 3rd round.
It's that surmounting pressure, Will. You feel the spike timer beeping, beeping, beeping in your ear.
Kalau ada ke plan tuh emang B susah banget guys. Post plannya tai coy dia coba
I
B
had
itu.
my opponent staring right in front of me, and when that opponent is scary, you think twice. Such a good execute coming out from Bleed. A sudden change in pace. They take the side in full. You might think that, yes, it's a bit of composition diff, but also just how well Bleed actually truly plays up their
tuh kalau ke B tuh post plannya susah banget guys, anjir. Banyak utilnya cowok, mau pakai ini juga guys.
So they're trying to force some default changes here from Boom, and Boom will respond in kind. Oh, a nice tag early on though. Okay, mid's been taken. Yep. Severin. Okay, Severin, he's hiding inside the smoke. They're trying to check for it. Oh, he gets one. He ideally would have liked more. Oh, but Blaze King with another judge. He gets the find in at the standing Juicy. Net finally getting the trade, but no, it's Berserk's already here for backup. Blaze King bought so much time. The Reckoning will deny the spike away from Crazy Guy.
Aduh, Curse lagi cowok. 9 trickers, bro.
They will clean up the first half, 9-3.
That's the second 9-3 that we've seen today. Maybe even a little bit more, but still, I mean, given the place, given the buys, the last thing that Bleed expected would have been the judge.
Thank you, Budi.
You start things off with the guiding light, you get information.
No lah, jangan lah.
The way around it. They had no idea that this was about to happen. They had no idea that Blaze King would have been at the end of that alleyway.
Man, and just getting the flying jet right away first, right, buys him a bit of extra time to reset for the second kill onto Juicy, and that meant all duelists
Ini menang pistol, menang sih guys. Ayo menang pistol dong, biar 10 yuk.
We shall see if Boom Esports can continue on with this momentum to take down Bleed 2-0 potentially.
The Wolves, Boom. They've devoured Bleed once before. We talked about this on the desk. This is a bit of a grudge match between the two orgs.
Pistol, guys.
They knocked them out of LCQ and then secured their spot in towards Champions Istanbul. And this time, just when Bleed thought they were safe enough, they beat Bonkers. They beat their way through on towards playoffs. They secured the top seed from their group stage. Are they truly going to get knocked out in this moment?
On their strongest map as well, with a composition that only they've been able to master, and now the cracks are starting to show. Boom Esports.
Gila pendukungnya guys.
They don't want to meet you again, Bleed, but they're also saying your comps, it's not good enough for this stage. We'll see if it holds true in the second half.
Waduh apa sih guys? Waduh.
Just cheering their hearts out, but of course currently all the energy.
Guys, pendukung Indo udah baik banget guys di Thailand guys. Lag dulu dong. Juandi ada Juandi juga guys. Juandi itu tim Paperrex dari Valor to Asia guys ya. Kamu nggak ngocok juga bang, ngapain?
VCT Pacific second half will begin. The pistols as Boom Esports
let's go.
rushes forward on that attack side.
Moving a lot faster. The Wolf Pack, they continue to stride down B alley. And then of course, you got Crazy Guy just trying to bait them in. We've seen this before when their game against Bonkers, because they know how these spike plans are set up and they just
gitu
wait
dong,
for
Famos.
The counter arrows way too
Gak gitu
good,
dong.
and Bleed just get easy
Gak gitu dong.
as Boom Esports cannot make their way into the site. Blaze King, the only one left alive. His shots are still clean, but there's still 3 more. Now just waiting for the sky smoke timing. And Bleed, they have... Oh, they should have had the timing advantage. Oh no, they're trying to peek out one by one. Blaze King waits. He's trying to bait them in. Trying to create the 1v1s. Bleed, they calm things down. They realize that they were trying to rush into this. They do not have to. They have the spike down, in fact, towards their own spawn.
Toxin screen down.
Bleed just trying to double up. They are not, they're not at full health. The recon bolt does get shot down, so they know Blaze King is still here. He did not rotate time-wise. He has to commit. They're trying to go for the double swing, and Crazy
dapat satu bisa dapat dua tuh, Cok.
will get the headshot onto Blaze King, trying to climb back as they get their 4th win.
Just came down to reactions. I mean, great attempt from Blaze King, getting a couple of frags, but then it's the exact setup that I was talking about from Bleed. Just getting the contact and then running all the way through. Your teammates are already there. It's just rolling out the red carpet out from Boom Esports. They played this specific setup kind of against Bonkers as well. There's so much that they can do with Crazy Guy's recon bolts.
Yeah, exactly. The counter timing there with the recon, just to gain information on that dash in. That is
Recon cok anjing. Reconnya bagus bang. Iya reconnya nggak kedetek cok. Di data smoke soalnya.
But now, Bleed versus Boom Esports. Continuing on as Boom, they're back on pistols. Just trying to creep forward. They'll try to do whatever damage they can. They seem to feel confident with the round lead they have. And the site not quite giving up as Juicy gets the first kill. He will dismiss out the Lear. He realizes Famous is now trapped in the site. Second Lear waiting for the timing for his teammates to show up. Okay, it's used to reposition because Darian now able to hold the same position Juicy was earlier. Oh, that's an Ares! I mean, the Sheriff's got some decent wall penetration, but the Ares will do one better.
Oh, damn!
The Crazy Guy's waiting for the flank as well.
Byron!
I've seen the setup from before from Scary on the squad. But just thinking about it, is it a bit of revenge again from the Lotus map?
Okay, gun round.
Oh, wall bangs. It is good, especially in this spot on the A site. I mean, that's the thing about Boom. You mentioned how they looked confident just to go in for it. They have those round leads, but if you think about it, these guys need to be careful not to overheat. Any single round going Bleed's way counts one more towards their comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, sure, Boom won the first map, but it wasn't exactly pretty and clean. So Boom Esports gonna have to calm things down just a bit. An early tailwind from Famous to make sure that there's no contest.
Wah, ada OP coy di B, cok. Main mid gak sih? Main mid gak sih?
4 points on towards
Jiko dulu bang, Jiko mulu kamu. Jangan Jiko dulu, ntar bau cok boomnya.
Will help clear out the sites for any type of execute.
Udah killjoynya jaga sendiri guys, di mid guys.
But look at all that Killjoy presence too, right? They have to clear it and then maybe cause some questions, some rotations out from Bleed. But they have to be so careful about this as well. They hear the turret, they flash it, now going to take it out. Neff is already rotating, calling his team as well off of this.
Oh, but now they're going to be concerned about Crazy Guy, which should set up Darian for a potential kill. He's waiting. The Trailblazer passes him by.
Rotate, cok.
Rotate
ke A, cok. Nice banget. Nice banget dipancing rotasinya.
We have mid control. We are holding our spawn as well. There is no deep flank. They make it all the way through ours, and this should be an easy plant. However, Juicy, he's just waiting. He's making sure they can't take control of backside. The Lear to buy time for his teammates to come in through flowers. They will be able to flood the site once more. The Lear to continue pushing forward. Juicy's holding the close angle. He's trying to deny the pop flash, but no, he has to turn away. And Famous gets the first kill. Half done on the defuse. Darian trying to answer back with his own kills, but Boom Esports stays one step ahead. Darian, he's only got the op 1v2, but
nice! Flanknya. Let's go. Beli OP dia rugi, cok. Miskin dia. Daerahnya miskin, guys.
With 10 rounds, 5-round lead.
Yo, tiga lagi, yuk.
Digits earned. But still, that was a bit of the eco round coming out from Bleed. They carried weapons over from the second. Now they get to buy up in full. And you have to watch out because I think I saw an Odin. And thinking about Juicy's positioning, he didn't really make his presence known because it was a Spectre, no wall bangs there. But the Lear came in support for the team. Of course, Boom answered perfectly with the way that they held around Art. Famous
bang,
up on top of the
smoke edge bisa digerakin soalnya guys.
It's such a good angle, such a good position from Juicy when he can make it work.
And you called it the Odin in the hands of Crazy Guy. Now that's
ada ulti Zero guys ya, main slow lagi. Main mid aja, midnya nggak pernah dikontrol cok sama mereka cok. Nih, kayaknya si Boom pinter deh, mainin midnya, cari informasi. Waduh, gimana?
Suspects this, goes for the jump peek and says, no, I'm not dealing with that. I just want to deny information away from you. Boom Esports, they will regroup. Now they're continuing to obviously plant Severine on the other side as well. So they're not giving up on either side just yet.
The turn is on the Guardian too. Maybe not really giving it up, but they are still here.
It's creeping forward.
And the Altor looking to be denied, but Famous.
Yeah, clean shot from Famous. And Darian, he just wanted to take one extra step off of that tailwind. Couldn't get there in time. Now with that pressure, Boom, they want to try to rotate back over, but Bleed has a decent read on this, right? They don't get shaken up on that entry kill. They say, okay, just hold your ground. Let's just leave Crazy Guy on his own over by B. You've still got that turret. We still have control of mid. Now here comes the reckoning, though, so the site will have to be given up. Bleed, they're going to have to wait their turn.
Sprays. Maybe it catches someone. Maybe it doesn't, but the tags up are good.
Yeah, Famous quite low. Sure, also. Okay, Famous eventually gets finished, and now the Odin's going to start to shine. Spike not quite planted. It actually gets dropped. Only 15 seconds on the clock. It's counting down towards the 10. And Berserks, he has picked it back up, but he is not safe. Blaze King has to protect him. Berserks will get the kill. 6 seconds on the clock. Blaze King, he's just watching for the peak. No! The spike will not get planted. And
salah rotate. Harusnya ke B lagi tadi tuh guys.
Sixth round win.
Such an unbelievable hold. You mentioned how they weren't shaken up, Will. And they definitely weren't scary, just holding down that one spot. And then, of course, Neff hopping up on top as well, snapping onto hit, back and forth. Juicy in this one pivotal position, it brings so much value to the team. And thinking about those sprays, yes, Boom kind of worked off of an assumption that they would safely be able to make their way through onto the site, but they guessed wrong.
Mereka gelap bang, tahu. Tapi itu tadi salah baca aja guys. Harusnya udah dapet 1 tuh B-nya langsung gas lagi. Mereka malah muter coba, pikir nggak aman lah. Kayaknya pada di B semua nih.
A little bit of early aggression, but then Alarmbot will get the information. However, we should point out, Neff's not really in a position to capitalize off of it. Yeah, so he has to back off. Gives up mid, now just going to have to worry about the potential flank. Juicy, oh, he tries to dodge the blade. Oh my god.
Aduh, gak kena. Aduh.
Neff is there to support. Double kill for Neff and Scary.
Dapat 2 itu si Famous Joe.
Once again, it's all Blaze King left alone, looking for that lurk, but not quite finding anything this time.
Maybe he could slowly peek out, find a pick or two.
He's good at that. We've seen it before. He'll dwindle down the numbers. Now, whether he gets a kill or dies, he will get his Viper's
low sense player, yeah. That's true.
Of course, no reason to
low
shy
sense
away.
Dia susah cowok kiri.
But ideally, he wants to isolate 1v1 still. This is the foundation you want. But yeah, your first... Oh! Crazy guy! He tried to wait, but the juggle was too fast from Blaze King. Scary says, don't worry,
lumayan dapat 2 guys.
Darren will pick up the Odin free. He only had a judge, not a big deal.
Ya, ini minimal 12 dulu nih guys, berat nih guys soalnya.
4 rounds won in this second half for Bleed. But if you think about it, a lot of these rounds come through because of A hits coming out from Boom Esports. And so many times you see Juicy and the rest of the squad, especially with Scary, with his Sky Smokes at the ready, all the way from the back of the site. It works out great. But the one round,
let's go Boom, ayolah Boom. Udah malam ya, ini udah jam 10 the fuck.
Pull Neff away and then pull the rotation over back onto the A site. And then that's when Juicy is isolated.
Yeah, they got to remember that. Yeah, they have to force the shuffle away from the defender's side. It sounds like that's what
Ayo
you're trying to
Hungry Beast, Gaten siapa bang? Gaten itu kreatif direkturnya Paperrex teman-teman. Yang ngurus-urus masalah postingan IG, melihat desainnya dia yang approve teman-temannya.
Just keep Juicy or someone else there, just safe and sound, just stay alive, and then we'll rotate through Flowers. As long as backside is not given over, we can always go for a fast retake.
Menurut pola Boom menang bang, menurut pola ya, tapi harus lebih bisa baca lagi guys. Ini si Blaze King harus bisa tahu guys, rotate-nya tuh apakah harus dilakukan rotate atau enggak langsung gas aja gitu loh.
All in support for that last shining star of Thailand, Scary.
Bisa minta jersey nggak? Beli dong!
Throughout the entire series. First on Lotus, right now, top fragging for his team.
Yeah, and he has that orbital strike once again, so another opportunity for him. The operator being bought out by Scary as well for Darian. So Darian now set up. We're going to have Crazy Guy help support him get into a good position, the deep recon bolt, and that means Darian, he's not only waiting for the push from B-Long, but he says, if you even dare to peek, I will get the kill.
Very tiny gap that allows Boom to actually sneak on through the connector.
Yeah, takes out that turret, so that kind of forces Crazy Guy to say, okay, I gotta calm down. We don't know how deep they've gotten. Now, Boom, you have to realize that if you've pushed in this far and you haven't gotten contact on that Killjoy, that it's always just been the turret alone, that they have to worry about the flank. But guess what? It's an Alarmbot in sewers this time. They're not worried, and so they say, let's go back potentially to that one area we haven't poked at this round. B-Long.
Oh no.
Are they ready? Do they understand that this could happen? They saw the deep recon bolt earlier. Coming out.
I've got your trail.
It's going to be the Seekers used right away, but they quite don't know yet. But the Cascade just for safety, and Darian says, okay, I gotta get out of here. I have too much distance to cover on the exit. He's good for one. Does he peek out for another? Oh, a nice hide into Cubby. Do they expect it? No! He gets gets a second one as well.
Cok, jelek banget dah.
Shut down the site.
Nice.
Blaze King finds where the origins of the tracers are. Oh, the orbital strike, it's gonna deny the plant. That means you have to hold on the Viper's pit as well, and now gets used more so as a smoke, but Neff already inside with the shorty. Oh, Shiro was even trying to prepare for it, but it's not enough. One shot from the shorty and Scary from behind. Bleed. They're making another comeback. They want to run it all the way back to the third map of Haven.
And that is a map that, although they haven't really shown throughout Asencion Pacific, they were great in MYSG Challengers. I mean, this is a perfect setup. You have Darian landing his shots. Yes, Boom were aware of it, but they weren't quite prepared for it to be an operator. And at the same time, Crazy Guy's Odin, he's been holding on to that for the past, I don't know, like 3-4 rounds now.
Well, Saboom says, okay, let's go back to A site, but it hasn't looked good so far. Only one round in the second half for Boom Esports. But let's see if they can even at least get close into the site. Of course, a couple stingers in hand, as well as the economy does not sit too healthy for Boom. High Tide comes out. Oh, no tag on the guiding light, and Juicy's able to heal back up, but the Leer isn't gonna do, oh, actually it's gonna do enough good, because Scary will capitalize on it, even though Juicy goes down. Once again, backside not entirely in Boom's control. Neff is just waiting for the waves to go down. Blaze King once again all alone. Spike in hand though, 50 seconds. There's enough time to play some mind games, to draw out some 1v1s. Tries to sneak by, he gets tagged by the shock bolt, he's trying to spray through the wall, trying to draw out at least one of these members. And he can't do it. Darren at full health, peeks out aggressively. Gets the kill.
Oke, Gandron, Cok, jangan comeback, Cok. Ini harus dapat, Cok.
Difference.
We saw this before, Will. It happened on Lotus, it's happening again. 4 rounds in a row so far for Bleed. And although they just spent their ultimates, it's starting to cycle back up again. The crowd is loving this. Boom, on the other hand, you know, they tried that B-side approach.
Time out gak sih? Time out gak sih?
Stopped by just a couple
time out.
Crazy Guy. Every time they go back towards A, it's Juicy, it's Scary.
Kontrol mid sih, midnya Blitz terlalu kosong. Iya, padahal midnya tadi tuh main mid tuh, boomnya tuh main mid tuh bagus, guys. Tapi nggak masalah nggak main mid lagi, Cok.
From his reckoning, do they try to go for double orbs or even just an orb and a plant if they can manage to do so? But the plant themselves have not been clean for Boom Esports. We have to recognize that. The default continue to be the same for Bleed as Neff holds on to mid. Just the alarm bot on the turret is just there for info. It's not there for contact. And Boom, they have to clear it early, but they also have to keep control of this area if they want to capitalize on this setup from Bleed.
That's why they're just sending Blaze King in. Eliminate some of that info gathering tool.
Padahal midnya tuh udah kosong banget, coy. Itu midnya bisa dikontrol enak banget, guys. Sumpah, guys.
The discipline from Bleed is so good. They still waited. Juicy once again. Same spot, same story. Deja vu. Kill into Leer. Backup arrives. Neff just sprays it down. And we're not going to see the spike planted. The reload has to come through at the worst timing for Berserks. Neff pops out as well as Severine. His shoes have all been melted. Down to 2 HP. The spike not quite stranded in the site, but Boom Esports only 30 seconds. The spike's an A main, it cannot rotate.
Midnya padahal kosong loh, nggak pernah mau main mid mereka loh.
The scopes of Darian over on by B. This has to be a save from Boom Esports.
The stakes are that high, yes. Economy not looking great. The river has run dry now for Boom. So the save has to be the option. And Bleed once more. They question them. They question Boom. And there's no answer, Will. They tried to send their forces through.
Midnya selalu kosong, guys. Lu kalau kontrol mid lu bisa rotate gampang, cepet, guys. Lagi rame di A, rotate ke B, B rame, rotate ke A.
Repeatedly every single round. They have yet to eliminate him. The Nanoswarm was in a dead, but he still lands a shot anyway.
Yeah, and this time, of course, because of the Nanoswarm, he actually peeks out further ahead. and that's what throws him off, right? Famous was trying to clear
Ini belum
backside
time out
first
soalnya
before
guys,
he
boom
turns
guys.
his head.
Coachnya pasti tahu guys, coachnya pasti ngelihat mood meeting nggak pernah dijaga. Kan kelihatan dia ngejagain di side, bertiga di side nggak pernah jaga mid kan? Terus TO sih harusnya di boom nih.
Shiro is 1 point away from his ultimate. Maybe they pick up that ult, or maybe they use that to execute onto the B side. But Darian has his operator still. Oh my!
Well, maybe you don't need it if you just turn on the blender as they try to cross forward towards that ult orb. But this is exactly what you mentioned, Quack. Bleed, thinking the same thing. There's very
itu emang enak kalau bisa tahu posisi musuh. Lah, gua kan baca rednya, Cok. Nice, gitu dong. Bukan masalah tahu posisi musuh, Cok. Musuhnya kan selalu jaganya kan di side semua, Cok. Nggak ada meeting, nggak pernah ada dari art, nggak pernah ada musuh. Mereka kan tahu info dari situ, guys.
And this means Juicy free to continue pushing forward. And they realize the entry hasn't happened into B, so Scary, he hangs back. Just trying to buy time, just trying to listen for information. But the smoke...
I don't like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have to spend so much time to even... Yeah, they go in double, that's great. But now you have to come in into top mid. And you can only come in one by one. That's 1, 2, and the third!
Ngapain dah, sumpah, Cok.
Puts Bleed in the lead for the first time here on Pearl.
I've seen it one too many times. It's in these specific moments. You have Scary and his smoke, and when he's left undetected, he comes out huge. He haunts your nightmares.
Man, and just the angle he holds, right? That narrow entry point, you know they have to come in one by one. And they did their best. The second member, I believe it was Berserks, he tries to swing wide.
Tried to trade.
Yeah, but even that, Scary just says, well, I'm not spraying. All I need is headshots. And a desperate timeout comes out from Boom. They do not, this time, they don't want to let it get to map point. But I can't imagine that their economy is in a great place.
Nggak dapat sama sekali, Cok. Di tag cuma satu kan dapetnya.
The crowd loving this. Huge tie flag.
Gak bisa sama sekali tag, Cok. Main ras nggak bisa.
I mean, you would think there's
Gak tau ya, kenapa ya mereka nggak bisa main ras guys ya? Main ras padahal enak loh, kalau misalnya bisa loh. Barbar gitu loh guys, barbar kayak ini apa, kayak kemarin, kayak siapa tadi? Tadi barbar siapa sih? Paperrex itu kayak barbar kayak Paperrex nggak bisa, Cok ya? Nggak bisa mereka ya, mainnya slow jadi kalah mulu, Cok.
Scary, it's not just Thai fans that are cheering for him.
Main slownya kebaca terus sama si Blitz masalah guys.
Once again on the big stages.
Ever since he was up with Sersha last year, now that team kind of being picked up by Talent
Beda kocaknya masalah ya, kenapa nggak bisa? Harusnya bisa lah. Mau coba gitu, trying new strats gitu guys. Kalau begini mah kalah, Cok.
Still though, back to the game. It is now Bleed in that lead by 1 round.
Dapat satu anjir, itu pun bonus round, Cok.
6 rounds and they've managed to put up walls everywhere. Well, it's Darian again and his operator.
Okay, but the Cascade pushes him out. They get the tags on the recon as well. Darian, he just wants one kill. He gets it and he's able to tailwind and updraft that. And Crazy Guys there for the extra kill. They finally clear out backside. They take down the Odin. But that just means Scary's already arrived. The operator's watching B-Link. Blaze King tries to find the timing. He cannot. Only 2 members left alive for Boom, and they are quite frankly stranded in B-Long. They have no information from the middle of the map. The Pop Flash doesn't tag anybody. Severine creeps forward, but they know they still have so many angles they haven't cleared. Severine, he's trying to check for his teammates. And his crosshairs were shaken up as Scary peeks out for a clean
susah sih guys, map 3 guys.
Berserks.
Gue nggak bagus kalau map 3, Cok. Masih 2-0, Cok.
Another Sky Smoke comes down.
Map 3-nya apa? Heaven.
If you walk backwards, Nef's waiting for you. Only 40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, that's exactly what Berserks is doing. He's just trying to keep calm. There's not too many options, right? I mean, you just have to wait for these 1v1s. There's no way you just walk into your death. And quite frankly, Berserk's probably thinking worst case, I guess I'm saving because we don't have credits. But it looks like it's going to be an over under Darian with another headshot from his operator. Map point for Bleed, 1 step away from extending this match into map 3 of Haven.
And with all of those wins,
nggak bagus, Cok, kalau map 3 guys. Map 2 soalnya di comeback guys. Mentalnya turun pasti lah.
With a crumpled economy, light shields, maybe some budget rifles. That's the best they can hope for. You got the Bulldog being bought up, and then the ultimates on the side of Bleed Esports once again. Everything standing in the way with Boom and their 2-0. Severine, he's got that lockdown. Shiro has got that reckoning, and they need to make it happen now.
I mean, the operator's showing up again.
Oh my god.
They're trying to plant Famous in deep, but they don't find him right away. Darian gets the kill on the Killjoy from behind, but thankfully Famous.
Nah, kalau di Des mati tuh kalau di Des sama di Des.
Reckoning
di Des ya.
as well. It will be used, and Bleed's well aware of this. They back out. They don't feel any need. But here's the most important part. On the other side of the map, Blaze King, he's lurking. He's trying to find another kill because they haven't quite planted the spike just yet. Crazy Guy takes down Famous. And Blaze King, he thinks A side is clear. He's trying to come for support. Juicy will be able to get behind him at some point. Uh-oh! A little bit of a twist of fate as Nev hides behind the high tide. Finds the kill. Once again, 2 members only left alive for Boom. It's all up to Blaze King, quite frankly. Shiro, he's at half health. He's trying to find a timing. He can't get the kill. He's just trying to stay alive until Blaze comes to support him. He's waiting for Crazy Guy, but Crazy Guy just sprays as he runs around the corner. They now know where Blaze is. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a map 3 as Bleed keep their hopes alive for a shot to get to the grand finals and ascend from challengers into VCT Pacific.
They keep their dreams alive. A bit of a stare coming out through to the other side. Boom, Esports, and Bleed. The heralded story continues. I mean, just thinking about it, that final round, the way that they've been playing, that Odin, that operator from Darian, he pulls out the plays at the last moment too. It's just a little bit too slow to react. Boom, Esports, they leave their grip.
Again, it's little things like that, right? Bringing out the blades. You've been pushing out with the op and then always backing off. And this time you say, no, I'm going to continue to press the issue. Go for that kill. I mean, we've seen some crazy teams do it before, always to great success, and Bleed will continue that trend. And they say, you know, it's not as clean as it used to be, but this composition with the Reign of the Duelist, it's still got legs. It still carries us forward to try to get to a map 3 in this single elimination best of 3.
I mean, maybe not on the attacking side, which was ended.
Gua kalah jadi pengen ngemil, Cok.
But on the defensive half, oh my god, Bleed, with the way that they control the map, with the way that they put up roadblocks everywhere, it was just that much more difficult for Boom. And you have to think, just feeling, being able to smell victory on the other side. You almost reached it. It injects adrenaline, cortisol into your veins, and these guys are starting to shake. They're starting to let their nerves get to them. Boom, it comes down to the final map, Bleed as well. And that's all that stands between them and that grand finals spot.
Yeah, and this is a map that both of them fairly confident in. Of course, I mean...
Pusing guys, pusing guys. Siapa nih? Malas liatnya. Ini kali. Oh ini nonton ini guys, Horor.
You can use across all of your content.
ZOWIE Pasific nonton nggak bang? Harusnya sih nonton sih guys.
Yang mana tangki? Tangki yang mana tangki? Tangki yang mana? Ada banyak kocak, rusak semua. Sabar, mekanik dulu nih, ada kuyang bro. Oh ini tangki. Oke, bahan bakar udah dan terus habis itu bang, kunci Inggris nih. Lewat ventilasi. Jalan aja lurus. Kiri kanan, kanan kiri lurus. Kiri lurus. Oke. Nah, kita pin nih. Kalau bener Kabila kita jadiin moderator, setuju nggak? Nih. Jalan aja lurus. Nih.
Nah, pakai mouse gitu jalannya anjing sih Rijat.
Nih. Lah ngapa enggak, kocak dia udah ngasih tau gua, kocak. Nget. Anjir, udah capek-capek, cok. Allahu Akbar, ya Allah. Linggis, kunci Inggris bang. Kunci Inggris udah. Kita butuh linggis. Iya, kunci Inggris udah, cok. Kunci Inggris udah dapat. Kita butuh linggis sih, Mel. Linggis. Info linggis. Ya lupa. Linggis di ruang nenek lewat ventilasi. Ruang nenek di mana ruang nenek? Ruang nenek gimana caranya?
Follow guys ini guys. Follow guys. Ada timer pindah circle, males guys.
And what I want to highlight here is the incendiary that Scary's about to throw in the picture-in-picture is actually going to cordon off majority of the spike when it gets onto the 1 versus 4. So I'll play this one here, and you can just see there's the incendiary. Now this is the 1 versus 4. This is where this round should not go the way of Boom, but it comes down to Scary. And unfortunately for Blaze King, he walks into that incendiary. Bit of a blunder there, he dies. The shots are going to come out from Scary here to make everything extremely close in the round. Should never have happened. He will indeed take Famous down to 5 points of health in these jiggle peaks. But my oh my, the round that got away from Bleed, they still get the victory in the end on this one. There's that. Thanks once again for joining me here on the breakdown. Now we have another map to get to see where this series is going to close out. Who's going to get into that grand final? We're going to go to a break first, of course. See you soon.
Oh no, I'm so hungry guys. I'm not eating anything. Login follow bang. Masih lama cok. Main team deathmatch kali ya? Boleh gak sih main team deathmatch bentar? Korea. Mana UC 1000-nya bang? UC 1000 apa tuh tag? Ada lah di rumah. TDM lah, TDM guys, TDM bro, TDM santai guys, TDM manja. Berapa lagi? Bacok. Berbet guys, lah berbet. Bang, Valorantku suka keluar sendiri. Kenapa ya, Bang? Kamu banyak ini, guys. Bang, kok ada figur anime di belakangmu, ya nggak boleh?
Match found.
Hausnya malam-malam minum air putih. Nanya mulu. BO berapa? BO 3. BO 3, guys. Ambil Renalu, cowok.
Just take a seat. I got this.
Lu nggak dikasih dos UC? Dikasih lah, banyak UC gua guys. Gua mah nggak pernah kehabisan UC 1000 gitu ya. Aman terkendali gua. Berarti apa jam 11 cowok? Ini mah kita nggak live halo cowok. Gua pengen tidur guys. Mau tidur cepet jam 2 tidur gitu bisa nggak ya? Jam 2 tidur gitu guys. Kok ada win rate bang? Ada dong. Bang, rank follow lebih penting loh. Besok aja lah follow cok. Besok pagi kali ya. Ini ada immortal anjir musuh gue. Bantai sama immortal kita guys. Udah lama nggak main udah lama nggak main tim deathmatch, Cok. Aduh.
Reloading.
Let the bullets fly.
Careful now.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Sit down.
What are you doing?
One down.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Blow 'em up, Mud.
Oh shit, babe.
Reloading.
10 seconds until stage change.
Careful now. Watch your eyes.
Stage 2.
Look sharp. Damn. Going up.
Anjing. The fuck. Ih, anjir apa sih, Cok?
Target down.
Charge your ults.
Watch your eyes.
Ah, babi lah.
Three.
Nggak kena anjing, bangsat.
Can't use that yet.
10 seconds until stage change.
What the f...
Can't use that yet.
Stage 3.
Come on, let's go.
Rush is ready. It's all you, little homie. Right there.
Embarrassing.
Ih, tai anjir. Flashnya babi lu ya. Ah, babi lah anjing.
Going up.
Raiders got the bloodlust.
Anjing gimana, cowok bangsat?
No, you go. Flash. Triple, baby. Careful now.
Oke lu ya, sini anjing. Wah, anjing JT tai banget, cowok. Tuh, itu JT.
Get out of my way.
Aduh, anjir gak dapet, cowok. Rena kita jago, guys. Tempatnya, guys.
Can't use that yet.
Kalah ya? Anjing apa sih nih?
15 kills remaining.
Ah, tai lah.
Careful now. Can't use that yet. Get out of here.
Oops.
Going up. 10 kills to go. My ultimate's ready. Come on, let's go.
Stay down. Blocking sight.
Somebody's there.
Watch this.
5 kills remaining.
Aduh, ada lagi bangsat. Oh, kalah sih gue udah kill mah. Wah, anjing. No. Ini temen gue ada yang 921, cok. Udah mulai belum guys? Belum ya? Jiko dulu dong, Bang. Jiko lah kamu. Questnya nggak kebuka-buka guys, ya lama banget questnya kebuka-buka ya. Nah, sekali segame aja cukup, cok. Nang pusat. Oh, udah mulai bangsat, hampir aja gua ketinggalan guys. Let's go.
For the first half, the desk talked about it.
Baru nggak pakai headset, enggak kan lagi nobar, cok.
First two maps today. Now, only 13 rounds standing in between either of these teams and a chance to play once again tomorrow on the stage here at VCT Asencion Pasific 2023. The barriers go up. And it's just a quick fire mid to try to contest against Severine. They draw out the paranoia nice and early with the flashpoint.
Oh, that's an expensive piece of utility. You would have hoped that you saved that up for that A retake or A hold. But now it all comes down to Famous and his contact. He gets tagged up and stunned.
Oh no, the drone spots him as well. They know he's stuck in here. Scary. He
Aduh,
dances after, sending the
Famous.
paranoia deep into the site. Severine walks into the aftershock, takes so much damage. And Quack, for the first time, we're seeing a dominant start from Bleed in the pistol round today.
Blaze, he's still behind them though. Lands a quick tracing shot, and then his teammate's coming up from A-Link.
Crazy guy trying to redeem it, but now it's really anybody's. Berserks, not much health, but neither does Scary. Only 5. Crazy guy, that's the player they want to set up for here on Bleed. Scary really just trying to play contact, and then Crazy guy ready for it, an over-under. You see the fault line coming in.
Ya, salah ngecek dia, cok.
Bleed take the first pistol. The first time they've done so. The first time they have won the first round of a map today in this
Si Blas kan udah dapat satu padahal, cok. Tuh ngumpetnya dulu tuh teman-temannya biarin ngepick ya gak sih?
And now they're continuing that trend.
And it just inspires confidence for the Bleed fans everywhere. But for Boom, I mean, with such an early paranoia being sent out, with the way that they came back through, yes, it's a good couple of shots, but they almost look a little bit too loose with how they're playing.
Yeah, the Jess mentioned that as well,
lagi, Bang. Enggak guys, yang hari ini guys gue lemes, cok. Habis nge-gym hari ini, kalau belum nge-gym enak guys.
Both the maps. This time you let it go by. Now another quick hit into A lobby from Bleed, but they're not quite Boom Esports. They don't run all the way through. A nice shot from Shuro. Just trading damage for damage. Yeah, just swapping guns there because Juicy doesn't want to let that go into enemy hands. He's only sitting at 5 HP. He's really just going to be a human drone this time around. Deep recon bolt will get shot down. So Boom, this time they have a better idea. Okay, they're still focusing on A for now. We are peeking out of Garage. We have eyes on B. Boom Esports, no reason to get a little too shaken up just yet. The drone to keep them at bay, though. I like that from Bleed.
And third play is still stuck up around the A side. Blaze hears all of this, though.
Yeah, that allows...
Comes down to timing.
Yes, allows Severine to set up nice and early in the site. He's hiding behind the arrow, but there's the aftershock. It draws him out. They're trying to spray him down, but meanwhile, 2 kills across the map within the site. The flank already taken over by Blaze King. That opens up a timing for Severine, but the gunfire isn't too much. No, they finally take down the Vandal. And now it's all Crazy Guy, alone with the Spectre. Shiro couldn't pick up a gun just yet. Just the Sheriff. But Blaze King, he tags him up.
Let's go!
Shiro gets the timing. Blaze King draws him out long enough. Vandal upgrade here for Shiro, and Boom answer
Map
back in
control yang
round
bagus
2.
dari Blaze King ya guys
What
ya.
a crazy way to turn things around. It's just round 2, Will, and you're already seeing how Boom still has legs to run for it. Blaze with such the presence, such a mind to just jiggle outside a garage, and then suddenly deciding to push deeper into mid. I think they were kind of considering the fact that yes, that drone might be something that Bleed are using to cut noise because they have done this before.
Yeah, and
Good
you
eco,
mentioned
good
that
eco,
that's
good
the
eco.
exact
Langsung beli,
timing that they had
cok.
Blaze King start to walk out to gain that audio. Another shock bolt just to scratch up the members.
Wah, lo
of
langsung cok
Bleed.
kena shock dat, shock
Juicy, the only one takes some
dat.
damage from that, but it is quite a bit as he doesn't have armor. Blaze King spots him, couldn't get the first kill. Oh! Gets dinked right in the dome, has to back out with only 5 HP. The Sheriff will do that to you. Darion, he doesn't want to stop. He knows that they're backed up, that he's weak. He knows he got the dink. He heard it. He's trying to get the kill, but no, it's going to be Blaze King just trying to play
kenapa
for
dimasukin
survival.
Blaze King ya?
Right in the hands of Juicy. But there's a trade. The flash goes for too long for Famous.
Jelek banget. Masa Thrifty ditukar Thrifty sih guys?
Backside entirely given over to Bleed Esports.
Kenapa reload masuk situ?
Steps right into the smoke. A second ahead of Severine. Boom Esports are starting to get rushed just a bit once again. Shiro and Berserks. They have to calm things down. Fault line at the ready. The smoke is cleared. Waiting on the timing.
Yeah.
Oh, a twist of fate as Berserks doesn't find that peak, but they don't have too much time left now. They have to go recon bolt into Fault line. But Crazy, oh, they get the hit!
Nice.
3! Instant 2 kills through walls on both sides, or the boxes rather. And Crazy Guy only has a classic. He cannot get it. And Boom will be able to stabilize with another round.
What a sudden twist of events. The way that they just managed to catch him through the boxes off the recon ball from Shiro. A great way to turn things around, but you have to admit, Boom,
Parah
they
guys.
almost let this get away. They were a little bit
Recon
careless with
Zero
how they
GG,
played it
guys.
around. Blaze trying to get a little bit greedy with a pick outside a garage, falling back.
Wallbang, yes, one
HP,
wallbang.
and
Satu
with
lagi Reconnya
Severine
kena
as well,
wallbang
pushing
satu, satunya
into
lagi
a dark
kan.
cover that way.
Satunya lagi dua-duanya wallbang sih. Recon sama stunnya kena dua guys lagi GG banget.
Bleed loves to do that inside of smokes.
Okay.
Yeah, Boom. Hopefully they can keep track of this, because guess
Okay,
what?
Famos
The night
OP
is starting to
cuan,
get
ya.
extended a bit long here in Bangkok, Thailand.
MVP
Both teams
Recon.
playing an endurance game. It's going to be another early contention, but a dash forward from Juicy gets stopped by the fault line.
And he's going to spam just to keep people at bay. The main thing is, though, you got 2 ultimates now in the bank of Bleed. Neff, he could very well use this to set up outside of A long to push and execute onto the A site. Severine just waiting for the contact, goes in for the peek, gets information off of the recon ball from Shiro, but still, it's not going to be so easy. Oh, so many players.
Yeah,
he has no idea.
Hunter's Fury uses, well, he dodges the flash, the anti-flash is good, and he dodges the Rolling Thunder as well, not hit by it just yet. The aftershock buys time, but the flash lasts for a bit too long. Shiro there.
Woohoo! Zero nih bos.
10 HP, cleaning up Bay main, and
Gila, Zero,
keeping
guys.
Boom ahead 3-1.
The triple kill coming through. It was the Aldrone, excuse me, that gathered so much
Zero sekarang panas guys
information,
anjir.
kind of drawing the attention away just to allow his teammate to actually peek
Oh, itu
off
flashnya
of
anjir.
him. And then, of course, the utility through from Bleed as well. I mean, Boom. The Hunter Fury, yes, it did come through, and it just gives Boom so much more presence around the A side just to fight back. Expensive round
Zero
for
gacho,
Bleed.
Famo turu bang, turu.
Absolutely. 3 stingers now for Bleed. That's all they got. 2 sheriffs. Of course, we've seen the 145 dinks twice already in this map alone. The operator, Famous, he's good with it. He will escape away from the fault line, but they actually take that timing to plant Blaze King back into the site. Bleed not quite aware of this. Blaze King gets one, he gets another on the escape. Darion also down. Scary and Crazy Guy with stingers. That's not the gun you want against these Vandals, but you didn't have a
Scary
choice.
dah lo banget, cok. Nice banget.
You were put down into this round already on
Tim
your
Indo
back
kah bang?
foot.
Boom tim Indo guys,
with
baca
that,
tuh BME bawahnya ID Indonesia
trying to
bos.
find a bit of peace. Another gap, perhaps to sneak through. Maybe one pick gives you a weapon. But if not, I mean, look at how Boom are just holding up around this. The dark cover gives it away. Scary trying to sneak through. but easily spotted out by Shiro. It all comes down to Crazy Guy, who is sneaking his way onto the A site, but when you have 5 players coming up from Boom, this is a retake that you cannot hold
Teknya Boom
against.
jadi masalah bang, makanya ini sih. Ini mah peteker soalnya sih guys, orang 3 set kok.
They don't want to take the risk, they don't want to give over the rifle upgrades. Oh, the fault line to keep him locked in.
He's on top.
Yeah, he's on top. If Shiro didn't get it, surely it would have gone over to Severine.
Yes, Boom from India.
Happily charging his Hunter's Fury back up.
Boom from India ya guys ya.
There's quite a few members who wanted this one for that ult point. It is going to go over to Berserks. You still have Blaze King with 1 point away from that lockdown as well.
Well, so far,
MG Malay
this has
Singapura
been
bang.
a great run. We've seen the first pistol win from Bleed, and then Boom coming back with 4 rounds in a row. In the previous maps, it would have been Legia calling timeout
Paperrex also India
now just to turn things around. I don't know if it's going to happen again, especially on a map like Haven. It comes down to how the players actually frag out. And Famous so far, he's been starting to wake up a little bit. And we were talking about
guys,
how
ini jangan sampai
loose
tolong ya Boom ya.
whether or not their mentals
Just
got boomed.
play apa sih bilangnya? Hero 11-1 anjing.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiro with 11 kills. The Jets pointed him out as that key player early on. The comparison up against Crazy Guy, the 2 Sovas. And this time around, I mean, nothing against Crazy Guy. He's doing what he can, but Shiro truly the hero for Boom Esports. Now a triple stack here. The drone will spot, and immediately they're ready for it. Boom. You're ready to trade. You've got the utility lined up as well.
And look at this setup too. Severine up on top. Bleed are going back to their roots, playing it slow, playing it careful. But unless Shiro can gather information from them, unless they can find some kind of an opening pick, they're not going to fully blindly commit. Meanwhile, on the other hand, it's just going to be that presence of an operator from Famous still on the C site. So Bleed are very much kind of either funneling to B or A. And if it is A, you got 3 players waiting.
Yeah, they're working off an assumption that they cut enough noise to draw out confusion from Boom, but especially with that turret getting taken out in Garage, and they're just trying to run this in, and Berserks, he has not enough time to get the fault line through. He didn't expect the flash. He tried to anti-flash away, but Severino, he cannot get the spade transfer as he sees Juicy run across his screen. The site giving up, but unfortunate timing on the side of Boom Esports. Berserks. He just had too many thoughts going through his head, couldn't find the right timing, and the operator has to be saved here for Famous.
And that's one of those things where you can feel it in the crowd, feel it in the arena, that moment. You hear the crowd going off, you feel that pressure in the air, you know what's at stake, and sometimes it becomes a little bit too much, and you get caught out with utility in hand. Maybe you're looking at the mini-map, maybe not, but whatever it is, those mistakes gives Bleed just a little bit more. Now Famous trying to hold on to this operator. He watches the angle. The crowd is starting to rev up again.
They say, okay, our team's coming back. Let's get behind
Banyak fans Bleed bang di Thailand karena ada sesekeri guys, sesekeri orang Thailand
but of
guys ya.
course, operator and plenty of credits on the side of Boom Esports, triple ultimates as well. They're not in too much trouble just yet.
30 seconds.
Just a great entry, right? As soon as you saw that flash go through and it was hit, you knew you had the chance. I mean, you even saw, of course, the mechanical arm from the breach held up high, and that's going to be the easy entry coming out from Juicy.
Going
to round 7. Boom still in the lead, but can they recover, stabilize? Famous, he's been... Oh, Shiro's actually going to cover for him and takes out Juicy, and that allows Famous to creep forward. He's holding a closer angle as well, just trying to fake away from the tag.
And then exploring B site. Blaze King loves to play pivot around C Link though, and this is where he can punish a lot of players. Known to be strong with his little bit of strafe shot.
Okay.
But again, Bleed cutting noise slowly
gacor banget coy ya, gacor banget guys.
Map. You've got that alarm bot, and it only covers up the window.
Blaze King is going on a journey in mid. His turret was taken out in B. He creeps forward.
Though.
Yeah, he sees that, okay, no one's coming through. They hear the noise coming in to C site. The recon bolt denied, and there's the Rolling Thunder. The Aftershock, it's not going to do much damage as Famous gets the kill right as the smoke clears. Meanwhile, B site just abandoned by both teams. Okay, Scary trying to get a better position on A with the From the Shadows, but he's spotted by Shiro. Scary just has to hold on to this position until his team comes. However, that means no one's watching the link coming in from spawn, and that's exactly what Severine is for the double.
Nice one!
Blaze King will pick pick up the kill from behind.
Let's go. Don't give them chance to win. Let's go, guys.
Their way around the map. Yes, Bleed, they might cut noise. They might, try to find a little bit of a sneaky rotate. When you have a player like Blaze King who knows exactly when and where to peek out, having that feeling, having that presence, just to go wrap up or back around A long, he catches them from behind. And also, Shiro finding
keras defender, Tekernya jangan turun, betul, amin.
would have been used.
And Shiro, 12, 2, and 4. I mean, every part of that number stat line looks impressive. And once again, he's trying to provide support for his Jet with that operator. Ace site, I mean, it's just not getting opened up too easily. Yes, Bleed had that 1 round 2 rounds ago where they found an opening. But the recon boats, the operator, the support, the setup off contact with the fault lines.
Enak banget suara champion 5K VP pun ngebeli. Nah, aduh, kira dapet Blaze King.
That tempo, just the bulldozing through of 4 members of Bleed.
Nice.
Now they surround the site. A bit of a garage presence as well from Crazy Guy. And then he rotates back around mid. Bleed are now spreading out across the map despite the spike being planted. They want to catch them on the rotations. Crazy Guy has such a great timing for this flank.
Yeah, exactly. They don't suspect him because they see people climbing out of garage. And it's going to be Darian who draws the attention for Crazy Guy, getting the last kill of the round. And it all started with being able to push out towards C-Link, getting that kill in garage that opened up that entire other half of the map.
A little bit messy, a little bit strong coming up from Bleed. And like you mentioned, yes, it's that kill towards C-Link. It's something that you have to think about as Boom Esports right now. Yes, this is how you play. Yes, this is what you are known for. But it's because you are so known for it that Bleed start to find their way to adapt around some of this. They want to punish you in your most predictable spots.
We also have to remember, okay, well, let's not remember, because right now the round's kicking off right away in round 9. Famous dashes forward to try to make something happen. Oh, and he tries to spray. It wasn't even the Vandal, and Juicy still able to answer back, gets the pinpoint precision. Man down for Boom Esports. Shiro also very low trying to support his teammate.
You just can't go off with these crazy aggressive pushes against Bleed, especially when they play this slow together. We talk about that 5-man movement all the time. They're doing it again. Maybe you get a little bit of control outside of C.
Bisa lah.
What's going to happen on A site? Unless Blaze King is going to pull off a miracle. Bleed, they are coming through.
Oh no, Blaze King, you're going back into the site. You still have the lockdown in hand. You have to stay alive. The Hunter's Fury, yes, it's being used to buy time. It's actually good for 2 kills.
Gila, dapat 2 tuh Shiro, cok.
Enough attention of Blaze King. Now able to get another kill. He does eventually go down, but the Rolling Thunder has to be used preemptively just to create space. Bleed knows that if they just planted without using that they would get caught off guard. They're trying to bait in the aggression, but Severine on a nice timing from a short. Spike down, way far away from Neff. He just wants to get at least 1 more kill to try to even the numbers, but even if he does, he's not going to have enough time. Yeah, he can't chase too far forward.
Nice.
This is where I want to see that discipline, that control, that hold from Boom.
Nice flank, nice flank, nice flank.
Before, not at this moment, not right now. 15 seconds left, and Neff might be looking to possibly pick up the spike at the last moment, or maybe not.
Yeah, he's just going to go for the save. I mean, that drop would have been too risky to begin with, even if he tries to get onto that box. Now, Boom has no intention of letting him carry over that rifle.
Sudah ngelamatin si Famous banget nih kalau menang.
Oh, is Neff going to peek out? No, he will play it safe. He knows how valuable that Vandal can be.
6-3 right now, Will.
Oh, and this was just incredible. I mean, gets a kill with the first one, and then, of course, got the double tag. And with that chaos, that opens up the timing
nice banget. Gila, Shiro, cok, ultinya aja kayak gitu, cok, anjir.
What are you doing on your phone? You gotta watch this game.
Well, the eyes were still on the screen, okay?
It's not good enough. You need your ears, too.
Well, listen, maybe it was their mother, all right? If your mother calls, you always gotta pick up, all right?
Tell your mom to watch. But, okay, so the score being 6-3, yes, it's a bit of an expensive round, but such a great way to bail your teammate out. Good reads coming out from Boom, and then the timeout being called by Legia. Bleed's coach finding that impact.
Menurut gue sih attack sebenarnya guys, karena 3 side teman-teman.
And this is what I'm worried about, because despite Boom having a lead, sometimes they let that slip away. Sometimes they overheat.
Menurut gue kalau misalnya attackernya punya strat gitu guys, punya stun, flash yang benar, ini map attacker banget.
For Bleed,
karena masuk ke site-nya gampang.
What is their next play going to be?
Yeah, because it looked like, maybe they had that answer against the fast aggression and things like that. Now, what I wanted to mention at the beginning of this round was the fact that, okay, earlier in the rounds, Bleed went with their traditional setup of creep around, take out the turret, creep around again, and then when they hit B site, they just bulldoze through, right? So this mental conditioning, the mini game is starting to come online for Bleed. Curious to see if they work off that mental conditioning once again.
Makanya menurut gue, tapi menurut gue tetap attacker sih guys. Attacker kalau bisa ngelerk gitu, ini lerknya tuh banyak banget setnya apa sisinya guys. Bisa lerkingnya tuh bisa banyak banget guys posibilitasnya.
For Boom Esports.
However, bear in mind, Crazy Guy does have his Hunter's Fury. All the lockdowns, all the ultimates in this round could very well make an impact, and it all starts with this A-short rush. Severin is prepared for this. He hears it and backs up. Trying to set the crossfire.
Shiro's trying to play for contact as well. The shock darts just trying to get some damage, just trying to draw them out. The aftershock coming through as well. Yes, the lockdown absolutely goes down, but the question is, no, they were not ready to push through a main on a timing. Bleed thought they might be able to just let the lockdown go through. Boom Esports had no intention of doing so. They were very
ZOWIE bagus, sampai 5 juta ada nggak bang? Second paling.
Cutting noise again. They're trying to sell this fake that maybe they rotated through, but Boom aren't budging. They're still holding down on this site. It comes down to how well they hold. They send out the drone to gather information, but here comes the hit.
Oh, and Shiro with a nice timing to peek right around. They hear the Hunter's Fury coming through. It actually does enough damage, gets enough tags to clear out the site eventually. Sure, Shiro gets the first kill onto Juicy, but he was really just the main. Oh, the timing on the smoke. Blaze King did not have the right information on that one, and Famous, is he going for it? 1v3, he's trying to walk through. I mean, you know what, I get it. It's a nice attempt mentally, but at the same time, you had an operator in hand. You couldn't just keep swinging out. That's a rough one.
Famous nggak pernah ketemu musuh dari tadi guys. Si Famous pakai OP tapi nggak pernah ketemu orang.
And now, although they do have quite a bit in the bank, maybe this round's just given away to Bleed. It costs them a couple of ultimates, right? The Hunter's Fury from Shiro, it was great in giving them control over the site as the rest of the team, as the rest of the squad pushed through. The retake there, a little bit weak coming up from Boom, and you hope to expect more. Now that Severin brings out the Odin.
Oh, we've seen the Odin do work before. See if he can continue here on Haven.
Oh, fast movement though.
Yeah, once again, Bleed, they're pushing up the tempo. Worked for them in that previous round. And this gives them full control, but Juicy thought he had cleared all the angles, but there was just a sliver left for Famous on that platform.
Kalau nggak dapat susah guys,
and now with the jet down this early, I mean, when you're dying going into the site, that's one thing to draw crosshairs, but now, Bleed, that fast tempo, no longer possible.
Noise cut again, and then the dark cover to possibly sell a bit of a fake outside of Garage, I mean, inside of Garage. It's going to come down to Shiro and how ready, how prepared he is for this. Hovering back around A-Link, he hops in through the site again.
Yeah, he
sees that utility, and now he gets punished.
He tries to grade for extra information. I was about to point out, Quack, as you were talking, that he was correctly backing out, playing it safe, trying to play the numbers game. But then he goes in and says, well, maybe I should check for information. That leads to a step. Severin gets 1-for-1 traded. I mean, sure, Bladestorm available here for Famous, so they could go for the retake 3v3. They will be going for it. Blaze King opens things up with the first kill. The turret taken down, but Darren answers back on contact. Both members of Bleed in a main, but Boom not quite sure where. Okay, now they see the paranoia coming through. They know where both members are. Half defuse already done. Scary with a nice headshot. He knows he's not sticking the defuse. The shadow step just to play the mind games. They know he's not sticking it yet again. And Scary gets him through the corner of the wall. 5-6 scoreline.
Coming back now.
Gue bilang kan, ini map attacker guys. Enak kalau misalnya tahu momentumnya bisa masuk set kosong polosan guys.
These guys, they are in control. As soon as the spike is planted, as long as it is planted, they have that advantage and they will play off of it. Boom, on the other hand, just a little bit sloppy with how they go in for the retake again. Being too confident, going out for those duels, going out for those peaks. When Scary is in control, you can't take those fights against him.
No, you definitely cannot. And a lot of these is Bleed just taking initiative, right? 2 rounds ago, they used the Hunter's Fury knowing that the lockdown was still available for Boom, but they just say if we pile on through, that lockdown will not find use. This time, they get the plant. They're able to get out of range fast enough. They once again wait for the aggression because they know Boom is starting to get antsy.
Oh my god. And so antsy, they are up A long. Severin not quite yet discovered, but Bleed does have an inkling.
Yeah, there's the fault line. They go for the clear right away. A nice swing off of that stun. Crazy guy opens things up. And now, once again, they cut noise, right? Bleed just says, okay, if we just go step by step, Boom Esports, they will try to creep forward. The recon bolt gets cleared, no information. There's the shock bolt, but Juicy's ready for the peak. I mean, Bleed's starting to get into the heads of Boom Esports, Quack. They know the mindset of Boom, that they're always going to try to swing for these duels. A short, not quite clear just yet. Oh, the Odin, it's doing work. Blaze King. Now the spike will get planted. Blaze King's going to try to do some damage with the Nano Swarm, but not going to quite find his target. Famous waiting up in heaven. The smoke clears just now, and he gets the kill on to Darion. Next position, though.
Nice.
Are they quite aware? Well, now they will be. Famous, very low on health. Neff's going to try to rotate over to heaven.
They don't know.
He tries to jump over and he gets the quick kill onto Shiro.
Are you kidding me?
The line as well. He sees Famous was surely tagged out by the stun. And Neff with the celebratory rolling thunder as if foreseeing the victory in hand. 6-6 half tied up as we switch sides.
A 1-on-3 clutch, Will. Having the mind to go back up on top of heaven, and Famous trying to updraft or hop up, hovering through, getting that shot. He just couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, the fault line as well. Sure, he didn't make the jump right away either. So the height not quite there, but the fault line all but secured that round. Now 6-6 half, and you kept mentioning it, Quack, and I think it's important to remind everyone once again, the most they had gotten was 4 rounds, 3 rounds in the first 2 maps. This time, they tie things up. The desk talked about it as well.
Itu guys, bener cok, nggak kedenger cok.
Start and they figure it out once you
naik ke atas gitu kalau jalan mah nggak kedenger guys.
It's tied up. They only need 7 more rounds to go.
And that's not all. It's the same as before. Now we will have Bleed on their defense. And there's so much that they can do. First of all, you have to be wary of Darion's operator. And like we mentioned before, right, same composition, sure, different players, different team. The stark difference between how Scary and Severine are playing right now. Severine a little bit too aggressive with his utility and how he positions himself. As that controller player, if you lose that early in the round, you just don't have your smokes anymore. So needing to see that control coming out from Boom Esports.
Famous jangan ngantuk mainnya.
To make it happen. Are we going to rewrite this history book, or are we going to let it repeat itself?
It's been 337 days since Bleed got knocked down to the lower bracket last year in the last chance qualifiers. Nearly a full year they've been waiting for this chance to get some revenge when it matters most. Sure, they beat Boom.
Tapi Darian juga lagi turun sih guys. Juicy juga biasa aja. Juicy nggak serem-serem banget.
This is where they want to prove that they deserve to get up to the big stage. Famous gets tagged quite a bit. He's going to need some teammates to peek with him. Oh, the flash of the dash timing. Oh! What's Juicy with the fadeaway ghost headshot onto Famous. And they have to run away. They've all been flashed. Boom Esports, they're trying to do whatever they can. The paranoia comes through from Scary, but Blaze King not tagged by it. Only good for 1 kill. Scary now here with the Ghost as well. The site is flooded with players from Bleed, and they just do not let go of it. Bleed take yet another pistol win in the second half of map 3.
Stu Blind fully committing down through A short as well as A long, and it almost feels as if Bleed were prepared for that first shot from Juicy and then just falling back. They worked off the information that they had. They were prepared, coming through so quick on the rotation. Yes, Boom, they got a bit of close contacts with the right clicks and the pistols, but still, Bleed having the numbers to trade it out in the retake.
And we just saw it on the cameras of the players, but this looks the most relaxed that Bleed has been all night. And it's map 3, it's getting late into the night. And if this is when they're starting to heat up and get comfortable, that's not good news for Boom. Oh man, not even the Marshall duel going in favor of Famous. Juicy. Online, ready to go, trying to close things out. Oh, and he swings right around to A long to get yet another kill. And you called it, Quack. That smoke going down early, absolutely devastating on a map like Haven.
You just no longer have any cover as you push into a site. You walk into C, and that's all that Killjoy getting contacted. Shiro will be able to shoot out the drone, but that's about it. Neff is now prepared for this. He's calling his entire team to surround the site. Blaze King on a deep lurk, but I don't know how much that can do.
Yeah, trying to escape from the aftershock. Okay, Neff tried to get a read on it, but Shiro quick on the trigger. But can he make it across the sight lines of Juicy? He's pretty much trapped right now. Yeah, you're right. It's all up to Blaze King. But guess what? Crazy Guy has a read on that as well. Juicy good for 3 with a Marshall. Crazy Guy gets the flank.
Damn.
And everything that Boom Esports trying to throw at
Hey guys. Gun round. Let's go, gun round.
Just not quite finding the answer just yet. Bleed having such a quick reaction to everything. Such a good read as well. Juicy doubling back out towards A long to find a second pick, and then in towards B site.
Man, even getting that quick peek to the right after seeing the recombo, things like this, it just shows that Juicy is way more focused.
Still though, full buys now coming out from Boom. And they're working their way around this, maybe trying to take it slow. Juicy wants to push up the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, momentum-wise, carrying over from the end of the first half, it sounds like Bleed has the advantage. However, it's only an 8-6 scoreline, and in theory,
dia nahan A-nya. Kalau dia nge-kill 1,
they should be able to try to turn things around here. The question is, how many weapons do they lose?
Hopefully not too much. Working their way down A long, Juicy just repositions, recalibrates, and he's waiting for them to show up. Crazy Guys here as well, and you know how useful those recon bolts can be.
Yeah, they've already pushed out for Bleed on the side of C main as well, waiting to see if there is a rotate. And the recon bolt as well. The alarm bot gets cleared, and then Bleed backs off. They are still one step ahead strategically. Blaze King, if he gets this kill, it'd be huge. He misses the first one, and that allows the trade to happen from Scary. That's a rifle dropped.
Wants to pick it up too, but attention drawn back. The paranoia now, Severine. Can you win out your duel against your counterpart?
Yeah, the counter, paranoia as well. Severine gets the spray through the smoke, recognizes where it came from, but he does not realize there could be 2. Neff hiding in between the smokes. Famous, he's doing what he can. He needs to keep hold of the site, and he will do so. Now, a 2v1 Marshall for Juicy, still full health and half armor for both Shiro and Famous.
Swaps over the Spectre.
Running gun possible here, but no, Famous will not give him the time of day. So, Boom Esports, they get the round they're supposed to, but we question how many weapons do you drop? 3 full rifles.
It definitely wasn't the cleanest round, I'll tell you that much, Will. It all took so many rotations through, back and forth.
Waduh, Odin OP,
presence being felt by Juicy just up around the A long area. But also, when Scary is up around a corner, you have to watch out for that guy. And just knowing that he would have gone back for that weapon, Blaze King, a good pick off the start. He knows how to work around his utility when he gets that information, but you need so much more than that. You need to make it clean.
Yeah, well, an early alarm bot down right in front of A lobby makes it seem like Boom Esports, they just want to commit to a fast hit onto A. Just okay, spots the operator as well. So operator spotted, but not quite the Odin just yet. There's another expensive weapon. Okay, they start to hear it now on A short. I mean, if you're Boom Esports, yeah, you got to imagine, okay, well, there's like 100 bullets on one side, and then there's 1 bullet that counts for 100.
And at the same time, you got Neff slowly pushing up. He's under window right now. If they double back, he's going to hear everything, Will. If they drop down, he's going to get the perfect opportunity just to punish Boom.
Boom, it looks like they might want to just try to fish for information on mid and then decide the timing. Can they get Neff? No, he gets 1 kill before Severine's able to get the timing around towards Garage. And that just means they still do not have full control of mid. Boom Esports starting to run out of options, running out of time as well. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to make up your mind. They try to throw a fake smoke, but guess what? No one's around to even fall for it on the C side of the map. Operator still watching A long. You've got the Odin watching the entrance from A short. I feel like they're gonna hit a brick wall, Quack.
Oh, that's everything right there. Bleed already arriving on the crime scene.
Yeah, and here's the Blaze Storm just to get prepared for a multi-person duel. Juicy, he gets the anti-flash as well. Yeah, but Severine with the fake TP picks up the kill, and Berserks will get the timing to come in for an extra kill. Open up the site, but it's Scary. You can never count him out. 1v1. Scary versus Shiro. They know of each other's position. Shiro with the jiggle. Holds true on his aim, and he will get the 1v1 clutch.
How does he do this? Slight bits of movement back and forth, and as soon as he sees Shiro, despite the white swing through underneath the hell, Scary drags him down with him. 7-9 Bleed, very much so in the lead, and they're not looking to let go anytime soon, Will.
And this is why Scary has such a huge following all around the world, right? Not just here in Bangkok, Thailand, but this is why he's been this feared player from all across Southeast Asia. And you can see it on the faces of Bleed. They're getting fired up. They're cheering each other on. They no longer look nervous. They no longer look under pressure. Meanwhile, we haven't even had a chance or a reason to look at Boom Esports' cameras during replays because they haven't been getting the clutch kills they need.
Oh God, now Darren with a judge.
Oh, well, he jumps right around, and that's just a way advantageous fight. So now with Judge to go with the operator. It's always something. They're starting to feel it. I mean, they are just in the minds of Boom Esports. For Bleed, it's really just another day where they're checking corners, checking smokes, but it's Boom who's not really quite being aware of those possibilities.
And that's the thing. The players are starting to get too nervous or too tense with how they go in for these fights, how they go in for control around the map. Bleed are exploiting this all in full. One more player down, Will.
Yeah, and Neff also trying to draw attention from window as well. Yeah, they don't understand that Darion can still be here. Severin, yes, he tries to go for the check, but Darion already a step to the left, a little bit wide, away from that swing. Berserks all alone, only one flashpoint. The fault line does come back, but there's 5 members on the other side. He gets spotted as well. Only 30 seconds, not much you can do. And Bleed now only 3 rounds away from climbing back forward. Getting a rematch, potentially against Scars in the grand finals of VCT Asencion Pasific.
And that's a match that they've won before. Off that one kill, Crazy Guy picks up another Hunter's Fury. And just in this round, yes, it is a bit of a save coming out from Boom, but you would have expected a little bit more success. The way that they re-peek back in the garage, you have to know that Darren's still here. What are you doing? You expect the coach to call a timeout right now because these players need it more so than ever.
Well, it's coming through. The timer's paused. And boy, oh boy, we haven't really seen both coaches look this tense. All throughout this best of 3, it's always been, the side of Bleed looking so pressured, looking nervous that they might let things slip away. But this time, both teams feel the pressure. Sure, Bleed's in the lead, but they understand that Boom has the firepower to carry through. And at this point, sure, it's not overtime just yet. It hasn't gone that far, but it is 11 p.m. here in Bangkok, Thailand, local time. The day started at 3 p.m. The crowds have been here supporting all the players on stage because you only get this one shot to move on. Take your place towards VCT Pacific.
If you don't, your opponent takes your place instead. And then you gotta wait a whole year before you get your second shot.
Ayo Boom, let's go Boom. Tolonglah, masih bisa nih.
And they're gonna have to try 3 ultimates on both sides. And Bleed once more in control. You've got Juicy still on that operator, this time watching towards C-Long.
Yeah, and he's not the one who's been needing to get the kills either. Neff with 20 kills to his name. Only 11 deaths, still 6 assists as well, so doing whatever he can everywhere he can. Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury available for Bleed. Now with all the gunfire coming through, we do have Boom just being a bit more aware. So we're starting to see that change, right? They're calming things down. They're aware of the potential spam coming through.
Okay.
Nanoswarm cleared out. Famous tries to get the peek onto the Sova, but Crazy Guy will hide away just in time. Draws out a lot of utility. Are they going to recommit? Famous, no, he has to dash out before the tailwind expires.
Yeah, it's just the B side. It's so easy to rotate around that they cannot recommit into this. If they did, it would have been a death trap. So rotation's back on through now. They have a bit of garage presence, Juicy, fire shot, and now they have to play around this.
They have a minute left. They do not need to rush this, and they correctly back out. And here's the thing, they've drawn out 2 huge ultimates from the side of Bleed. For the first time in Haven, it's actually Bleed who's getting a bit too flustered. They're trying to rush through with their utility.
Nice.
Crazy Guy, he just wants to get 1 kill, but he holds the trigger for too long. Blaze King finds the origin. Oh, a nice sneak in from Darion, though. Are they aware that he's already here? They heard him. Yep, they heard that. What? He gets the kill on Toshiro, and he still stays alive. Well, that forces a lockdown to have to be used. Famous with a nice flake on the drop onto Juicy, as if he fell to his death straight from heaven. And Darion just trying to come around to get the lockdown, but he doesn't have the range to combat that Vandal from Blaze King. Once again, scary, but this time only 5
Nice.
HP. There's
Itu
no
dong,
way he
Famous.
could have
Let's
done
go,
that
Famous.
one. Boom Esports, the timeout was what they needed to get another round on the board.
Multiple rotations, and it's not an easy one, Will, because it's so scary with how you actually peek inside of B, dodge back out, slightly in towards garage, and then all the way through over onto the A site. A tiny mistake, a tiny sliver, and you never know. Bleed might have punished you, but thankfully it worked out for Boom. With that, those ultimates drawn out, they managed to secure the A site. Still a little bit scary though.
Okay, let's go guys. 2 round lagi guys. Bisa guys. Yuk.
Classic kill?
Yeah, I mean, the focus individually still on the side of Bleed, I would say, but team-wise, Boom's trying to recover and stabilize. Operator still available for Bleed. They have another round of full buys. Andres Fury trying to clear out one side of the map. But Severine, can he get the kill off the peak? He does. He clears out Scary. No smokes, no paranoia available. Default line also gone from the side of Bleed. But Darion, he's alive once again. Terrorizing the site as he did last round. Holding back sight, and it's not a double peak. Darion good for one. Blaze King finally trading for that one. Now a 1v2.
Jir, ini apa sih mainnya, cowok?
They don't know where he's coming from, but it is the operator. Oh no, the drone. Oh no, the timing. He jumps to try to avoid it. What? It actually just gives him a better sight line as Juicy goes for the flick.
Oh, and he's baiting for it.
I love it. He fakes out the gun drop, and now he's trying to spam. Oh, but
Nice.
he does not realize. Has to second guess himself, and it's Blaze King clutching the 1v1.
Just a little bit more experience, knowing that he would make his move around the site, crouched down and waited. Sudden push out into C site, and despite that presence from Scary, this time Severine comes out on top. The shrouded step towards the backside, and then he gets the flick. Teammates here to back him up as well. Darion, almost a bit of a menace, but then calling out, you could see those communications coming through from the team. They were trying to spam and triangulate Darion's positioning. You want this team to continue to stay alive this way.
Oh, and the round kicks off once again with an early fault line, and finally the credits burning out for Bleed. They cannot buy up the rifles they would want, only a Guardian in the hand of Neff. An early from the shadows just to clear up backside. They've always had trouble with that one over on C. And boom, they're finally starting to answer back. Checking every smoke, checking every corner. That's how Bleed was getting so many advantages throughout this map. The timeout has done wonders for this Indonesian squad.
That's it though, Neff has the Guardian. He finds that first pick. So many angles, not quite yet covered by Boom. They have to go back. They have to play calm.
Oh, anjing lagi ikut loh.
It does take up a couple players, so it buys a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, whatever to try to tie up the points. And Blaze King now with the timing. I like this fake out on the timing, right? The Rolling Thunder's not what he's trying to capitalize on. Oh no, but Neff swings out with the Guardian. Blaze King, you gotta get here quick, you gotta get here fast. Gets one, but he can't get the second kill. Down to Berserx. Berserx versus Crazy Guy. 1v1, holding to the half. Crazy Guy doesn't bite it. But no time. Crazy Guy has to get the kill right now, but it wasn't fast enough. Berserx.
Tuh, kenapa sih cowok ini cowok equal lawannya lo anjing?
Tying it up 10-10.
Still a little bit expensive, not quite the cleanest, but a win nonetheless. 3 in a row now, Will, and boom, they tie it up. Bleed, they still have timeouts. They still have options, and the crowd is counting on them. Boom, on the other hand, though, trying to claw their way back into this game. Still not quite the cleanest rounds, but they make it nonetheless.
Beli half armor semua ya?
Once again, a 10-10 score line between these two teams. Boom Esports, they haven't had the lead for the past 11 rounds. Can they bring it back? Juicy spots Famous on that sliver. Famous says, I just want to back out. We don't want to commit too much utility. Blaze King's trying to shake up the middle of the site, but he cannot overextend because Neff's ready for this one. Oh, he lets Blaze King through. He can't quite get the first shot. Famous will survive. He's trying to just stay alive in the sky of B site. This time it's meant to be a committed plant here. The Aftershock not going to be able to push him off of it just yet. Famous not hit by the paranoia. The lockdown. No one's ready to take it off just yet. They have to start exiting the site, and Bleed catches that timing to get 2 exit frags before the retake even begins. Shiro finds the gun barrel, but he cannot find the second as Darion stops at nothing. Berserks, you have to buy enough time for Severine, exactly. They don't know where Severine is just yet, the paranoia, but now they are quite well aware, still enough time to start sticking that defuse, even the smoke coming out. You cannot find that right angle. Severine, he's gonna get the kill, but Bleed will answer back. They should have more than enough time to close this one out once again. Keeping the lead 11-10.
Unbelievably smart. You see how they play that 1-on-3. Yes, Severine was coming out from behind. They might not have known until that Perno was sent out. But letting a weakened player go onto the defuse just to bait out for that shot through the smoke. So smart coming out from Bleed. They practiced for this. And given how aggressive Boom were onto the B side, it's high risk, high reward. And that time, because it was so risky, Bleed knew exactly how to punish them.
Well, Bleed, the setup this time once again with an Odin and an Operator holding down A side, practically just letting them know A side is closed for the night. Please go to B or C. Boom Esports. Will they play
Let's
by
go,
the rules?
boom, boom,
Cover. They
boom,
just wanna force
shakalaka,
them
boom.
into C site, because guess what? A Rolling Thunder's waiting there.
Pusing pala ko,
pushing out. Okay, clears out the drone, but that's a bit of a warning shot for both sides of the team. Meanwhile, Darian looks like he got tagged up quite a bit over on by the C side.
And it's that Odin once more from Crazy Guy.
Yeah, well, the drone spot's not 1, not 2, but 3 in the middle of the map. He wants that reload because he thinks he's going to need 100 bullets ready to go.
We've got a full minute to work with them. Boom doesn't quite have to commit to anything, but they are looking to punish Juicy. The crowd's starting to cheer up, and he backs off. Boom, once again, I mean, it's a little bit risky, but they're going in for it, Will. If they don't make it happen, that could be deadly.
He tries to go for the first kill. He's trying to hold on to the site. It does buy
Tuh,
enough time for his
mati tuh,
teammates to arrive, but Dark covers, cutting up the entire site. He's above them. They do not realize the Blade Storm's good. The Odin continues to grind up all of the members of Boom Esports, and it's only Famous left alive. Scary finishes it off in fashion, and Bleed will get to match point.
I mean, just going in for it. Juicy backs up. We saw this on Pearl. Again, just the reads, and then floating up on top of them. Boom had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, amidst all that chaos, just not quite aware
Atau udah
that
kena
updraft coming
stun,
through.
kena flash,
Doesn't have
tapi
the
kagak di
awareness
follow
to
up
do
gitu
so,
guys,
and that
belakang backside-nya.
alone
Kenapa
allows
ya?
Crazy Guy to hold that trigger on the Odin. 1 round away for Bleed to finally get revenge in a tournament that potentially gives you that chance to enter a Tier 1 stage of VCT. The Rolling Thunder being used early here from Bleed. They see all the utility flying in, and they just don't want to have to deal with that. Now, they do still have the Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy. So, not everything dumped early, but this is good news for Boom Esports, because guess what? Here's Famous, but he's been stunned up, and he can't get the first kill. They suspected it right away, and Scary's able to clear that out. Now without a jet, how do you plan to break open the site and distract this operator? Because Juicy's just waiting for a shot through the wall. Clips Severine. He is down now. No smokes, no entry. Blaze King doing what he can to disrupt the other side of the map, but they know the forces are here. He's been tagged. Berserk goes down. Shiro only with a Sheriff. Blaze King, you have to come back with that Vandal. You have to support your teammate. Oh, but it's too late. Shiro drops the spike as well. And Scary's waiting for Blaze King. And fate would have it that the hometown hero would get to play another day here in Bangkok, Thailand, in front of the home crowd as the last hope moving on to the grand finals of VCT Asencion Pasific.
Finally redeemed. And it starts with this one guy, Scary, pulling it off on Pearl and then back onto Haven. Such a lead. Boom, not quite able to find those answers. Slowly making it out with some comebacks, but then towards the end of it, on the attacking half, the way that they try to find some of these gaps, some of these leaks, it just couldn't happen.
Wow, it's
Juicy
happening.
with the operator,
Wow.
Crazy Guy with the Odin, the Killjoy utility to anchor down the C site.
Yeah, and Darian with great movements, right? Whether it was with the Judge or the Vandal, he's always ready for
Alright
that.
guys, thank you guys yang udah nonton. Makasih yang udah like, share, subscribe.
I mean, this entire squad,
Thank you teman-teman semua yang udah dukung Boom Esports juga, perwakilan Indonesia yang bermain di VCT Asencion top 4, at least teman-teman ya.
Esports
Ya, hampir bisa masuk grand final, cuman sayangnya sekali harus pulang di semifinal teman-teman karena tidak ya di map terakhirnya kurang nyala aja sih guys. Kayaknya stamina-nya Blitz lebih GG cok. Blitz sebenarnya kalau AWM masih kuat-kuat guys, cuman stamina-nya si Blitz lebih kuat aja guys. Mereka main 3 map masih kencang tembakannya. Stamina-nya si Boom udah capek kayak tadi guys ya. Thank you guys, sampai jumpa di next live streaming. Gua mungkin bakal main horror. Udah jam 11. Tidur ah. Thank you guys nonton guys, sampai jumpa. Ntar gua kabarin guys kalau jadi horror apa enggak ya.
Limits will be tested.